Heures du Mans. Welcome to a soggy south as the grid then takes shape. We are about half an hour away from the start of the race, and it is a much wetter road now than we had just 30 minutes ago, and it's been dry all the way up to this point, so no wet running thus far from the teams. And as you can see, temperatures are not exactly on the positive side either, so it's a chilly day relative to what we've experienced in the course of the week, and it's, as I say, a very wet circuit indeed for this fourth round of the FIA World Endurance Championship, with double points on offer for the teams, and with 33 nationalities represented across 188 drivers on the grid. We are looking forward still to a fantastic race. David Addison, Graham Goodwin, Alan McNish trackside as we get set for the start. And Alan, first of all, for everybody involved at this point, it's going to be a real step into the unknown because it's this very wet track surface.
Yeah, very wet and increasingly puddly as well, as we see the Nissan from the 90s taking the winner's trophy back down past all of the teams. And the drivers, when they actually do start, will be venturing into the unknown, especially up into that first corner at Dunlop chicane, the first lap into the chicanes on the Mulsanne straight in Arnage. They're going to be, I would say, very gentle at the beginning, and the question is whether they actually will start this behind the safety car.
We had a pretty chilly warm-up this morning, Graham, and we had lots of LMP2 cars in strife going off the road as they were trying to get tyre temperature up. Well, now, completely different situation, soaking wet circuit.
Yeah, tyre and brake temperature, I think, has been a problem for them. It's going to be very interesting indeed to see just how they tackle this. The trophy comes home, ready for the next recipient. Trophy, as I recall, Alan, you keep for a year unless you win it 3 times in a row.
Correct. It's kept for a year and then gets returned to Le Mans. If you win it 3 times consecutively, then you get to keep it. And there's basically 3 main manufacturers that have achieved that, being Porsche, being Toyota, and being Audi.
And so the Toyota from the 90s brings the trophy back. Toyota of the current generation, the new hypercar, as you see the Grand Marshal, which is Derek Bell, and the trophy returned to the ACO. It is, of course, a Toyota lockout at the front of the grid, but the new hypercars, yes, they're expected to win the race, but each time they turn a lap, they're gaining data, aren't they? They're learning all the time.
Absolutely, plenty of laps around for all of these teams throughout this week. Test day, of course, last Sunday. With plenty of running then and free practice and qualifying, but 2 cars in particular very short on time, and that's because they've got effectively brand new cars today. Inception Racing's number 71 car and the 92 Porsche, both of which had accidents in the qualifying day. This is the track though, Alan, and very familiar indeed to you.
Yeah, it is 3 main sectors of the circuit. The first sector is a lot of twists and turns just as you lead on to the long straights down to sector 2 to the Mulsanne corner, the far end of the track, then leading back through a combination of straights and very fast corners at Porsche before you get to the Ford chicane directly in front of our commentary box to lead on to another 13.6 kilometres, 8.5 miles.
And there is the grid, with the cars all in the echelon formation, of course, for the purposes of a rolling start, which we may or may not get to. It may be a safety car start. We're waiting to have confirmation from race control, but they would get themselves in that 2x2 order. And the drivers being presented to what is a limited crowd, Graham, but a crowd nonetheless.
It most certainly is, and I think the crowd well into the tens of thousands here.
So the French national anthem is responded to in the appropriate fashion by the fans, and as Graham Goodwin was saying, it is a limited number, but the enthusiasm is undimmed.
Absolutely, we know we're here now with the Marseillaise and those tones. It's always glorious to hear it in the world's greatest endurance race. You know you're home, don't you?
True enough, true enough. Now, a word about the hypercars next, because, yes, Toyota comes here as the favourite, but they are still new, and this is with the longest race that they have done. Now, it's not out of the question that an LMP2 car could, given circumstances, be a realistic challenger.
Oh, without doubt. I mean, we're in a race of potential attrition for the first time in many years with the hypercars. Just 5 of them here, of course, as well, and 4 of them brand new this year. Lots of well-proven LMP2 cars, as we see. The now traditional, it's been some years now, where we've had this helicopter wake me up at 5 o'clock in the morning practicing for this. So this is how they're going to deliver the tricolour for the start, and it is spectacular. This helicopter will be coming down to right rooftop height, just opposite us in our commentary position, just on the inside of the Ford chicane. Just waited to see it appearing from stage left, and here she comes. Just hope that the serviceman from the French military does not drop his phone as he did a few years ago on the grid.
It's very good to see this happening, because it's not exactly ideal weather for a helicopter.
No, it's not.
But tradition dictates. So the tricolour arrives to add to the build-up to this 89th Le Mans 24 hours. And on instruction, down he will come. Just to add to the complication, not only is there the rain, but also the wind has picked up a little bit of late. But here we go.
Rock steady, that helicopter.
Down come the serviceman. And now the ground prepared. The ACO, the Le Mans organisers, they know how to do tradition, they know how to do the heritage of the event, don't they?
Absolutely, the pageantry is a big part of this. The anthems, the flags, and the pride in this event. It is a world-class event. Here comes the flag bearer.
And with the air that the helicopter above us is creating, blowing all the water from the road towards us, you can suddenly start to appreciate just how much rain has fallen in the last half an hour from where we're based at the moment.
And it is just half an hour as well. It was bright, blue skies this morning, clouding over for the earlier races, support races. And now down come 2 more members of the team, one of them carrying the precious flag.
Now, we're told it's going to stop raining by 10 minutes to 4, just in time for the start, but it will still be a wet road.
Indeed.
And this is the first challenge that the race control team, led by the race director, Eduardo Freitas, needs to overcome and decide how they're going to start the race.
And they won't even have had a chance to sight this, so they're going to be going into the unknown, which could be interesting, Alan.
Yeah, it certainly is interesting, but they have to basically announce it in about 7 minutes, 15 minutes before the start of the race, so that all the teams and drivers know exactly what's going to happen. I would suspect, though, from a safety point of view, that they will start behind the safety car and at least get the initial part of this race moving without incident, because certainly you don't want to lose anybody at the beginning. As you see the flag now being prepared.
Well, the race is declared wet, that much is obvious, and as I say, the forecast that the teams are being given is that the end of the rain will be at 15:50. So now, as the build-up continues, we're about 20 minutes away from the start of the race, and all part of this build-up is the arrival of the French national flag.
Helicopter pulls backwards and away, will now perform a low pass over the full grid. Spectacular camera angle, this one, David.
It is indeed. It gives you an idea of, first of all, how many cars are on that grid. 61 of them in total. And as the helicopter whistles overhead, turns right and clears the grid. 62 we started the weekend with. We're down to 61 because EDEC Sport just had too much damage.
It was a traumatic lead up to this race from EDEC Sport and the Era Motorsport run car with EDEC Sport, I'm afraid. Well, they gave up after their best efforts to mighty accidents, and finally, I think, decided discretion the better part of valour. Let's enjoy this moment. This will be the starting flag.
And it's going to be John Elkann, the president of Ferrari, isn't it, who is the man who will wave the starting flag this year. There is the trophy that we've seen arrive already.
John Elkann's bringing Ferrari back to Le Mans in 2023, not to race in GT, but to race in the top class, in the hypercar class. And that, I think, is a statement of intent that's been talked about for 10 years, 10, 12 years about Ferrari coming in, but now they are definitely coming back, and it's going to be Elkin that waves the flag.
So the flag presented to him, and he now stands for the photographs as the teams bring more tyre trolleys onto the grid, Graham.
Absolutely. Rain still falling steadily, but as we look from the direction which the rain has been coming, we have got bluer and lighter skies coming. I think you're right, spot on, in fact, David, with the forecast. This rain is going to stop, and it's going to stop pretty soon.
Now let's have a quick look at some of the key cars on the grid, because 56, for example, third in GTE AM, Egidio Perfetti, Riccardo Pera and Matteo Cairoli. It's going to be Matteo Cairoli that will start 41st on the grid in the Team Project 1 Porsche, and that is going to be a very competitive car, isn't it? Especially with Cairoli behind the wheel, because we know how quick he is. Then you go forward one spot for the GR Racing Team, 86 Porsche. Ben Barker is going to be the start driver, Michael Wainwright and Tom Gamble to join him, and Julian Andlauer will start this pole position car in GTE AM with Don Bastien and Lance David Arnold, who, despite his reputation for going around the Nürburgring for 24 hours, has never done Le Mans.
Absolutely, and Julian Andlauer will come to this race having just won in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, and didn't even make the podium because he was required on duty in race control for the meeting with Eduardo Freitas into GTE Pro, David.
Yeah, now this is 92, which is the new chassis for the Kevin Estre, Neil Yarni, Michael Christensen car, because Kevin stacked it during Hyperpole, so it's a story in itself, this. It's going to be, as a result of that off, down 6th in the class, because it didn't get a time, but it got a lot of damage. But Kevin Estre will start it, and he's going to be a man to watch, that is for sure. He's going to be in a big, big hurry.
Absolutely right. Ran on the airfield just briefly last night just to shake down the car. One of those two cars that were in strife overnight. We'll see the other one later, the 71 Inception Racing car. They've got that car running again with a new chassis. This is a 64 Corvette, quick with the two throughout the week so far. And this car, that car and the 63 car have got a weight break, 7 kilos, as the new version of the H24 technology demonstrator car takes off, David. This car, based on an LMP3 chassis, it's hydrogen electric drive. This basically the preface for something that's now coming in 2025 with a new set of regulations designed to give fuel cell technology the opportunity to compete for the overall win at Le Mans in remarkably short order, just 4 years' time. And this is the latest version of that technology demonstrator, and we're hoping to see this car at some point racing in the Michelin Le Mans Cup.
As it went up the hill at Goodwood earlier on in the year, let's just turn our attention away from this for a moment. Louise Beckett down on the grid. Can talk tyres. Louise, what news?
Well, I'm just over at Toyota to find out, Rob, Loop, and what happens in this situation? The teams are taking both inters and wets out. When is it decided what you're going to go on?
3 minutes before the call, so we have to decide then if we go on inters, on full wets, or on slick. Likely it will not be slick, but prediction says that it will stop raining quite soon, and yeah, important decision already at the start of the race.
Do you know if it's a safety car start?
We don't know yet. We expect one, but it depends a bit on the weather. So it will be short call from the race director.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Louise.
Yeah, I think there's a time limit when you need to have the tyres on, so therefore that's the point that Rob's referring to when he says 3 minutes. And at that point they will make a decision. I would suspect by the fact that it's stopped raining now, the helicopter's done its job by taking away a lot of the water in the start-finish straight. But
True.
if you look at it now, you've got to say that it coming into the chicane, there's a lot of puddles there. So normally I think you would probably look at it's still raining on the other side of the circuit, so I think it's going to be wet. Because as much as optimum tyre may be intermediates in sort of 10 or 15 minutes, there is a point that with those puddles you can so easily get caught out and have aquaplaning. And aquaplaning here at 200 miles per hour, I can tell you from personal experience, is not a lot of fun.
And the teams desperately want to get through the first few laps hassle-free and try and get into a rhythm, as there is the Grand Marshal, Derek Bell, making his way off the grid, and he will do a lap of the circuit. James Winslow and John Corbett there, John the Australian driver with British driver James Winslow, who's done much of his racing in Asia and in Australia. They're getting themselves ready for the very fierce LMP2 fight.
I should say it's Stefan McElmy, who's an LMP2 race winner here, is aboard the H24 car. And it is very wet out there. Not quite It has calmed. The rainfall has calmed down. It hasn't quite stopped yet, but those skies are growing brighter by the moment.
Yeah, they are, but there's still rain falling, as you can see in the far side of the circuit.
Absolutely.
Still big puddles in there, and I think then we will end up with a safety car start, and pretty much everybody behind that could think about it. Actually, if it's a safety car start, I would start on intermediates if I was running a team.
Okay.
72 car, this is the Hob Auto racing car, the surprise package in Hyperpole, the first ever Asian entered GT Pro car at the Le Mans 24 Hours. Dries van Tour it was that took pole position. Maxime Martin, known as something of a rainmeister.
You've taken the words.
It's going to start the race.
Yes.
You and I have both seen in many, many races him do marvellous things in all sorts of GT3 machinery. Derek Bell suiting up, booting up, and about to helmet up for leading this field around.
The third driver of that Porsche, Alvaro Parent, as well, that you don't often see in Porsches. So it's going to be interesting to see how he goes in that. But yes, Maxime Martin to start. Dries van Toor did a mega job in the qualifying session. And Fernando Alonso is here as well. He, earlier on in the day with Esteban Ocon, did some laps around the circuit. He in the Formula 1 car, Esteban in the LMP2 machinery. And we'll get to LMP2 on this grid in a few moments' time, as still the debate goes on about tyres. It is definitely getting brighter overhead, but that isn't to suggest it's going to be a dry circuit any time soon.
Julien Canal, multiple class champion here at Le Mans in both GT1 and GTE machinery in the AM class back in the day. Jim Glickenhaus,
who must be really delighted to meet another hypercar manufacturer, because there's the opposition for 2 years' time.
Yeah, but it's also someone that he basically aspired to follow into motorsport, because it was Ferrari that actually led Jim Glickenhaus to the sport and also to build road cars.
Now, Toyota were being told are onto wet tyres, but there's always going to be a discretion better part of valour element to the first stint.
Well, there's a point for them. There's basically, in my view, it depends how long, if there's a safety car. If there's a safety car, then you can look at a gamble to go on to intermediates. And if you look at that, it depends how long the safety car is going to be. The last time we did have a safety car start, it was quite long. And by the time it was released to come into the pits, then it was actually intermediate level conditions. And so from that perspective, if they've got more information on the safety car start or how long roughly they think it's going to be than we do, but certainly for Toyota 1-2 in the grid, I don't think they'll be wanting to take too many risks.
No, indeed. Now there, as you look down onto the grid within the LMP2 ranks, is the G-Drive entry, and there is John Elkann ready to make the announcement for the start.
Mesdames et messieurs, Ferrari sera de retour évidemment 24 Heures du Mans en 2023. Et puissiez-vous avant ce message.
3-minute board shown by the marshals, grid being cleared.
That was the point where 3 minutes prior to that you need to basically commit on your tyres.
Indeed so. Intermediate seems to be the way to go in LMP2 from what Louise is telling us from the grid. It's going to make for a really interesting first few laps once the cars are released, as there for the hypercar class is 709, which lines up fifth on the grid. It is Richard Westbrook who is going to start in the car that he shares with Ryan Briscoe and Romain Dumas, the 709 Michelin Shod Glickenhaus.
Yeah, that's on full wets as well. You can see the big deep grooves on the front tyres as the camera was scanning around.
Barely raining now here at the Ford Chicane. And but as Alan says, it's still going to be ready to the other side of the circuit for a little while now.
No, had a quick look there at the number 28 Jota entry, which has got Sean Galal at the wheel of it, and 708 fourth on the grid, which is going to be started by Olivier Pla. That's on wets as well. So fifth and fourth, as you work down the grid, are the Glickenhauses. Toyota at the front there, so you can see now the grid cleared. One engineer stays to get the engines fired up at the 1 minute mark, and then the cars will set off, and we are just about 15 seconds away from that 1 minute board being shown to the teams. Nicolas Lapierre will start the Alpine, and Graham, there's a bit of a story attached to this in terms of how it's become a hypercar.
It is. This is, in fact, as we wait.
Démarrez vos moteurs.
Le message est
Engine
passé.
starts. This is a grandfathered LMP1 car. What does that mean? It means it's been adjusted to be within the performance parameters of the new hypercar class. But what it is a very proven package. You see, it's got the Le Mans aero kit on what is essentially a reworked Rebellion R13. How good is that car? It finished second overall here at Le Mans. So it's...
Overhead
That's the circuit dryers just arrived.
comes the French Air Force.
Absolutely.
To wake everybody up, to help drive the circuit, absolutely, and to stop Graham absolutely in his tracks.
It most certainly did. Wasn't
Yes.
expecting that. But the Rebellion R13, as that away they go, it's a pair of Rafales, I think. The strike fighter from the French Air Force. But
Back to the plot.
yes, indeed, should be reliable.
Yes.
Should be quick. The downside for Alpine is they can't go quite as far on a load of fuel, which means over a long race like this, additional pit stops. Green flag, Alan.
Green flag as they pull away. You see everybody's pretty much on the wets on the hypercar class. And 709's got a small issue, but he's on his way now. LMP2 making it through. Jota Sport taking that pole position with Antonio Felix da Costa WRT, starting with Robert Kubica in second.
Huge race for some of these LMP2 teams. Lots on the line beyond just the Le Mans 24 Hours. Big points race to the WEC, and battles to be won there. But beyond that, catching the eyes of a number of people who are watching this with, well, a cultured view about what might happen in the future.
And there's a car with the
He's still on
wheels
the
up in
jacks.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Well, that's going to be a penalty, isn't it? Because
Yep.
the car's not on the ground at the 3-minute board.
And the wheels are spinning as well. Yeah, it's still on the central jack you see at the back.
So that is
that's
number...
It's the high-class racing car.
That was off the road twice in the warm-up session this morning, and life isn't getting a whole lot better. That car is due to be started by Dennis Anderson,
It is
from
the bronze
25th
driver.
on the grid, and he's going to have to wait now to start at the back of the field, isn't it?
Well, he's going to have to wait because there's not one mechanic on there to actually then jack the whole car up to get the jollies, to get the jack out, the actual thing that's keeping it in the air out.
That's not going to do Dennis Anderson's heartbeat.
Yeah, but
much
he's
good,
got to
is it?
stop now. He's got to actually put it into neutral and stop spinning the rear wheels.
So the grid scrolling through at the moment. You can see the front of the grid is Mike Conway and Sebastian Buemi. Nicolas Lapierre shares row 2 with Olivier Pla. Row 3 is Richard Westbrook and Antonio Felix da Costa. Row 4 of the grid, Robin Kubica and Will Stevens. And row 5, Nick de Vries lines up alongside Nico Jamin for United Autosports. UA come next with Alex Lynn at the wheel. Sean Galile is going to line up 12th on the grid, and you can see the spray hanging in the air as the 7th row of the grid is Norman Nato and Simon Trummer, again out of the P2 class. The next row of the grid, Patrick Pilet. You normally associate him in terms of GT cars, but again for the second Le Mans in a row he's in prototypes. He's got Robin Freins lining up alongside ahead of Felipe Albuquerque, and then Ben Hanley, who goes from 18th on the grid. 19th is where Oliver Jarvis starts, and 20th on the grid for the Duquesne team is Memo Rojas. Lining up 21st is the ever-spectacular Giro van der Garde, and it is Alex Brundle, now regarded as an LMP2 stalwart, alongside him ahead of ex-Grand Prix driver Roberto Merhi and ex-Grand Prix driver Kevin Magnussen, who shares the car with his father. 25th on the grid would have been Dennis Anderson, but it's still stranded. 26th, Oliver Webb for ARC Bratislava, Mira Konopka's squad. Then you've got Tatiana Calderon in one of the 2 all-female entries, and the innovative car of Mathieu Lehay, more of which are none, as Dennis Anderson gets going now. Arnold Robin starts 29th on the grid, and 30th will be Tom Klurt, just ahead of Maxime Martin, who goes from pole in GTE Pro, and Miguel Molina lines up alongside 32nd on this 61-strong grid. Tommy Milner shares the next row, the 17th row with James Collado, the 18th row of the grid, Gianmaria Bruni, and then teammate Kevin Est. Both of those are going to be in a big hurry to get through the field. No time for Estra because he was off the road, and Lawrence Van Thor is next on the grid with Antonio Garcia for company, and the start procedure of number 20 is under investigation. Gosh, what a scoop. Julian Andlauer is on pole from 39th on the grid in GTE AM, and lining up alongside him is Ben Barker ahead of Matteo Cairoli and Antonio Fuoco. It's a stellar entry, this, as you roll through it, isn't it? Ben Barnicoat in a hastily put together replacement Inception Racing Ferrari, lining up alongside the TF Aston of Felipe Fraga. Ahead of Iron Lynx is Matteo Cressoni and factory driver Mikkel Jensen for Kessel Racing. in the number 57 Ferrari. Harry Tincknell parachuted into the Proton Porsche. He will start from 47th alongside Giancarlo Fisichella. Then Nicholas Nielsen, Spa 24 winner, and Christian Ried, Porsche veteran, 50th on the grid. 51st is where you find Marco Seefried for the Asian team Absolute Racing, and Jeroen Bleekemolen for Rinaldi Racing comes next, ahead of Ross Gunn and TF Sport, and Nicky Thiem for Aston Martin Racing. Again, one of the AM GT entries that he's in. The second all-girl car, this one from Iron Lynx, is Michelle Gatting to go first, and Iron Lynx investor Claudio Schiavone will start alongside, ahead of Andrew Watson, and then Porsche champion and IGTC champion as well, Dennis Olsen from 58th on the grid. 59th is where you find Matt Griffin, and one of the many rookies on the grid next, Jody Fanning, with the final car, Robert Renauer for Herbert Motorsport, and Dennis Anderson, I would imagine, is going to have to slot in at the very back, Graham.
It looks that way. Just as Dennis Anderson was pulling away, I may have been mistaken. I thought there was some debris on the grid. There did look to be driver's left as he pulled away, something on the grid. Now, that didn't look to have come from his car, if I believe my own eyes. I wonder, because it did look like the GT cars got away quite slowly. I sincerely hope we've not had contact.
Okay, well, if there's any team radio telling this, it'll be monitored, and you can see the drivers trying to find the grip levels as they apply the power there. Yeah, and this is the one chance that we know of to assess where the grip is and where it isn't.
Yes, and it's also a point that I haven't seen any message or any information to suggest that the safety car is going to stay out, and it looks like it's going to be a green flag start, a standard start at 4 o'clock when they pass the line in front of us, and then it will be definitely a venture of discovery into the first corner.
Will it ever? Will it ever? So yellow flags on standby, I suspect, because it's not only the grip, Alan, it's the spray as well, it's the visibility.
Yeah, it's a lot of things. It looks like there's massive fog, and that's not fog at all. That's just because of the spray that's coming up in that. But let's listen to see what it's like from number 8, who's being started by Sebastian Buemi.
Okay, so can you feedback on the conditions? Tell us about the conditions, please. It's fun. It's fun. Fun.
Well, that leaves you in no doubt. It's bad.
In-depth stuff, but there is standing water. Standing water certainly on the exit of Mulsanne corner. We saw that with one of the factory Porsches fishtailing away from the turn. And I tend to agree with him. It's significantly worse at the back of the circuit than it is in front of us here at the Ford Chicane. And I suspect what we can't see is what the track surface is like. But this is a place, part of the circuit, that does tend to keep wet.
Extra formation lap just come up onto the screen, so they're going to give them one more lap, but that, I would imagine, will count within the 24 hours.
Yes, it should. When they pass the line, then they will start the race officially, and so the clock will start counting down from 24 hours, and then it will be, if it's one more lap, then it will be green racing after that, just to try and give everybody a little bit more feel. Now, normally you would think, yeah, more feel also get more temperature on the tyre. Actually, it's going the other direction because it'll reduce temperature on the tyre. But Eduardo Freitas is the race director, and let's hear what he says.
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane. There will be an extra formation lap. There will be an extra formation lap. The flag will be waved on the line, but there will be an extra formation lap.
And better somebody says to Eduardo, why did you, than why didn't you give them another formation lap?
Yeah, just for clarity, the flag is actually officially the start of the race, and that's going to be waved on the line to say the race has started. The clock will count down, but the formation lap will continue for one more.
So this is the view from on board Guido van der Garde's Racing Team Netherlands Orica. And this is probably the better side of the circuit now. In fact, the cloud breaking, a little bit of blue sky overhead.
It's quite bright where we are now at the very end of the lap, but it's going to take a little wee while for that surface water.
Yeah, but you saw the cars up ahead there. He's only 1/3 of the way down the grid, so there's 2/3 of the grid behind him, and so the spray would be pretty immense going down in towards the chicanes.
Now, the latest update on the rain is a few drops possible at times after 2 minutes past 4. So once we get to the start of the race proper, if you like, the first proper green flag lap, then the rain should be just about going away from the circuit. And that first stint is therefore going to be fascinating, not only in terms of what it's like to begin with as they all try and assess the grip, but how the road dries out and how they manage that up to the first round of pit stops.
Yeah, first round of pit stops should roughly come at about 45-50 minutes, but now you're going to see the clock on the left start to count down as they officially will cross the line to start the Le Mans 24 Hours 2001.
Indeed so. So out of the Ford Chicane, the 2021 Le Mans 24 Hours, the 89th running of the event, comes then up towards the timing line. The Porsche pace car as it is. We'll break the beam in a moment, and as the cars go through now, so the clock ticks, and we are officially underway, although it is an extra lap behind the pace car. And as the cars turn their way up through the first right-hander, the Dunlop curve up towards the S's, then they have to run still in the grid order, can't overtake, but that hopefully will not be too far away as the safety car procedure that we're under for the moment continues at least for one more lap.
Cars coming through in grid order, no dramas so far to be spotted.
So it's Mike Conway who leads the pack, Sebastian Buemi second, Nicolas Lapierre, Olivier Pla, Richard Westbrook, and then sixth. The rest of the LMP2 cars on the grid is the Joe Trentry of Antonio Felix da Costa, and their number 72 Porsche going through, that being your GTE pole car. That is the Maxime Martin Porsche, and he must be revelling in these conditions, Graham.
I should think so too. Just to confirm as well, by the way, Dennis Anderson has joined the train at the very back of this grid. After that,
I think he'll be stopping
in the pits. I think he must
stopping
will.
in the pits for a little penalty at some point for that.
Team leaving the car up on the air jacks on the grid.
I mean, that sort of mistake shouldn't happen, should it, at this level?
Oh, never, ever. That's very basic. The car needs to be on the ground to be able to power itself to go around the circuit.
Indeed.
And leaving it with the rear. Wasn't even on the jacks, it was actually on the rear support, the trolley wheel as well. So it needed, it was quite a couple of little incidents that happened there.
You could argue that the one positive is that by starting at the back, he's behind any incidents on the first lap, but that's small consolation.
Yeah, in the dry, yes, I would agree with that. But the other thing is that all the incidents are directly in front, and when you're approaching incidents at 200 miles per hour, they approach pretty quickly.
And in the spray as well. Yeah, it doesn't help, I guess. So the order, as you see it on the screen, is the grid order, because that is how they have to be, apart from those that would have been behind Dennis Anderson. So there is a shuffle already, courtesy of his POC start.
Indeed there is, and go around now, gives another chance just to see where the problems might come, particularly the cars. We heard, was it intermediates for the P2 cars?
Yeah, intermediates for the P2.
Except the PR1 car.
The hypercars are predominantly on wets. They've got a different tyre, remember, different manufacturer of tyre, as well as obviously a different design, etc. And in that way, it's definitely, I would say, class specific. And what we've historically seen as well is that the GT cars tend to lean towards the intermediates.
Let's just have a quick listen into Sebastian Buemi with the team.
Is it going to rain again, or it should be okay with the rain now? Okay, some slight rain expected still, but after that, no more.
Which is a relief, I'm sure, for a driver to hear. It is certainly getting much, much brighter, calls for much more optimism on this side of the circuit, and we are hopeful that the safety car, as it effectively is now, is going to peel in this time, and we can get the cars at a proper race pace up towards the first corner.
Yep, the rain has completely stopped here, and it is getting brighter by the moment. There are a few darker clouds up on the horizon, but doesn't look like it's going to be anything like the dump of rain that we had just, 40 minutes ago, after no rain at all at Le Mans for the past week. What's that saying again, David? It always rains at Le Mans.
Something like that. It's like being at Spa, isn't it? So the team's now thinking, OK, this is going to be a challenging first stint, that is for sure, but they've got to try and keep out of strife for the first lap or two, first corner or two. But we will go racing, one hopes, for good at the end of this lap, and the speed is quickening as the cars then make the run now down towards the end of the first lap of the race. 92 Porsche, we understand, from GTE Pro has gone on to full wets, which would make sense given what the track state is like over here, where the spray just hangs in the air, doesn't it?
Well, it hangs in the air partly because of the trees on either side, so basically it gets thrown up by the downforce, and then it sort of sticks within the trees and then just comes straight back down again. So that those areas of the circuit dry significantly slower than the open areas that you'll see through Porsche curves that they're going to come up to in about a minute and a half, and then also the start-finish straight Dunlop, etc.
So through Indianapolis towards Arnage, then comes Mike Conway as the race leader. This is who's leading the classes, and it's all based on that grid order, of course. So Mike Conway on the pole position car for Toyota Gazoo Racing out of hypercar. It is Antonio Felix da Costa in LMP2. It's Maxime Martin and Julian Andlauer in the Porsches in the 2 GTE classes.
For my memory, I mean, it's significantly more of the star drivers in GTM are starting this race than we would normally have. I think a fair proportion of them have got the really quick guys in the car for the start of this race, Alan.
Well, I think, you know, it's a big race. There is obviously tricky conditions. They nominated the drivers in advance, and ultimately, I think that championship battle, as we said, needs to get off to a good start. And so therefore, I think there is an element of strategy that's definitely gone into that.
Absolutely. Certainly the top 5 are circulating the start of this race with the drivers that actually qualified in Hyperpole. Harry Tinknell there, Mikkel Jensen, who will be a Peugeot driver next season, Giancarlo Fisichella, Nicholas Nielsen, another Ferrari factory driver, the young gun that is Jeroen Bleekemolen, now in his 45th year at the Le Mans 24 Hours.
That wiper on Buemi's car, working overtime, looking decidedly floppy as well, which doesn't necessarily bode well. I mean,
they work at speed. They actually work at speed.
Right.
And the faster the speed, then the better they stick to the surface.
So down towards the pit lane comes the Porsche, and it's going to stay out by the look of it. Unless it makes a very, very late call into the pits, because there's another access point a little bit later. But let's just see. We've still got extra formation lap legend on the screen, but
it's going through.
It's going to do another lap. Yeah. So at least one more.
Now, I think I'm correct that both
I'm going
the
to ask the
Toto...
leading car to increase the speed. I'm going to ask the leading car to increase the speed.
You had the race director say he's going to get the leading car to increase the speed and therefore quicken the pace of the cars behind the pack.
Roughly that was about 2 minutes quicker than it had been on a normal safety car lap, and so he is increasing the speed, and that's to try to generate some tyre temperature. The reality is that however fast that Porsche is able to go as a safety car, there is no way that it is fast enough for the LMP cars, especially to try to generate tyre temperatures. But it's the best they can do, and so from that perspective, you know, it's correct of Eduardo Freitas to announce that.
I think you're right in saying that I believe both Toyota and Glickenhaus, the teams with the new cars here, have both tested in wet conditions.
Right.
I don't think they were planning to, but I think they did. So that should help them with some of the basics. And some basics, for instance, is the cockpit sealed for wet weather? We know that Bentley in their first appearance here in the modern era caught foul with that. They'd never tested in the wet, and the car was just leaking water like a sieve. I don't think the Glickenhaus or the Toyota teams are going to be in that situation. I think they've got data of these cars running in wet conditions.
And it could be that we've had the rain now because it's getting brighter and there's no more forecast, only a few drops possible at times in the next 5 minutes. So maybe that has just, for everybody, come at the wrong time, but that could be all we get. Now, let's have a quick listen to Toyota number 7, Mike Conway's radio.
Speed is going up now, and the start should be at the end of this lap.
So confirming there that they're expecting safety car in at the end of this lap. That the issue, I guess, I'm looking for is misting of these screens. It's getting warmer pretty rapidly, and with an unproven car in these conditions, we have seen that be a major issue. And of course, you can't reach that screen, can you, Alan?
No, the driver certainly can't. There's no question about it, but they do have heaters, and so you can stick the screen heater on, which is a section of the screen. It's not the complete screen, but a section of it. I think most of certainly the ones at the front in terms of the hypercars should be okay for that.
Well, that was the view heading down the straight of the rain falling from Kevin Magnussen's high-class racing Orica. So it is Kevin and Jan Magnussen plus Anders Fjordbach, which I think should well be a podium contender in that class.
You'd have thought. I mean, Anders, a very good silver driver indeed. Jan, he's been here a few times, and has won a few times too. Kevin, albeit as a rookie, his talents are extreme.
Yes.
It's going to be, well, let's hope the high-class racing team can bounce back from what's not been a starring role in the start of this race, albeit not with that car.
No, indeed, the Dennis Anderson car, as you say, but yeah, that's perhaps this is the one where all the effort is being focused, actually, for obvious reasons, with a star driving lineup. So riding on board now with Nicolas Lapierre in the Alpine, things are looking a little bit better on this side of the circuit, and we are hopeful to go racing this time around. As they come out of Mulsanne corner then, the speed being increased all the time, as Alan was making the point, to get the tyre temperatures and pressures up, and therefore it's safer when the cars are released rather than letting them loose on cooler rubber at least. And then the battles will continue, but do not be surprised if there isn't another big shout of drama on the first proper racing lap.
Yeah, drama surely awaits. Whether or not that's racing drama or incident, well, we'll know in about, what, 3 or 4 minutes' time. So far, the tippy-toe approach is working for everybody.
So the first casualty as such was Dennis Anderson, who falls to the back of the pack. He drops to 61st position as the cars come down now towards Indianapolis. Great shot this, isn't it, looking down on that section of the circuit?
It is. Shows just how quickly they're coming into a really challenging technical part of the circuit.
Look back from Toyota number 8 then, Sebastian Buemi at the wheel of it, and the Toyota fans looking forward to another win, they think. It took Toyota so long to finally do it, and ever since they've been racking them up.
And they've been loyal to this race and this championship through many years, and I think with the we perhaps lack the benefit of hindsight, or rather the lesson of hindsight, that they came so close so many times.
But you're right, I mean, we did touch on this in one of the practice sessions, that having won it, they could have said, right, mission accomplished,
Absolutely.
thanks, we're off now.
I haven't done that.
But no, they've stuck at it and invested in the future.
Absolutely. TSO 50 that has left the scene now, replaced by the GR 010 hypercar, and a long-term program, and looks like they'll add races to this program with the news that this formula is going to converge with the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Made it very clear they are looking and evaluating some of the major races of the United States as well with Toyota. And that's great news. Race
Direction asking the teams to tell their drivers to close the gaps to get the field bunched up. So that's suggesting that we're getting closer to a proper start, because we've had effectively now 11.5 minutes under safety car conditions, no overtaking permissible.
We're coming through the lead cars at the end of the Porsche corners at karting, but the final car is actually only in Indy. So it's probably 2-3 kilometres behind.
Yeah. And he wants now, Eduardo Freitas, all the cars in grid position exiting Marshall's post 33. So here we go then. They get themselves in that Noah's Ark 2x2 formation with Mike Conway in the pole position car on the outside of the circuit, as it will be as they come up towards the timing line. Alongside him, Sebastian Buemi, who will have the inside line, but it's the grippier racing line on the outside, which is why pole position is there. The second row, Nicolas Lapierre in the Alpine, and to line up alongside him, Olivier Plau. The third row, the second Glickenhaus of Richard Westbrook, and Antonio Felix da Costa should be there as well. And if he's on his toes, he might be able to upset the apple cart. It might be that he's quite content to let the hypercars go, because they look like they might put themselves in a little bunch here. As you look back then from Sebastian Buemi's car, yes, you've got the 5 hypercars absolutely on their own. They have pulled well clear of the LMP2 division as they come now out of the Ford chicane, then up towards the line to officially get this 89th Le Mans 24 hours underway. Then the cars up towards the line, they will be given the signal to go racing now, and it is blast off, and a good getaway by Mike Conway, but is it good enough to repel Sebastian Buemi, who's on the inside line then? A good start also by Olivier Plau, who tries to get up the inside and go 3 wide towards the first corner. It doesn't work. Gets in the spray, and round the outside tries to go Nicolas Lapierre, so it's going to be Mike Conway that leads. Lapierre does go second, and drama straight away. Into the side of Toyota number 8 goes the Glickenhaus. Drama at the first corner.
My goodness, that was just a little bit of difficult braking conditions. Cold brakes, tyres. The Glickenhaus slid into the Toyota, took one of the Toyotas out, and there was nothing he could do about it. He's now got to sit and wait and hope that it wasn't damaged. The gearbox, it hit the it hit the rear of the car on the rear tyre. As now we're with Lapierre as he comes down. Another spinner as well. The 72 Porsche is spun, and there's a LMP2 in there.
48 is the EDEC Sport car. That's the GTE Pro pole-sitting car. The 72 car damage certainly to the front right corner of the Glickenhaus. We've not seen what damage yet has been caused to the number 8 Toyota.
So that was Patrick Pilet and Maxime Martin spinning. 2 drivers you wouldn't anticipate to be doing that. So Mike Conway has got away with it. The incident at Marshall's Post 3 is under investigation. So it's Mike Conway leading from Nicolas Lapierre as they come then down through the chicane. And of course that's broken up the pack. Somebody else going deep there up the escape road.
That's the other Glickenhaus. So both the Glickenhauses have went off. There's a lot of damage to the one that hit the Toyota, and that's a nose cause damage, light damage, so it'll have to come in and repair that without question. And as there's an LMP2 battle for the lead, Jota Sport are defending a little bit as everybody's going everywhere in the first chicane. No one has got any feel for where the grip is at all.
49 car went to the inside, so indeed did the WRT car. The 54, they stopped. The 8 has stopped.
So that's the answer in part to the question, Alan, about the damage. It's had to stop. A word with the team. It's got going again, but a big, big delay. It looks like it was Olivier Pla's car that suffered the damage, but I think Louise will be on her toes down towards the Toyota garage, because on the very first proper racing lap of the 24 hours, big drama for Toyota number 8.
Big drama there. I think he's had to stop for something and then reset and going again. He'll just be thinking now, try and get the car back to the pits. Toyota themselves aren't preparing too many bits and pieces on the car, so it's not mass panic, but definitely, as you can see, he's now coming out the second chicane and seems to be going at full speed as well.
Yeah, it seems okay, Graham, doesn't it?
He's in 61st position. Trouble for the 33 car now as they try to find where the grip is and isn't. And that's the EDEC Sport car, was sliding wide again into the gravel on the turn in. There it is, in the gravel. So the EDEC Sport car in trouble there. Another P2 car, looks like a Jota car in trouble at Mulsanne Corner, getting away but slowly. All of the GT pros struggling for grip out of Mulsanne Corner.
I think everybody's struggling for grip out of every corner, to be honest with you. It looks really treacherous out there for grip, for tire temperature, for everything as EDEC is off. And that's at the second chicane. That'll be a slow zone, I would assume, into that area while they try to crane that car out. But at the lead, Mike Conway's got the best view possible because he's got a clear track ahead of him. He also doesn't now have Nicolas Lapierre breathing down his neck quite as much. So he can be a little bit more careful as he comes into Porsche for the first time and then down through to Ford.
Multiple second place finisher here at Le Mans 24 Hours, Mike Conway. Is this the best chance he's got of a win?
This has got mayhem written all over it as well, hasn't it? As you look at the GTE battle, Patrick Pilet is the one in 48 that's off the road. It was Felipe Fraga spinning in 33. And Alan, what are we hearing about Toyota number 8?
Yeah, Louise has sprinted down to Toyota, and it was a reset of the systems for the 8. That is the reason he pulled to the side of the circuit, did a reset, and is now back on his way again.
We've got multiple P2 cars dropping down the order. The 39, so 24 car is dropping down the order. It looks like it's a big problem too for the 74 going to the back of the pack, and the 32 United Autosports to the back, and that's 8 again. That's 8 again. 8 again, and the 74, they come together.
That's down at our Nash corner, so it looks like a bit of confusion, I would have said, more than actually coming together. But his day has gone from bad to worse for Sebastian Buemi.
The big challenge now is to stay on the lead lap. Whatever they have to do in the pits, he's got to stay on the lead lap somehow.
And there's a number, and that number's not quite unknown. It's somewhere between 15 and 20 minutes. Beyond that, if it stays green and a P2 car stays green and without problems, they can't catch them.
Yeah. Well, that's 709 that's off the road, so that's Richard Westbrook. The one that did the hitting was Olivier Pla, wasn't it, on the first lap to pick up the damage?
He's gone through. He's not pitted. Yeah. He's not pitted that car.
You're right. Now, Alan, talk us through this.
Yeah, here we have the two Glickenhauses. One's attacking, which is Olivier Pla on the inside as we're looking at the LMP2 cars. But now as you come into here, there's just basically, there's not very much grip at all. And as you can see, he's just slid into the side of the Toyota and whacked the left-hand rear wheel of the Toyota. Here we see it again. Just the closing speed. The fronts are locked up. He's got no chance. Well, neither have got any chance once he had hit the brakes.
It'll be interesting to stay with this and see what happened behind with Martin and with Pilet, because that's the first incident. You see the debris that's on the road, but then, of course, there was the secondary drama behind and then more around the lap. So, number 8 Toyota we're anticipating to come in. And there's the reaction from the teams watching on in the pit lane as they see the drama unfold. On board with the Corvette now, number 63.
Sister car ahead. Sister car's dropped back, hasn't it? In fact, they're leading 1-2 now.
Yes, Tommy Milner ahead of Antonio Garcia, but all of that was because of the big sort out on the opening lap, cars scattering. So Mike Conway led at the end of what we'll call for the moment that one, the first proper racing lap, by 1.6 seconds from Lapierre. Olivier Pla in third place, and here's our first slow zone.
This could be a little bit tricky as the EDEC car's now on its way again, being dragged out of the gravel track. Would be full of gravel, and it's made its way back onto the track.
So dramas galore on these first couple of racing laps, and in more or less every class as well. Trouble for 92.
Kevin Estra's had a moment, so thankfully he's not dinged it, but Kevin Estra has a spin and gets going, so We expected drama, but it's coming at every corner. For every car almost, he's having some sort of strife. This is in a slow zone. That's why the pace is so reduced if you do a double take. And look at the traffic jam behind. The only good news you can report is that track conditions are improving.
Absolutely.
Yeah, marginally, I have to say.
True.
I don't think if you were in one of these cars, you would think they were improving too much. But that's just purely the grip that's available for them. This is going to be the end of the slow zone, so the Toyota will come out of here and he'll be able to accelerate. You see the green light on the right-hand side, and that's to say the track is green from this moment on. Now he can accelerate. And the speeds on the left-hand side on the graphic just going up full throttle, up through the gears and then towards Mulsanne. Behind him you can see the gap back, but you could also see that Lapierre is weaving around frantically to try to get some temperature back into the tyres, back into the system, so that he can start again.
A huge gap to the third place car now, something like, what's that, 12, 13 seconds. Dramas in every class, we said. Hypercar, well, we saw at the very start of the race. And then B2, multiple cars in trouble. GTE Pro, there is the damage to the Glickenhaus. That car did not pit. GTE Pro, the 72 and the 92, both off the road.
Yeah, and we also need to see a replay, if we can, of that drama for the number 8 Toyota down at Arnage and to what caused it to go off the road a second time. But that is 708, carrying on with the damage, but that's not looking good, really.
No, I would think they'll want to try to continue as long as possible so they can, if their hope, get to the pit stop and so not necessitate another stop. However, I would suggest that they'll probably get dragged in before that.
Yeah, the scrutineers will want a look, won't they, to make sure it's safe. So
well, you've got to have lights.
Yeah.
You've got to have lights on, and one of their lights is...
Oh, that's the Alpine that's gone around as well. So Nicolas Lapierre from second place now loses it coming out of Indianapolis, and the traffic comes flooding past, and there's another leading car losing time. Backs out. He had to get across the road somehow, but now he's in an even more dangerous place, waiting for a gap in the LMP2 fleet that comes storming past him.
Right, me, that's just showed you Lapierre as he's struggling to see where to be able to do it. As we're going to get a replay, the Toyota comes through, Indy on the left, Lapierre just gets onto the throttle, no rear tyre grip, spins around. It's a harmless spin on its own, but the traffic that's going to come through is going to be the thing that'll drop him right back there, and it's a case of now heart in the mouth for the team back at base, because they can't do anything about it.
So let's see how far that is going to drop him down. This is the second racing lap. It is lap 4 of the race. And the only car that's not really had too many dramas thus far is number 7 Toyota of Mike Conway. Now, what has all this done, Alan?
So Lapierre's dropped down to 18th at this moment in time, so he's got going again as Conway crosses the line. This is to start the fifth lap.
Look at the
as
gap.
Conway's got a huge gap, 18 seconds back to Olivier Pla. And there's a couple more cars off down at Arnage.
Yeah, Dennis Anderson again is one of them. And
that looks like the Graf car, the So24 car.
Okay, it's probably easy just to tell you who's not going off the road now, isn't it? So Mike Conway leads. The margin is 18 seconds. This is a replay of the start. The two Toyotas side by side to begin with.
And it's the car at the back that we need to be watching. It's that Olivier Pla. It's the sister car that goes down the inside, the 708 that goes down the inside. Sorry, it wasn't. It's Richard Westbrook that's on the outside there, and then just slides down and tags the back right on the wheel. So Toyota by this time will know what the shock sensors, basically the sensors on all parts of the rear suspension and the gearbox, will have told them whether that impact was enough to do any damage. However, you never know what the resultant effect is.
Toto off again. Toto off again. That was a Toto, was it not?
That's
to the inside?
Replay.
Oh, that was the first lap. That's what we were waiting for, the Martin and Pilet drama, which was behind. So as the Toyota rejoined, that's what was happening there. Then you had Felipe Fraga going off, and there's Pilet having his second drama of the opening lap, and that was all self-induced, wasn't it? Just skates off into the gravel.
I think there's a bit of frustration after the first incident and then pushing ahead, but now Mike Conway's got 20 seconds of a gap between himself and the two Glickenhauses that are sitting in second and third. Then Antonio Felix da Costa is just snicking onto the back of those Glickenhauses as well.
And normally 7 is the one with the bad luck, isn't it, in the Toyota stable?
Well, you've got to say, this is a massive opportunity for number 7.
Is it ever?
Absolutely massive, because we know there's going to be a longer pit stop for one of those two Glickenhaus cars. The damage there will not be doable within a standard fuel and tyres pit stop.
and you'd have thought that Toyota would also want to have a good look at number 8 when they get to the first round of stops as well. Now, 44 battles on within the LMP2 class through the GT traffic there. That's Ollie Webb at the wheel of it. In GTE Pro, it's a Corvette 1-2 at the moment. Tommy Milner is still ahead of Antonio Garcia, and that is Dennis Anderson off the road
for a third time
at least, plus the bad start.
Yep.
So going from bad to worse.
Chicane. He's gone off there twice, I think.
Yep. So rejoins, and a lot of drivers will be eager to get to the end of this stint. So we're on now lap number 5, and the lead gap, as I say, going up 21.5 seconds. Time to concentrate on GTE for a moment, where Tommy Milner is battling with Antonio Garcia. You are riding with Garcia now, and there is Milner just up the road ahead. So it's the silver Corvette 64, the yellow one is Garcia, and they are 1 and 2, Ferrari 3, 4, Porsche 5. Now, where did Kevin Estra's spin drop him to? 7th in class and 39th overall. So that was another kick for that car.
And the 72 car, with that incident right at the start of the race, that car down in 47th position from pole position in the class. The Corvettes, meanwhile, untroubled. Look like we're coming home for a formation finish almost there.
Yes.
24 minutes into the race.
But that Ferrari third look in the hands of Miguel Molina is not far behind, so shortly Garcia is going to have to go defensive, isn't he? Because the Ferrari is getting closer and closer and closer all the time.
One of the Ferraris, that Molina car with full lights on, the other one was side lights only.
Now, you said that you thought there was debris on the grid,
I
and
did.
Tommy Milner reports that he was hit from behind by a Ferrari leaving the grid. Now, that would have been further back from the Dennis Anderson car that we saw, but even so, some contact at the start.
They must have passed him and then hit, but we did see the cars were backing up, and I did wonder whether or not that was something up at Dunlop, but if it happened on the grid, that might in itself be something that needs to be looked at by race control.
Right, this is Sebastian Buemi's view. Now, Toyota number 8 is currently in 41st place. He's on a mission, trying to get the places back.
He's on a mission. He knows he's got to try to make his way through, but he's also got to do it quite safely. That's the thing, is because he's been in the wars already and he doesn't want to be in any more of them, especially when you look at the number of cars that are going off on their own anyway. If he gets collected by another one, then that's obviously just not going to be the thing that they need strategic-wise now.
So time to catch breath for a moment. Mike Conway has done the fastest lap of the race, but it is a 4 minutes 3.353 as he leads Olivier Pla, despite the damage, and the gap is 26.4 seconds. Third is Richard Westbrook, so it's Toyota, Glickenhaus 1, 2 and 3. Antonio Felix da Costa still heading the LMP2 class as he goes through in 4th place. 5th should be Will Stevens, and Buemi picking his way through the traffic as here you ride on board with 709. That's Richard Westbrook out of the Dunlop S's.
Yeah, and Olivier Pla that's up ahead of him. We've just heard from Louise in the pit lane that is just going to try to make it to the end of this stint before they change the nose, not to come in for a specific stop. I can understand that from the team's perspective. It's whether race direction think that's the acceptable way to deal with this or not. That's the question.
If that car starts to lose bits, you're going to expect that to be required to come in. I can confirm, by the way, seen some trackside video that was indeed contact between the Corvette and from the rear the Ferrari, and the Corvette backed up. The Ferrari driver clearly did not see that was happening, and there was reasonably firm contact.
It's Robbins Racing, but it happens to be Rubbing Racing before the race has even started.
Indeed so. Now that battle is coming alive because not only is it 3 for the lead, but 4th, James Collado, is closing up as well. So the Corvettes might be leading, but they're not getting away. The Ferraris, if anything, are getting stronger. And now look at this, because for 2nd in the class, Antonio Garcia is under attack. Miguel Molina is there. So this Spanish battle of drivers, Corvette ahead of Ferrari. James Collado 4th in the class, getting closer and closer. Graham, this battle pack is building.
It is indeed. GT Pro has been stellar in the time we've had this formula at the Le Mans 24 Hours. We now know we've probably got one more year of this to go, and we're going to relish every single moment of it. Corvette, such firm servants of this. We have Oliver Gavin, 5-time winner here with Corvette Racing, part of this broadcast a little later. LMP2, though, hasn't been dull either. Look at this, 5 cars involved, and that's the innovative car, isn't it? The 84 car. This is towards the back of the pack.
Yeah, number one is Tatjana Kelron at the wheel to start, going wide coming out of the chicane. So there was a queue of, what, 5, 6 there. Ollie Webb at the back of it. Felipe Albuquerque trying to make progress, but he's actually having to do a bit more defending at the moment.
Yeah, Albuquerque's on the back foot here, and as you said, the 84, the innovative car with Mathieu Lahaye is at the wheel. He's the one that's on the attack. Calderon looks to be pretty safe in her position there, but there's a gaggle of cars that are stacking up behind Felipe Albuquerque at the moment.
The road's starting to look greasy rather than wet at certain places. Mike Conway's lap times, he's done the best one thus far, no surprise, 4 minutes 3, but there's a long way to go to a dry pace, and Albuquerque there slow out of the chicane, the car looking all crossed up, he's trying to get down on the power, and he's about to be mugged for a place, is he? Because cars go either side of him, so Albuquerque versus Lahaye, and Ben Hanley there on the outside in the white car, and he's going to get the run on both of them, and through he goes. Good move.
And Albuquerque's backed out of it completely. He's struggling massively. The last lap was 9 seconds slower than the leader, Antonio Felix da Costa, in LMP2. And so Albuquerque has got zero grip at this moment in time. He's getting mugged left, right and centre. He's going to be last in the category very soon. He's third last in the category at the moment.
So he is struggling, having not been happy for the bulk of the weekend. And Alan, news about 708.
708, as we saw, hit the Toyota number 8 of Sebastian Buemi, who's now overtaking the GT lead battles. But the 708 is going to have to serve a 10-second penalty added to the next stop. So when he comes in, before they do any work at all on the car, they'll have to sit for 10 seconds in the naughty step, and then he'll be able to get on his way again.
So that was for Olivier Plau's zealotry on the first lap.
I've got to say that's quite a mild penalty, considering the potential consequences for Sebastian Buemi in number 8.
And Buemi, incidentally, is up to 28th now, so he is storming through the pack. He's clearing his way through the GT cars.
But it's the GT cars, that's the point. It's the GT cars are storming its way through. The Alpine has made its way back up through probably half the P2s that passed him.
That was from the spin at Indianapolis, where he lost it on his own at the restart, and had to wait until there was a gaggle of cars went through. And that's put basically Nicolas Lapierre back out of the top 10, but he'll be making his way back into it, I'm pretty sure, in the next 1 or 2 laps.
And now the order is shuffling, look, within GT, because Milner is dropping back, so Garcia has gone to the top, and now you've got Ferrari second and third. So Tommy Milner, who was leading the class but not getting away, drops back, gives up the lead to Garcia, and he looks like he's struggling as well, because the pace has gone, and off the road there, look, goes the Porsche. So that was Laurens Van Thor running out of road, scrabbles back onto the circuit, but stays 5th in the class.
It's a little bit bizarre there why there's been such a split with the 2 Corvettes who are running nose to tail, and now it looks very much like Milner's got nothing underneath him. I'm just wondering whether they started on intermediate tyres on both of them. I've got Oliver Gavin here, who certainly knows Corvette inside out, shaking his head wildly. He's saying wets, wets, wets.
Being told by United Autosports, Felipe Albuquerque is on inters, which we heard from Lou was what we believed was the case for most of the cars in that class. So if that's the case, doesn't explain why he's struggling quite so badly at the back of this pack. So what is going on with that 22 car? So dominant here last year and just has no real pace at all.
At the moment, LMP2 is Antonio Felix da Costa for Jota, and the incident involving number 48 at Marshall's Post 3, that was the Pile drama, no further action there. So it's da Costa from Stevens, from Kubis, Nick de Vries, Alex Brundle, and then Simon Trummer, the top 6 in LMP2 at the moment. Totally different look to the sheen of the circuit now, so greasy.
Yeah, this is that in between. It's not kind of drying and it's not really wet, and it generally just has got that horrible slippery feel about it. And I hated these conditions as drivers. You knew you had to get through it, but you just knew that everything that you did, you were dancing with the steering wheel and on the throttle and the brakes. You had to be so, so gentle. And if any lockup was a major lockup, because you couldn't release the brake to actually release the wheel to allow you to slow down again. It's horrible conditions, but it's an area where if you have got that feel, you can make up a lot of time.
Well, right now, the lap times, certainly for Mike Conway, are coming down. Pretty much everybody, as the road dries and the fuel load comes down, are doing better laps. We are on lap 7 at the moment, but of course that's not been 7 proper racing laps, but the LMP2 fight continues, and with good numbers in the class. Lots of battles that will rage on all the way down the field. Garcia from Molina from Collado in GTE Pro. We've not yet touched on Am, but Antonio Fuoco for Ferrari leads Julian Andlauer now, and Matteo Cairoli running third. Now this, in the sunshine now, is what's going on in GT, and a change of lead in the class because Molina has got ahead of Garcia here. Look, so the Ferrari has managed to get up to the Corvette, past the Corvette.
Now, is that just a mark that this is beginning to get into a phase of the race where a different tyre is going to make a difference? In terms of the lead gaps, Toyota lead that damaged Glickenhaus, the Olivier Pla car, by 37 seconds. But we've still got Richard Westbrook not past that car. Now, that was the car with less pace throughout the week.
Just going back to GTE Pro and looking at that battle, earlier on in the weekend, we had some Porsches in that class, didn't we? Where are they?
They've gone. I mean, it's at this stage, they've absolutely gone. And these two cars, by the way, the Ferrari and the Corvette. Let's have a listen to what's going on at Porsche with the 92 car with Kevin Estre.
Very difficult to judge with the wet tyres. Yeah, copy. You're doing a good job, mate. Just hang in there. That's all we need at this stage.
The reassuring tones of Adam Hardy to Kevin Estre, saying you're doing a good job, that's all we need at the moment. Keep out of strife, basically.
Yeah, basically, concerns being expressed about the wet tyres, I think, there. But Porsches have just fallen off the back of this like a stone. But the AF Corsa cars, they took a bit of a power cut with balance performance earlier in the week. Corvettes were given a weight break just yesterday ahead of the Le Mans 24 Hours. And they are at the moment the form cars, and they've been the ones without incident as well. And that's been the mark of this first half hour of the 2021, the Great Race.
This is Kevin Estre there, you see in the white Porsche. He's got to be very careful because he's on the back foot a little bit as the Ferraris ran wide, and that's allowed the black and orange Porsche to come past. But Estre's got to be super, super careful. He's battling with cars that are in a different category. He's off the back end of his category, and he needs just to make through and survive through this area and start to fight again. We talk about the Porsches have dropped off. We are only 30 minutes into a 24-hour race. There's a lot of stuff to go and a lot of good racing, but there's also going to be some struggles for everybody else. Now is a time for calm and taking a sharp intake of breath and holding it for a few seconds.
We've had our first sub-4-minute lap as well now by Mike Conway. He's done a 3:59.912 as the road dries a little bit and it becomes quicker, and he is nearly 40 seconds up the road against Olivier Pla in the damaged Glickenhaus, and Richard Westbrook, as Graham was making the point, still hasn't cleared him in that third place overall.
Information from Toyota, no bodywork damage on the Toyota. They've checked, and they've checked with photographs too. They say no bodywork damage to that car.
The bodywork we can see. The question for me is what's happened in the gearbox, because the hit on the wheel puts a shock through the drive shaft, which then naturally puts a shock into the gearbox.
Now this battle is third in LMP2 as one goes up the escape road in the background. That might have been Lapierre again, I think it was, wasn't it, who was up the escape road. But here you have got the fight for third in the class, which means Robert Kubis versus Nick de Vries. So ex-Formula 1 driver versus Formula 1 wannabe. Nick de Vries, very accomplished young gun, and he's about to make a move. Is he? The Dutchman tries to get alongside the pole as they head down the Mulsanne straight. But Robert Kubis has got the line, but Nick de Vries keeps on coming around the outside line, and he's going to do it, is he? Yes, fantastic.
Well, newly crowned world champion, Formula E, just last week. And Nick de Vries has been very much on form in LMP2 in this RS01 badged car for G-Drive Racing. Takes that position, moves up to third position.
That was a good move, wasn't it, around the outside there, in greasy conditions.
It was. He squeezed Kubica to the inside. I don't think Robert really fought it as if it was the last lap of the race, to be honest with you, but it was a nice little move, and now de Vries is on his way. With the gap up ahead, I'll be interested to see the pace of de Vries, because in reality, you can see the second place car there, which is the Panis Racing of Will Stevens, but up ahead of it is the actual race leader, which is 15 seconds up ahead, Antonio Felix da Costa.
We've had an absolute best in the first sector by Sebastian Buemi, so as he gets through the traffic and finds a clear bit of road occasionally, he's doing good sector times, and that is Felipe Albuquerque, who is still dropping down the order, and the GT field is just flooding past him.
That's Nico Jamin. That's the other two. That's the car that we didn't see what the problem was he had at the early part, but he's still rooted in amongst the GTM traffic and making his way back up slowly. So the 32 car currently just outside the top 40.
Yes, outside the top 40 is also the United Autosports cars of Nicolas Jamin, and he's struggling in there. This is the thing that really is amazing me, is the complete and utter drop-off of United Autosports at the start of this race. I'm not sure why, because we heard and understand the tyre strategy looks similar between all the cars, but he's struggling to get past GT AM cars where he should be miles away. And at the same time, Felipe Albuquerque, one of the fastest guys in the category, struggling down in 18th in the class.
I just wonder, when you've got one of these B2 cars that's dropped back in amongst the GT traffic, the lack of the less punch they've got this year is making that tougher. And when you've got these GT cars in numbers, as he clearly does, Nico German about to get by this batch, he's just not got the straight line punch to get clear in one single move.
No, you're right, but equally he shouldn't have dropped back into them in the first place. So that's part of the mystery, isn't it? As Sebastian Buemi could be on for the fastest lap of the race here. He's done 2 absolute bests. Let's have a look at what's been going on in GTE Pro here as Laurens Vanthoor tries to get up past Antonio Garcia, and that's a pretty decent move around the outside, and he makes it stick.
He does, gets the power down well coming out of the Dunlop chicane. Garcia does give him plenty of room, but now Garcia's on the wrong line, has to brake to try and get it stopped, and that allows Vanthoor to use the camber of the corner just to run around the outside and get the job done, and puts Vanthoor up into 3rd place.
Another move I hadn't seen, apologies if this has been noted, 3rd place overall for a P2 car now. The Jota 38, Antonio Felix da Costa is ahead of Richard Westbrook.
No, we hadn't spotted that, but you're quite right, and he's about to have a go for 2nd, isn't he? Because Felix da Costa is right on the back now of Olivier Pla, and he's going to go through because Pla, with that damage, has to give up the place.
Yeah, but just remember, we think that it was wet tyres on the Glickenhaus and it was intermediates on the LMP2s. As you rightly said there, David, earlier on, it is getting significantly drier, and it's probably just crossed into the point where the greasiness has gone and those inters are starting to really work. And you can see that now the Glickenhaus has dropped down, so it's Jota, an LMP2 car, that is in 2nd place overall as the 64 comes into the pit, so that's one of the Corvettes.
And number 30 is in already, and now Antonio Felix da Costa has done an absolute best of anybody in the 1st sector. So I was getting excited about Buemi. Mike Conway has the fastest lap, but now, Graham Goodwin, it is Antonio Felix da Costa in, if you call it a secondary class car, that's a little bit rude, but that has done an absolute best sector 1.
Absolutely, moves 2 in LMP2, the 26 and the 65 now getting stuck into each other. This is for 2nd place, and it's Racing coming off the back of their 1st ever win in the European Le Mans Series. Had held 2nd place, lost that now. Will Stevens drops behind Nick de Vries. 44 seconds, by the way, is the gap between Mike Conway and Antonio Felix da Costa. Also in pit lane, as you can see, the 91, the factory Porsche.
So from what we were anticipating in terms of GT cars being able to do 14 laps, I know that this is down to tyres and they're going on to slicks, but of course the team's strategy that they'd already planned has gone out of the window, hasn't it? Because this is coming at a much earlier stage.
Move for the lead here in GT Pro, 52 and 51 side by side. Miguel Molina led the race. It changes over, 51. James Gallardo takes the lead in GT Pro, moves up to 25th position in this race.
So that shuffles the order yet further within GTE, because we've seen Tommy Milner come in. So you've got Ferrari 1-2 up to 3rd in class, Laurens Vanthoor. There also in is the number 95 Aston Martin, and away goes the number 91 Porsche from the Manthey squad, the GT team. So Jimmy Bruni brought that one in. Away goes Maxime Martin after his spin. But now Ollie Gavin's slick seeming the way the GT cars need to be going.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, these certainly is drying quickly, and so you can see the Ferraris coming off this 2nd chicane here, and they'll be slipping and sliding and really burning up those rain tyres now. It is a dry line, and you know, we'll have to see whether this is good for them or whether they should have pitted the lap before. It's always a little bit of a gamble when the conditions are changing so quickly, and also with Le Mans being such a long lap, you can have so much of it wet as well as dry, and you've got to just try and pick something that really works for your car.
You've had time to watch what was going on in those few dramatic laps as we were trying to describe it. Thoughts?
Oh, it was very, very tricky conditions.
Yeah.
And you know, as a as an ex-driver, you're sitting here going, oh, glad I'm not out there trying to deal with that. I mean, it was tough.
In comes the Clickenhouse, the 709 car.
But Antonio Felix da Costa, fastest lap of the race, a 350.5 as against a 355 of Mike Conway. So Antonio Felix da Costa on the better tyres for the conditions is on a mission.
Fantastic stuff. That gap comes under 40 seconds. Will an LMP2 car lead Le Mans in the first hour? It looks as if that's possible, but Antonio Felix da Costa getting into the position at the moment where he's going to have to pit for fuel any time now.
Now, this is 709, granted. Don't forget when 708 makes its stop, it's going to have to serve that extra 10 seconds anyway for the penalty, so that's going to drop away a little bit, possibly back towards more of the LMP2 traffic. 91 has made a stop for slicks, we saw a moment ago, and this means that the car that was being brought in that first stint by Jimmy Bruni is back on track, and it's hard at work.
Yeah, he just slid slightly wide here at the S's. Or did he keep out of the gravel? I think he did. But it was just coming out of the pits, and it was cold tyres. Really cold tyres. And running through that water is not going to help his cause anymore. But by the time he got down to the second chicane there on Mulsanne, he was going up full speed, and he was just building that tyre temperature again.
And Bruni did stay behind the wheel, so Graham, even though we are having people making these stops, the team's keeping that driver in because he's got the track knowledge and the conditions knowledge.
Completely correct. And for the amount of drive, I'm unclear at the moment if we had 23 hours or just 45 minutes. It's just been incessant every single lap and every class, and seemingly every car has two more of our front runners in GTA Pro. The 52, the 79, both coming down pit lane now.
Quick look in GTE AM here. This is a replay. And are we about to have a Porsche harpooned by a flying prototype? No,
that's
Porsche just goes
car.
off. Yeah. Avoids the Marshall's teddy bears. The timing screen at the moment looks like Blackpool Illuminations. It's going blue, it's going purple, which means personal best in blue, absolute best in purple as the road dries out and people on the right tyres go quicker.
And the other thing we're seeing is just cars flying up and down the order. Yes, to do with pit stops are going through, but also to do with incident. We've got GTM cars coming down pit lane now in some numbers. The number 80 Iron Lynx car is on pit lane, and the TF Sport cars, I think it was the 95, is on pit lane. Let's have a listen in to the 29 car.
You can stop it in slick. The 21, the Dragon Speed, we go to slick. I think everybody go to slick, so we go to slick.
We just had, thinking LMP2, number 30, straight back into the pit lane. So an outlap only for number 30, which was Memo Rojas, so a problem, because it was a slow lap round to the pit lane.
As a driver in these conditions, when it's just this one sort of dry line, you are just looking to build that tyre temperature as quickly as you possibly can when you've got the slicks on, because the performance gain you're going to make on everyone else who is still out there running around on the wets is going to be
A Pla that gets up the inside, finds lots of rain, backs out of it. Lapierre suddenly is on the attack, and then Pla gets up the inside, boom.
It's just like, is this the first time the Clickenhouse has actually ever run in the rain?
No, they've tested. It looks as if Alpine claimed the corner. That forced the Tozer out wide. He then was not in his ideal line, had to turn in sharply. I just don't think Olivier Pla, one, was able to, or two, anticipated the sharpness of that approach to the turn. It was a strange move.
But then we had a number of other incidents with that car that locked up and it ran wide. So I think that they are maybe battling a little bit with their brake lines.
Let's just try and find out what's going on with United Auto Sports as you see 709 coming into the pit lane. Let's go to Louise Beckett with Phil Hanson.
Yeah, the 22 United Autosport will be coming in for a pit stop. Phil, we know that Felipe certainly hasn't been happy with the car in the sessions before, so what is going on with the 22?
We have been quite happy, actually. We've had a lot of pace in the dry, but we opted to go inters because we were expecting the start of the race to be on the safety car, but we were really surprised when we saw the conditions and the start going ahead. We're now boxing for slicks. It dries really quickly. We're in the pits now, actually. So we're... oh, no, that's not us. That's the other car. But yeah, we're going to be hopefully going a lot better now we go to slicks. We were struggling quite a lot on the inters where we were, and I think a lot of cars around us were on the wets. They had a bit more confidence.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Louise. So that in part explains some of the problems for United Autosports, and it's not just the tyres, I guess, it's also the setup of the car for those conditions.
Trouble here for the 92 car, runs very wide again, runs through the gravel, and at that point it's good news that it's wet.
We've got another penalty coming for number 74 now as well for causing a collision. So 74 is the James Winslow, John Corbett, Tom Clerk driven car for causing a collision with 72 of Maxime Martin.
Yeah, and that 74 car in the hands of Tom Clerk.
So it seems like it is a big challenge when you leave the pit lane on slick tyres and you come down to the S's after Dunlop and trying to get the car slowed up and through that series of corners before Tetra Rouge. A lot of guys are going off, and hopefully team managers will be reporting that back to their team cars and being warned to just take that extra little bit of caution as they're coming down through that first section of track. It is still damp there.
Yeah, the 8 Toyota has been into the pits and back out again. Seb Remy stays at the wheel of the car.
So Conway's not been in yet, has he?
No.
Nor has Nick de Vries, and despite his spins, nor has Nicolas Lapierre, or one spin or one trip up the escape road.
It's just set the fastest lap of the race. It's 3:49.192 as Nick de Vries is now in second place overall.
Antonio Felix da Costa stayed behind the wheel of 38 after its pit stop, so that's on an out lap right now. The pit lane getting very, very busy as people get rid of effectively what you might call the wrong tyre.
Absolutely. And dare I say it, the skies are getting darker.
Well, that's it. Now they're all going on to slicks. We need a bit more rain, don't we? Because that'll go down like a cup of cold sick in most race garages right now, as the number 7 Toyota continues to lead, and the margin is a slightly false one at the moment of 53 seconds.
And the mark of the fact that the cars are on the wrong tyres for conditions is we're seeing almost the entire GT field coming in way early on their predicted pit stop time, well within the first hour, and it would be over the first hour because we've had those safety car laps.
More rain possible in 15 minutes' time, as into the pit lane comes now the race leader. So Mike Conway is in at the end of 10 laps. The leader is in.
So he's seeing now that Tommy Milner has cycled to the top of the GTE Pro class. So that pit stop that he made, that call that they made to go to slicks early, has certainly paid off for them.
And it was a quick pit stop as well for the Corvette racing team. They beat the times for the AF Corsa cars by 10 seconds. So they've gained 10 seconds just on the stops. That's the well-drilled, we know, very well-drilled Corvette racing crew. It's decades being shouted at by Ollie Gavin that's made that difference.
Absolute best first sector from Ollie Webb for ARC Bratislava. So if you're in the right car with the right tyres, suddenly you can be looking like a star. Off come wets, on go slicks. Ollie, just to make the point, these are 2-part pit stops. Do the refuelling, then you can do anything else.
Absolutely, and so the guys are orchestrating. You know, they really are practicing these pit stops. They've spent hours and hours, days and days going through all of this. And it's impressive to see how orchestrated and well-drilled they are.
And for the tyres, it is 4 mechanics and 2 tyre guns under the regulation, isn't it, as well?
Yeah.
Right, so Nicolas Lapierre is currently the race leader, but he has yet to make his first pit stop. There it is. So for the home fans, big cheer for the Alpine. There was, before the start of the race, the tribute on the grid to the late Jean-Pierre Josso, who passed away in July, who was a winner of the race outright in 1978 for Alpine Renault with Didier Pironi. And right now it is an Alpine that leads the way.
For the first time since 1978.
Yes, indeed.
Which is pretty amazing. Absolutely amazing stuff.
There's a long way to go yet, though,
big
as
wobble.
there is a wobble 4708, which is the car that Olivier Pla is behind the wheel of, and it's been repaired, as you see.
Again, another car running wide, and the S is there. It's like they leave the pits. Oh, and he's had a big moment coming off of Mulsanne corner as well.
Did well to hold that.
Yeah.
And there, through the gravel, goes the number 18 Porsche.
That's the Absolute Racing, the Underdux car.
And Marco Seefried is behind the wheel of it, Graham.
Indeed.
Right, double waved yellow at Marshall's post 24. So that's now been removed, thankfully. Right, I was about to get concerned. It has gone. Panic not. Let's move to 91 for a moment. So Jimmy Bruni stayed behind the wheel of this car, and it is on to slicks. It's 5th in class, but he's catching right up onto the back here of Lawrence Van Thor, who in turn is on the back of James Collado. So this is 3rd, 4th and 5th in the class.
And it's important, actually, I feel, the car in these conditions. If you could double stint or even triple stint in these conditions, it's a big benefit to your team car, because you're going to be able to, you know what the conditions are, you know what's Jimmy riding on board with he's trying to get by Lawrence. It looks like the 91 car has got a nice little straight line speed advantage over the WeatherTech car.
Just to point out one other thing, in terms of restricting the potential damage later in the race for the Alpine team, they are going to pit after the Toyotas. That would not be the case in normal running, which indicates, yes, of course, this is forced into it by tyre choice, but in terms of the way this race plays out, at the moment, this is good news for Alpine.
It is, doesn't it? It brings them into the mix, very definitely, as you look at the Porsche battle, Laurens Vanthoor versus Jimmy Bruni. Because Vanthoor has to defend, he drops off the back of the Ferrari. There, number 7 then, Mike Conway getting himself back past the Glickenhaus, that he'd fallen behind briefly, but moved back ahead of 709 of Richard Westbrook now. But Sebastian Buemi is in the mix too now, because he's got himself up into...
That's the 8.
Sorry, it is the 8. That's the 5th place. That's what we've just been looking at. So 5th he is now. Well, from 41st at the end of the first racing lap, he's back in the game, and so into 5th place, Sebastian Buemi. So despite all the drama on the first proper racing lap, he's in the party now.
Fastest lap of the race overall goes to the car that is in 19th position. Ben Hanley in the Dragon Speed USA car, puts in a 3:44.182.
But Buemi's just gone purple in that first sector, so I mean it's just going to keep, tumbling. The times will keep tumbling as we go through this next sort of 20-30 minutes as the circuit fully dries.
So, first time you've sat watching this race for what's other than where you're not going to get in the car for 2 decades.
Yeah.
Would you like to be in this mayhem?
I mean, it has looked extremely challenging out there, and I've done some challenging Le Mans, but this was, it looks super slick, and this part of the track in particular is still very, very slippery, and you've got to have a lot of caution here. You don't want to lose any ground, but you also don't want to throw it off.
So Bruni is on the attack, isn't he, as he tries to get up through the traffic, but he has fallen off the back of Laurens Vanthoor for the moment, as you look down from the Rolex aerial camera here, looking down onto the circuit, which is getting drier and drier and drier, and there is an investigation still on car 20, but everything else from the start of the race has now come up as no further action, so that we are expecting a penalty to come for Dennis Anderson because of that car being up on the jacks at the 3-minute board, which it should not have been.
Leader in the pits.
Indeed, that's 12 laps done. 11, no, less than that racing laps, 10 racing laps. So Lapierre stays behind the wheel, and that's going to put Mike Conway back into the lead of the race. Antonio Felix da Costa for Jota ahead of Nick de Vries for G-Drive in LMP2. 22.3 seconds, the margin between those two cars right now.
So Buemi will be through to complete what looks like a potential to be the quickest lap of the race so far any time now, as Mike Conway betters his time in Sector 1.
We briefly had a fastest lap of the race by Marco Sorensen, and the next car through was Antonio Felix da Costa, who snatched it away. So Marco Sorensen's fastest lap lasted about as long as a politician's promise, and now it is Antonio Felix da Costa, 3:41.7 as the fastest lap of the race.
Drops that mark by almost 3 seconds. Here comes the number 8 car to complete fastest lap.
And Mike Conway an absolute best in Sector 1. New fastest lap, Sebastian Buemi, 3:35.
6 seconds quicker.
Yeah. And it will carry on, as Ollie makes the point. The road dries, they're just going to get faster and faster. A few raindrops are possible in the next 15 minutes, just to jolly things along.
So Buemi right on the tail here of Nick de Vries, and is about to take 3rd position overall in this race. At the moment, it's the 7 Toyota ahead of the 38 Jota and 26 G-Drive Racing LMP2s, but the looming shape of the first of 3 hypercars that are following behind. So Buemi with Nico Lapierre 3.5 seconds back from the Toyota, with Richard West 4 seconds back from that.
34 from the Inter-Europol competition squad in LMP2 you're looking at the moment, which hustles its way down through the that car right now. So Alex Brundle with Robin Freins right up behind in these two, currently 9th and 10th in class.
Well, we've got a yellow at MP5, so 25.
25, that would be the Pro-Am entry. G-Drive Racing, the second of the NRS, or the first numbered. It is Roberto Merri in the car.
And he's gone off at that spot. Possibly.
So he won't be feeling very merry about that, but he will hopefully get dug out of the gravel and rejoin, as the race currently works lap 13, lead gap 43 seconds. Car.
Yeah, it's likely it will go slow zone in that first section to retrieve Roberto.
number back in on an outlap. That was contact, Louise Beckett tells us from the pit lane. So there was an incident on track. That's why the car came back in. So it's delayed them. And so Rockhouse now is down in 20th in LMP2. Yellow flag on track.
That will be for Roberto Merri.
Yeah. As predicted. So we're about to nudge the end of the first hour, aren't we? Because we've had 58 minutes and counting. As you see the cars turning out of the right-hander of Mulsanne corner. Nicolas Lapierre on his outlap, back down into 5th place now, having briefly led the race in the Alpine. And across the timing line is about to go the race-leading Toyota. So Mike Conway getting on with the job, trying to build that gap. His last lap was a 3:38, but there was a lot of traffic around him, hence it was a fraction slower.
And Lapierre must be in traffic, not quite on the kind of pace we're seeing from the Toyotas at the moment. This works in terms of the hybrid drive, the four-wheel drive system on these Toyotas deploys at a higher speed in wet conditions. Now what are we watching here? And it's another car off the track.
It's out of GT Pro, and it's
which will be a yellow flag zone. It's a third place car.
Yeah. So James Collado now under a yellow flag. Shouldn't be doing that.
No, and that's he may well get a slap on the wrist for that and a telling off. And Eduardo would not be impressed.
So now into the slow zone comes number 7. So Mike Conway, as I say, leading by 41 seconds. Last time over the timing line. There's the green light, there's the green flag. So he's now back on the power and can accelerate away. But that is the scene in the slow zone as the G-Drive car is being extricated from the gravel trap. So Roberto Merri at the wheel of it, and that car hopefully isn't going to lose too much time.
Had just emerged from the pits on slicks for the first time. 3:32.280 is the latest offering for fastest lap of the race, and it's a spin in the pit entry for the 7:09.
There it is. So that is Richard Westbrook, who has dropped it, coming towards the end of a lap. And I don't know whether he was aiming for the pit lane or was just spun into it, but either way, the bespectacled Brit gets going and rejoins the racetrack. He's riding on board, but he's carrying back on over the timing line. So a spin for Richard Westbrook just as we get to the end of the first hour. And Graham, it's been a very lively first hour.
That's one word for it. I think if you had to sum up the incident through this first 60 minutes of track action, all of it under green flag racing, it's affected every class in depth, for good and for bad. And at the moment, remarkably, Ollie, we're not a million miles away from seeing at the front of this race, and you wouldn't have predicted that 10 minutes ago.
No, it's pretty amazing. And here we're just seeing a replay of Richard and what happened. He just came through that first part of the Ford chicane and he just lost it. I think there was a car going by as well.
Yeah, it looks like he had backed out of trying to go by that LMP2 car and then got across the gravel and water on the tyres.
But the other thing is, as you quite rightly say there, with the car ahead, if you watch it as it hit the curbs, there is standing water on those curbs.
The car did look quite nosy, as in it seemed like there was an awful lot of pressure on the front tyres, and every input that Richard put into the wheel was reacting with the rear of the car moving a lot. And so, yeah, the rear of the car just came around and Richard had just a little spin.
So the 5 hypercars still all running. Dramas for all of them, I think, with the exception of the lead car, the number 7 car, which leads by 44 seconds as the 25 car is recovered to some hard standing where it can rejoin the race in the hands of Roberto Merri. But they cover positions 1 through 14 at the moment, those 5 cars, with lots of LMP2 cars in the mix.
Nicely spread out.
Absolutely. The Jota Sport car of Antonio Felix da Costa, the 38 car, runs 2nd overall at the moment, with Nick de Vries in the 26 G-Drive Racing Aurus running in 4th position. So the top 3 hypercars have LMP2s between them. It's been an extraordinary start to this race.
It has been really quite bizarre, and rain does that. Let's have a little listen into the teams.
1 hour from now, 1 hour. Light rain expected.
Okay.
Well, light rain in an hour.
Yeah.
That's always good news then. So the top 5, it is hypercar, P2, hypercar, P2, hypercar. Remarkably still as well, the GT Pro cars are now all ahead again of the GTMs after we have dramas for at least 2 of the Porsches. with actually LMP2 cars recovering through that order as well. I don't recall a Le Mans 24 Hours in my memory with this level of drama in 55 minutes.
Yeah, you do. Almost every single race. It's always like the Formula Ford Festival reportage, and I say it every year. Is this a 24-minute race or is it a 24-hour race? And they do forget. And you know, the passion, Ollie, and the proximity of all the cars at the start means that accidents are more likely to happen in the first few laps than at any other time.
Yeah, and also with the conditions that we had, 61 cars, you know, record grid, you know, it's tricky conditions. We've seen it all week with many cars going off, and it just seemed that was ramped up to another whole level.
On the ometer, it was on 11, wasn't it?
Indeed, it was.
Finally, I think it was almost up to 13, I think. Just seen a change for the lead in Pro-Am. Again, if you haven't been watching World Endurance, oh, no, you're right, because actually the Pro-Am leader is a long way ahead. Changed for second in Pro-Am. Well, let's join Louise Beckett in the pit lane. She's there because it's not raining any longer. Duncan will go out later when it is raining. Let's hear from the 92 Porsche team. Louise with Neil Jarni.
Yeah, Neil Jarni, you've had lots of Le Mans experiences. This was crazy, wasn't it, for the start of this race?
It was a little too exciting on our side, but I think in general it was a very exciting start to watch, no?
The Porsches don't seem to like the rain from the looks of things in this first hour. Is that the case?
I think there were different kind of tires on. We went for full wet because we didn't expect the safety car to stay so long out. And I think some opted in front of us to go on the semi-wet, and that helped them in the end because the safety car stayed a little too long. Well, let's hope now with the slick we can catch up.
It's your first Le Mans in the GT Porsche, so did you prefer to watch it?
You know, it's in every category, it's tight, and I've had tight races here in LMP1. I know that in GT, you know, it gets even tighter because also with the GT AMs, it's not that easy to pass them, so it's a bit more bumper to bumper. I'm looking forward to my first stint.
All right, thank you.
I'm going to give you the short end of that. The answer that Neil was looking for was yes, I'm ready to be in the pits.
It's funny, isn't it? If he was in the 92 Porsche at the start, he'd be saying, don't go green now, don't go green now. I can't see a damn thing. From the pit lane, why is the safety car still out? Come on, have at it. You know, he was in full Alan McNish mode there, wasn't he?
Was that
no, this is a replay, isn't it, from the start?
Yeah, so that's the Hub Auto car, the pole sitter in the Pro class. And the 92 car going around the 91 car. I mean, it was very wet indeed. And Louise saying from the pit lane, spots of rain. It spotted for an hour before it properly started to rain. But looking out of our window, which Alan McNish needs to clean actually, there is still grey sky coming this way.
But it was contact from the 48 that sent the 72 round, which I don't think we'd seen before. This is still more drama. Another of the Porsches
unassisted
struggling.
Spin on the 92
yeah,
car on full wet.
Yes, and he just got the left front tyre up on that curb on the left of the first chicane, and that just rotated the car around. And it's tricky conditions, and it's so now we've got back to a far drier track. I think everybody's just getting themselves settled into a rhythm and just trying to run here and actually trying to get to do a full tank of fuel.
Yeah, and here's your top three in GTE Pro. The 64 Corvette still leading. Tommy Milner at the wheel. They took tyres, as everybody else did in the GT class, earlier than you would normally need to come in for a pit stop. So that sort of first stop shorter, that first stint shorter than anybody else would have anticipated. AF Corsa in second place, Miguel Molina. We chase him now in the WeatherTech Porsche. This is Lawrence Van Toor, who definitely looks like he's done a couple of rounds with Mike Tyson, doesn't he? Yeah.
We talked to him yesterday, actually. He's scheduled to do some 11 stints in the car over this race. So that's some 10 and a half, 11 hours he's due to be driving for. So it's going to be a tough one.
Showing the progression in the times coming down. Fastest lap of the race, well, 10 seconds ago, was a 3:32.066 from the race leader Mike Conway. It's now a 3:29.508. The first racing lap with team from a hypercar, under 3:30.
which is sort of the benchmark that the ACO hope that they won't go much faster than. Now, Sebastian Buemi, after that first incident in the number 8 car, when it stopped, restarted, and so on, was 1 minute and 28 behind.
Yes.
He is now 57 seconds behind, so they have made up half a minute of that minute and a half that they were behind. That's very, very good. Bearing in mind, he's chasing his sister car, which is identical in every way.
Absolutely. But even more particularly, he's about to take second place back because he's now under 4 seconds behind Antonio Felix da Costa, who when we got to that point where the LMP2 tyre was in its sweet spot, drove away from some of those hypercars. Now it's coming back into the sweet spot for the hypercars. Buemi is about to take second place back, and we will be remarkably back to a Toyota 1-2.
Yeah, it's something that the 8 car, you know, is going to carry the whole race. To that contact on that first corner, it's just going to be niggling away in that car's mind the whole time. Has some little bit of damage been done to the gearbox, drivetrain, something else just that's going to come back and bite them?
And of every team here, Toyota is the one that knows most of all just how late those things can appear. Last lap, possibly even. Team WRT in 4th place. That's the red, white and black car of Robert Kubica. And the Panis Racing engine with this sort of half-timbered effect. That pale yellowish is in fact a wood grain effect on the vinyl. I'm not sure. It's quite nice, but I'm still not quite sure. I'm not 100% sold. Anyway, but Panis Racing's Will Stevens right behind Kubica now. 2 ex-Grand Prix drivers from sort of different generations, if you like, really, aren't they? And a really entertaining battle. Joe to lead in LMP2. The G-Drive number 26 car is in 2nd. Racing Team Netherlands in 3rd, Geert van der Garde, and leading in Pro-Am. And this is our battle then for 4th place.
So we've had a change in pit lane. Duncan Vincent will be on duty for the next period of time. So it will rain.
Yeah, boy, won't we hear about it. Great looking little battle here. And Ollie, we were talking a little bit beforehand, before the race started, about Corvette and their travails with getting heat into the tyres. And I just actually messaged the team and said, look, were there problems with tyre temperatures at the start of the race when it was wet? Because, of course, when you're behind the safety car, any heat that was in the tyre in the oven, by the time you're two corners in, never mind 2 laps in, that's gone.
Absolutely.
And they said, yes, actually, that was a little bit of an issue.
Yes, it was.
So,
and it's been really the story of the weekend so far, with many cars in many classes. You can see drivers having problems and issues going off the track and having just, you know, really unusual spins and accidents. And it's so much related to tyre temperature and so much related to just getting everything switched on and everything going and keeping it in that optimum operating window.
Battle for 2nd place, hypercar chasing LMP2. That's Antonio Felix da Costa in the green Jota Sport car, with Sebastian Buemi looming larger and larger in the mirrors. And the battle is slightly uneven because Buemi, with that hyperdrive, with that front-wheel drive, the extra hybrid drive that the car has, will be able to get off corners a little bit quicker. Not the slow hairpins, but the mid-speed corners, he'll be able to use that extra power to help him get closer.
If I remember rightly, 120 kilometres an hour in the dry, 150 kilometres an hour, I believe, in wet conditions.
And we're seeing it right now.
We are indeed. Now he's got the thing wound up, and I don't think there's going to be any defence from this. And this is the performance difference in the real world. And
it's not much of a performance difference, is it? He has to work hard to get by the LMP2 car. And this was a part of the story beforehand. If the hypercars lose a couple of laps, do they ever have enough speed to get them back if there's not trouble for the LMP2 cars?
Well, you've just seen it. That has taken an hour and 10 minutes for him to catch back up to 2nd place, and he's still 56 seconds off the lead, and that's against a healthy P2 car. You've just seen in the real world what the issue is going to be for an anything but solidly reliable hypercar.
And the problem is, if you're looking at hypercar, they've only got 5 bullets in their gun. How many LMP2 entries have we got?
125. It's in the 20s.
I mean, pure weight of numbers.
Absolutely.
They're proper in Rorke's drift territory. You know, it's going to be, if they can make it to the checkered flag in 22 3/4 hours. And there's a change. Will Stevens goes by Robert Kubica. So change for 4th place. The Panis Racing car up to 4th. Team WRT down to 5th. Alex Lynn in 6th place in the 23 United Autosport car. And we just missed there the change for 4th place overall. The Alpine going by Nick de Vries in the 2nd placed LMP2 G-Drive car. Back on board with the WeatherTech Porsche as our top 3 in GTE Pro continue to sort of move away. The Porsche being dropped by the Ferrari as the Ferrari reels in Tommy Milner. Miguel Molina is just close out, and this is relentless, isn't it? And this is the GTE battle. It's like being an Olympic athlete. It's incremental, tiny incremental gains, and that's what you have to work at.
Yeah, and it's all the time. You are trying to execute that perfect line, all the time working on building that perfect lap and not giving an inch, because you know that if you do, your competition's going to be right on you, and you just can't ever let up on the pressure. And that's what GTE Pro has been amazing with for many, many years.
And we've talked about it since the chicanes were added to the Mulsanne Straight, it stops being an endurance race and more of a sprint race. But right now, especially in GTE Pro, it is qualifying laps every single lap. If you leave anything on the table, you're not going to win the race.
And it's always, everybody's pushing so hard, and they're trying to maximise all the resources that you have, you know, whether that's the tyres or how far you can go on a tank of fuel. You know, are you saving fuel? And if you are saving fuel, how much performance do you drop off on that? You know, trying to do it in a way. We're all coached as drivers in the best possible way to save the fuel, but keep the speed up. You know, thinking about how you're using your brakes, so you're only going to need to do 1 brake change. You know, all of these things, and how you manage your tyres. And again, it's all about those resources that you have as a driver and using them correctly and in the right way to get your car as far down the road and as far in front of all the competition as possible.
While doing qualifying laps.
Yes.
You know, and it's just, there's no let up from patting your stomach and patting your head or rubbing your stomach, whatever. I mean, you have to be doing all of it, all the time.
Yeah, and you're being coached somewhat by the engineers. There's Brian Hoy there, my old crew chief, who's just talking to one of the mechanics, and they'll be talking. Brian is there the whole race, helping to spot for the number 64 car. So he'll be keeping Tommy informed. Not that he really needs to, you know, where Molina is. You know, because he's
right there.
He is right there. So, but he'll be
car behind you is for position.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
But he'll also be giving the splits and what traffic is coming, you know, and how far back that next P car is, and when he's likely to catch you.
And of course, I'm being facetious here about the radio message.
Never.
But in 12 hours from now, when they're separated by darkness, half a lap and 30 cars in between them, you still need to know that he's catching you very slightly, and you need to find a little bit more. It's when they're in visual contact, that's the easy bit, because you know where he is. Yep. It's when you're half a lap apart or half a stint apart or a tyre change apart or something, and you're on old tyres and they're on new and they're catching you. You know, that's when the spotter is so key, because he's telling you, don't panic, save the tyres, save the fuel. He's got fresh tyres, you'll have fresh tyres next time, don't worry.
Yeah, it's all those bits of information. It's managing, you know, the driver, his expectations, his confidence level. You know, what is expected from the driver in that stint, or number of stints, and making sure that he is, like I say, getting the most from the car all the time, but not using things up.
And that's going to be an interesting element, and Graham, we'll talk about that later as we get towards the evening. The temperatures are not high. Normally, August in the centre of France, it should be peeling the tarmac. It should be so hot, but it's not. And that means the window for using the softer nighttime rubber is going to be bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yep.
And so all of the presupposed strategies, well, they've already gone out the window, because the weather's not what everybody thought it would be. Last week was Scorchio. Next week apparently will be Scorchio as well. So obviously we've chosen the wrong week naturally, but that is all going to play a big part of it as well. Whether the car and the driver especially can do stints long enough to use the tyre to its full life. You know, if you can do a triple, can you do a triple?
I'm going to disagree with you profoundly. I think we've chosen exactly the right week. This is absolutely awesome.
There's never a wrong week to come to Le Mans. No, I absolutely agree.
Anybody watching this will be completely gripped by what the next drama is going to be. Yeah. And, you know, we have had drama and incident and strategy and choice, because weather brings choice. and a bit of bravery into the mix, and it's been a stellar first hour and 20 minutes.
Many twists and turns, and we're having another one here with a 39 car.
Just a little moment there, but he got away with that.
Yeah, he got in pretty deep there into the second chicane there on Mulsanne and managed to save it.
That's a car that was in early trouble, the 39, the Graf car, the So24 Dyrob car, Arnaud Robin aboard that car, still outside the top 40, so has not recovered well from their early issues. In terms of the gap for the leaders, it's just around 56 seconds, not far short of the length of a pit stop is what we've got in terms of that lead at the moment.
They're still doing purple sectors. Both the Conway car and the BUME are doing purple sectors. So,
well, they will see their major competition here at this point as being that Alpine, and Nico Lapierre is catching Antonio Felix da Costa to get back up into third place. That gap, by the way, 17.5 seconds, with the difference in lap times at the moment about 3 seconds. So on that, 5 laps he's there.
Molina isn't hanging about, is he? He is really taking the whip to the prancing horse. He's really pushing it through the chicane. And Graham, when we think about Toyota as we watch this little battle, we learn something for the first time about the mindset within Toyota Gazoo Racing. If a car is behind its rival and says, yeah, we're faster, they will tell the other car to go by. But then, if the we're faster car doesn't escape, okay, swap positions back. Yeah, we give you a chance to prove it. If you're not actually faster, you're just having a whinge on the radio. Right, son, back in your box.
So I think Molina here's got a really good run on Tommy coming off of that second chicane. Molina's just giving it a bit of a flash. And he knows he's there, and Tommy's just being smart.
And the whole psychology there is just to try and distract the driver in front by and it only needs to be a fraction. If you're a couple of hundredths of a second later on the brakes, then you overshoot the corner and he's through.
Yeah, that is the general game that's being played there. Molina has got it right in his sights, and is Tommy going to be able to hold him off? And I think it seems like the Corvette has got a little bit of a straight line speed. It's got pretty good straight line speed. It's just enough, isn't it?
Here comes a chance for Molina, because hoving up in the background is the race leader. And that's often, traffic. Often it's not slow traffic, it's fast traffic that comes in and takes the line away.
Exactly.
That can, we saw it, year after year.
And this is exactly what Brian will be doing now with Tommy. He'll be telling him that the 8 car is coming, and Tommy will be happy because the 8 car is going to go by now on a straight. It's maybe a little bit of aero wash as they come into the first part of the Porsche curves, but it shouldn't disturb him too much.
Yeah. And that was it was a good place, actually. It wasn't leader, it's the second place car, Buemi. Good place for the number 8 Toyota to get by out of Arnage rather than being held up through Indianapolis, so he didn't lose time. But also, as you say, for Tommy Milner in the silver Corvette, a great place to be passed because it didn't hold him up either.
Exactly, and the Porsche curves are important. Yeah. It's aero, it's a lot of downforce, and a car in front like the Toyota is going to grab a lot of air away from you.
Number 30 Duquesne car making its 3rd visit to the pits now, and that car came in, went out, came back in again, and it's come in for a 3rd time. That car, that's going to be the Chamberlain Engineering car of the weekend, isn't it? Where the team just can't make it stay away. Right down there is Duncan Vincent. Duncan, this was unexpected.
Yeah, mass panic going on there. The driver, sorry, accelerates out there, Martin. The driver come in, nobody was ready for that, and then the driver started, you could see him gesticulating inside the car, pointing towards the garage, effectively shouting towards the engineer, but he's been waved back out.
Well, so it wasn't tyres, it wasn't fuel, it wasn't for a driver change. They didn't fix anything. Has he come in to wave to them to say that he's got no radio or no dash or something? It seems ridiculous that the driver brings the car into the pits and then they just say, no, clear off.
Yeah.
Well, he's an experienced driver. He's a double ELMS champion, remember, Rojas. Is this the move?
Yeah, this looks like it's moved. I've just been watching Tommy the last few corners, and he is using a little bit more road. The car is just not so settled. I mean, wheel-to-wheel action here. This is fantastic. Trying to get the side draft, Molina is. He's trying to suck the air off of Tommy's car, create that little bit of extra drag. And this is going all the way down here, all the way down to the first chicane.
And right behind in the WeatherTech Porsche, almost metaphorically rubbing his hands, is Lawrence Vanthoor going, go on, hit him, go on, hit him.
Well, he'll just be sitting there double toe, thinking, and then he'll just be sucked right up onto the back of Tommy.
And hasn't it, though? Because remember, a couple of laps back, you know, he was a long way back. Yeah, Molina is metaphorically punching the air as well, I think. And suddenly the WeatherTech car's right there.
Yeah, so with Tommy, the way that the attitude of the car had been over the previous few corners, just looked like he was using a bit more rubber on the tyre, and the tyre was maybe slightly overheated. And that's what gave Molina the opportunity. And it's the Ferrari's just looked just that little bit more settled on its tyre right now. Well, maybe he's just going to stretch it away, but we'll see. Long way to go.
Yeah, absolutely. ALC Bratislava in the pits now. Ollie Webb has brought the number 44 car in, and there has been a report to the stewards of 72 cars. Continued abuse of track limits. That car currently 22 seconds back at the tail of the GTE Pro field, and that is our pole sitter, isn't it, in GTE Pro, the Hub Auto car, Maxime Martin. He knows his way around, he knows how to drive, he knows what track limits are. I sense that car has issues from that first lap.
But he's got to be pushing to get back onto the tail of the GTE Pros. Fastest lap of the race so far is a 3:29.508. Last time around, that same car with the same driver, a 3:29.509, 1,000ths of a second outside the fastest lap of the race that he'd set himself, but he's on 2 purple sectors at the moment and trying to put the team car under pressure, trying to draw out an advantage of the cars they're chasing.
Duncan, what's the news at Duquesne?
Yes, I'm standing here. They're going to do a driver change, Martin, but they're also walking around the garage with a spare steering wheel, and there appears to be a fault somewhere. That could be electrical. We don't know. It could be a dial on the steering wheel that's not working. They have a spare Cosworth dash on that steering wheel, ready to do a change, and it will be within 2 laps because they still have 2 laps worth of fuel left.
So good news for Duquesne. You know, when a driver comes in for something, it's usually something fairly major, and if there's no flames, then usually it's some kind of electronic issue in the cockpit where he's got no information about something fairly fundamental.
And when he appears in the box unannounced, that's usually...
Well, unannounced normally means no radio to me. So I think, you know, they've got a steering wheel ready because he's like waving and then leaves. You know, if he's not on the radio I mean, presumably they're on the radio to him now because he's been in and woken them up. But yeah, normally you'd be saying, I'm coming in, box this lap. Graham Goodwin pointing to the screen as it lights up again. Another fastest race lap for Sebastian Buemi. Gap down to 51 seconds, so he's taken another 5 seconds out of the number 7 Toyota that leads.
And there will be a drive-through penalty for car 20. Dennis Anderson was at the wheel of that car and powerless because the team had left him on the jacks at the 3-minute board. So that is being published with a drive-through penalty. I think it's fair. You have to have a penalty for that, and I think it's fair too. It wasn't the driver's fault.
No, it was a really unusual thing to see.
I wonder if the team member whose responsibility it was had been tasked to do something else at the last minute, and it just wasn't sorted. Lack of communication.
Yeah, it's surprising. I mean, they've had a rather fraught,
horrendous week.
I spoke to Marco Sorensen earlier on, and he was just saying it's been, you know, a bit of a journey with the team, and just been lots of little issues, and it seems like the track and the car have been different almost every time he's got into it, but sometimes they were fast and sometimes they weren't. But here we've got the number 23 Alexander Lynn coming in for a stop.
So United having a pretty tough time, aren't they? They can't find the pace either with these cars or with their LMP3 cars in the Road to Le Mans races. They have a really tough time. So are we starting to see the first full race round of stops? There's the 34 into Europol car. Also in is Risi Competition. Also in is Dragon Speed and PR1 Matheson. So little clump of cars that were sort of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in category are all in together. Off goes Alex.
Right, so, now Lawrence Vanthoor is on the tail of Tommy Milner. Lawrence just bumped it up the curb there as he came off the second chicane. Don't want to be doing that. Putting a nice big stripe down the floor. And again, it's those sort of little things that can add up over time. And Lawrence has lost some ground to Tommy. Coming down into his brake zone at Mulsanne Corner. You're just really trying to sight your brake point. try and keep off that curb on the inside and the right there, and then use a little bit of the extra road. Don't touch that curb on the right, but there's massive grip right at the apex.
Pit entry of the number 30 car. The last stop is under investigation. That is that car came in, that mystery stop, no radio from Emma Rojas, confirmed by Duncan in the pits.
Yeah, that's normally the only way you're going to catch them out, is by, you know, because now when the car goes by, if he's waving and like trying to, you can't see. The drivers can barely see out the side window, and you can barely see it. And of course, he's on the wrong side from the pit wall. The other United car has come into the pits as well. So there's you know, no chance they're going to be able to see a hand gesticulation.
The question is, has he got no radio, or has he got intermittent radio, and did he pit because he thought he got a late call?
No radio.
Well,
no radio.
At least he can't talk to them, which is why they didn't know he was coming. Now, he may hear them and be going, yeah, got that. Can you hear me? So, yeah.
As Ollie's just confirmed, Duncan confirmed, it is no radio, so the pit entry under investigation can only really be either crossing the white line or pit lane speed.
Yep.
And if they're changing the steering wheel as well, it may have a major electrical issue and have no speed limiter.
Exactly. And so
and then you're trying to guess on the RPM.
Is this the Inception car we're seeing here?
That's just a nice hypermotion shot. Race leader is in from LMP2. First full race stop for Jota Sport and Antonio Felix da Costa.
Another fastest lap of the race to Sebastian Buemi, who's got the hammer right down now to a 3:27.966. A warning flag to Richard Westbrook for abusing track limits in the 7:09. Glickenhaus 9th and 10th. And as you just spotted, Ollie,
the rain lights are allowed to be switched off, which is actually, for a driver, that is something that you love when those rain lights get turned off, because they flash and they're so bright.
They burn your retina.
Yeah, and they're great for illuminating the back of the car in heavy spray. But when it's anything else, and particularly at night, they're brutal.
You know what that also means? It means it's going to rain in the next 20 minutes.
Yes.
So there is our race leader at LMP2. The Duquesne car is in behind. That's not going to be a quick stop. I do feel that Duquesne number 30 car is going to be a bit of the problem child, really, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
And from now on, you know, whatever their driver lineup, whatever their team, whatever their hopes and aspirations were before, just getting the damn thing to 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon is going to be all they care about.
Absolutely.
Lots of wavy arrows here at WRT, and they're expecting both cars. Now, normally you would try and stagger them at the first stop.
Yes.
So that the car that's behind maybe would come in a lap earlier than the car that is ahead if you have 2 cars. But because, I mean, everything is so tight, there is which Toyota's in the pits? Oh, that's the WRT car. Neither Toyota in the pits. So the Toyota Gazoo Racing Z10s are leading from the Alpine. It's Hypercar 1, 2, 3. Then LMP2, number 26, Jota Sport car has number 26, G-Drive car rather now has taken the lead as Jota's. Antonio Felix da Costa has pitted. In the GTE Pro class, Ferrari lead from the battle between Corvette and the WeatherTech Porsche. Tommy Milner inches ahead of Lawrence Van Toor as they crossed the line the last time. And in GTE AM, 35th overall is the leader, Niklas Nielsen, in the 83 AF Corsa car. Second, Dempsey Proton's Julian Andlau, who's already had 1 win today in Road to Le Mans. And Giancarlo Fisichella lies in 3rd place in the 54 AF Corsa car. So all the money we had on him being the first one into the barriers has yet to find itself completely back from the bookies. And the final running car, our 61st running car, Paolo Roberti in Iron Lynx's number 60 car. He has a page of the timing screen all to himself.
Yes.
Because of the way they're divided up nicely into 10s. There he goes. Ka-ching! That's Paolo Roberti, the last running car. So we are an hour and a half in, and Graham Goodwin goes off for a well-earned cup of tea, joined by Darren Turner. Darren, crazy start to the race, and one that I imagine you're relatively happy that you were standing watching rather than trying to navigate your way through.
It's a bit like what Ollie was saying earlier. Exactly, it's better to be on this side and watching the craziness of that first. It was a good 40 minutes into the race, wasn't it, where things were still really trying to settle down, and enjoyable to watch and exciting to watch, but definitely pleased I was sat here with you guys watching the really tricky conditions. Horrible to take a start for a 24-hour race when it's those sort of conditions.
It's the sort of conditions that give team managers and team owners absolute heartburn. It is just horrible sitting there watching your cars battling and just looking and seeing, oh, it just run wide, and you can see it twitching, and then it's moving, and then, oh, I've lost sight of it. And it's just a horrible, horrible period.
But for the two of you, if you don't start, and Ollie, this doesn't apply to you obviously because you did start almost every race that you raced here, but if you're not the starting driver, or you're not the driver in the car, if you're watching it, wherever during the race, when conditions are that touch and go, you feel as powerless as the team bosses, right? Because it's just out of your hands. There's only one person who's got any hope of controlling the destiny of the car, and that's the guy behind the wheel.
And sometimes they don't have any
control
either. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
it now looks like Lawrence is lining Tommy up, has come down into the S's here and out of there and into Tetra Rouge. Is he going to look to line him up as it comes off of Tetra Rouge? Yeah, Tommy does seem like the tyres have gone away a little bit on the C8R.
I'm super impressed with the lap times already.
Yeah,
considering
really
the downpour we had and how green the circuit must be, and the racing line isn't completely there all the way around.
Mike Conway's just set his fastest race lap in the lead. Just saw him going through Indianapolis-Narnage, a 3:29.6. And has just opened up another couple of seconds over Sebastian Buemi, who did a 3:31 that lap. And again, those gaps, you try not to panic. If you know you're going quickly, if you know you're using all the car's got, sometimes you're going to lose in traffic. More often than not, you're going to lose in traffic. And so you don't worry if it goes up a bit, down a bit. It's the constant progress.
7 car into the pits.
So here we go. Just saw a quick stat for the 31 WRT car as well, setting its fastest lap. But the race leader is in the pits. Mike Conway at the end of a second stint.
So that's two 11 laps for these guys, or 23 actually. So yeah, he's done a 12 lap, must have been a 12 lap stint on that run.
The first one was an 11 lap one, and that was slightly shorter than they would have done because of course the first 2 racing laps were behind the safety car, so a bit more fuel conserved. But that was tyre driven rather than fuel driven.
Yeah.
This then should be their normal duration. So as you say, it's a 12 lap stint, and that's what we're expecting the hypercars to do. It's what we're expecting the Toyotas to do. We're expecting the Alpine to do 11 lap stints. However, it has done the same number, hasn't it? So it will be lap at the end of its 23rd lap as it comes in. Number 8 is in from second place. Number 7 leaves, and when he was facing backwards at the first corner, I don't think Sebastian Buemi thought by the time we get an hour and a half in, I'll see my teammate.
Yeah, and even on that lap, he had to pull over and stop and do something. Was that to maybe cycle the power, reset something? Who knows? But yeah, it's been an impressive recovery from Buemi, and he's staying on board, I believe, for another stint. And again, it's maybe this is all part of the strategy that Toyota have to be able to just keep its drivers in just while the conditions just fully stabilise.
And of course, don't forget, although this is now a 3rd stint for the driver, it's only the 2nd stint for the tyre, and that's probably why the driver is staying in, because the first one was on wets. So this is a slick. Ooh, drop of water on that camera lens. Told you, red lights off, sky's open. So that's why the drivers are staying in for what is normally a 3rd stint, which they normally would not do. So the Alpine has not stopped. The Alpine has gone through.
Oh. And so we're just flashing up on the timing screens here, the number 72 car, the Hub Auto Porsche, is going to get a drive-through penalty for constant abuse of the track limits.
And again, Ollie, I told you this because you'd never seen it. In that car, the driver information, the safety screen, Eduardo will have sent them a message, track limits T11, track limits T4, wherever it is, and black and white flag signs, and final warning will have come up on the thing as well. So it's not that he's not aware, it's just he can't keep the thing on the island.
It's really surprising. Maxime is a very experienced driver, he's very quick. And I'm surprised that they've got this problem, but it might be that the car is particularly difficult to drive in these conditions, and it's he's just being forced to use that little bit of extra rope, which is being pinged for.
See, the other thing is he's trying to carve his way through the GTE AM field, and those cars are the same spec.
Yep.
And they have sort of less limited tyre allocation as well. And that's another part of the GTE battle for the pros. Often you're up against a well-driven AM class car with a good pro driver in it, because it's a pro-am category, and he'll have fresher tyres than you.
Yep.
He might have 1 stint or 2 stint fresher tyres than you, and that makes getting by an quote, an AM car
And this could
really
be
tough.
a lot of Maxine's frustration, is that he's trying to get past them, get onto the back of the pro category, catch up to Kevin Estra, who's had a bit of a checkered race as well, but Kevin's just put in his fastest first sector and see if he can build some momentum here. But he's had a troubled race so far, Kevin has, with a spin and then another run through the gravel, and yeah, it's
I wonder if
eventful
with Maxime, if they haven't got the radio working, he may be completely unaware.
That's a good point.
No, because on the screen it will tell you.
I'm not sure it will.
It does.
Does it? That's new technology then.
Well,
no,
neither of you have had it. It's been there the whole time.
Yeah.
Something,
so you can't get away with anything. I was trying to give Maxime a get-out clause there and say the radio may be at fault, but obviously he's got no
or maybe the
excuse.
screen's not working. That's a possibility.
That is a possibility.
The screen is not working.
However, that will need to be fixed, because that is absolutely a safety item, even more importantly than lights and things like that, because it relays all the flag signals and all the messages from race control. So if that doesn't work,
I'm sure that there is a system to check that it is working.
Well, because it sends back a message to race control every time a message is sent, whether it's a flag signal or whatever, it sends a message back going, got it, got it, got it. In comes the 36 Alpine. Number 7, by the way, had a left rear tyre change because of a puncture warning light on the car. So it's had a 1 tyre change. So that'll be a force majeure tyre.
That's quite a tricky thing for a driver, to go out on just 1 fresh tyre when you've been running all of the others for what, I don't know, 12 laps.
Yeah, yeah.
That can really screw with the balance a little.
It normally does, doesn't it? I mean, even if you have a left side or a right side or something like that, you generally, the balance is going to completely go. But to have 1 individual tyre, and if it's new going on the car, then it generally makes it a bit more difficult for the guys just to find that ultimate performance from the car.
Number 8 Toyota comes back across the line and ping, back up into 2nd place ahead of the stationary Alpine. Nico Lapierre at the wheel of the 36 car in the pits.
Just watching the 36 car come into the pit lane, he was super aggressive over the curbs. And I was surprised with how much curb he took.
Yep, Nico Lapierre, a winner in the 36 in the LMP2 category last time out for Senior Tech, and that car was in the Alpine demonstration earlier today, along with Fernando Alonso driving an Alpine liveried Formula 1 car. Not actually a current Alpine car, because they're not allowed to do that. Mike Conway, Sebastian Buemi, 1-2 for Toyota Gazoo Racing, and Nico Lapierre rejoins in 3rd place. 3rd place in GT Pro comes into the pits. Tommy Milner is the first of the Pro cars to pit, so that's a lap earlier than the others. And I wonder whether, again,
the 91 tyre as well.
Comes in. Okay, so that's Jimmy Bruni in from 5th position.
Tommy was the first of the GTE Pro to stop, to put slicks on, so that would explain the cycle through.
And so will they have run, no, that won't be a full tank of fuel, will it? By now? Maybe so. On board with Lapierre, just trying to find radio 2. Oh, that's the, is that the looks like the cigarette? What do you call ashtray? A little flip-up thing there. He lifted up. Not sure what that was. On the right-hand side, you can see the little reflection of the driver safety screen. So there's one in the cockpit every single car in the race, and it is a highly sophisticated signalling system. Race control can send messages to every car. Or
it is
to
super useful for the drivers, you know, to be able to see that information come up. Certainly for when it gets to sort of slow zones and next slow and all those sorts of things, yellow flags.
It's very interesting, Antonio Felix da Costa in the starting drivers briefing, because the starting driver from each class goes for a briefing with Eduardo, was asking, he said, there was in free practice, when we went from next slow to slow, it momentarily went green. Okay, right, we'll have a look at that.
Yeah.
And again, they can look back, they can trawl back in the data. Whoa, whoops, 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 whoops. The graph car goes off just a little wide into the first chicane. No damage done.
It's a good battle here between Ben Hanley and Alex Brundle.
Is his dad here? Yes, he is. It's a traditional question. There's Alex Brundle. Is his dad here? Yes, he is. And Mum Liz is here as well. They were in the COVID queue behind us to get into the circuit. Ben Hanley, as you say, 10th place. Alex, 11th overall for Inter-Europol competition. And again, here is a team that started out racing in V2V, a sort of regional sports car racing series, graduated through LMP3 in Michelin Le Mans Cup, through LMP3 in ELMS, LMP2 in ELMS, and now this year, LMP2 in World Endurance Championship. So there is proof that if you bait the hook with the chance to come and race at Le Mans, people go, right, we're doing that, we're doing that. It's a small Polish team which has sort of grown like Topsy, but boy, they don't lack ambition. You know,
yes.
3 years ago they made their debut in Michelin Le Mans Cup, and here they are racing in the World Endurance Championship.
It's fantastic to see, and they've got an absolute star in Alex Brundle, so it's great to see him having another opportunity here at Le Mans, showing off his talents.
Not too far behind is the next little battle. And where are we on track here? This is Real Team's Norman Nato, the car with the blue nose and the black fenders, right ahead of the red Risi Competizione car of Ollie Jarvis. Again, all these cars are Orica chassis. Must be one of the most successful sports cars ever built, probably, in terms of number and successes. Expecting driver changes as well. WeatherTech's Earl Bamber standing by to take over from Lawrence Van Tor.
Yep. You can imagine the drivers that took the start of this race are actually relieved to be getting close to the point where they can get out and just relax after all the stress of that first 40 minutes or so.
Just take a breath.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Miguel Molina into the pit lane, and out of second place, James Collado has the lead in Pro. And out of third into the pit lane comes Lawrence Van Tor. Meanwhile, behind the 33 Aston Martin, which is currently in fourth place in GTE AM, driven by Felipe Fraga, Norman Nato with how many centimetres do you think of an advantage over Ollie Jarvis? We have maybe 5 or 6, and not getting off the corner as well as Jarvis. Ollie's going the long, brave way round.
He's definitely got the inside line now for Porsche curves.
Got to get there first, though. He's got to go through a couple of left-handers first. Then he sneaks in front. Norman Nato, I think, not fighting that early. Maybe if that was the last hour, you'd be giving him a lot more jib.
was held up coming into Arnage by the TF Sport Aston Martin, and so that he was flashing. He was trying to get by, but he got bolt. And then Ollie just got a great run off Arnage and just carried it all the way through up into Porsche.
And that's part of how you use traffic, Darren, right? If you can see that the car in front is going to have a problem, you give yourself a bit of breathing space and then come in off a long run-up and away you go.
Well, actually, on the run-up to Arnage, you can see that Fraga was defending. And you'd think, why are you defending to an LMP? But he knows it's going to be the cause of losing a few seconds. So he was determined not to let that happen, so make sure that the LMP was the one that lost out, not himself. So ultimately that gave Ollie the run on him on the way down to the Porsche curves.
And Fraga actually was on an in-lap. Here's 83. This is our GT AM class leading Ferrari, or was as it came in. Nick Nielsen in the 83 car, Giancarlo Fisichella second for AF Corsa in 54, Felipe Fraga third for TF Sport in that Aston, and fourth place Kessel Racing's Mikkel Jensen in the 57 Ferrari, as well as fifth place Ben Barker for GR Racing, all in the pits together. So I'm sensing this is a full-on AM pit stop central. They're all coming in now, and so basically as they were on track, so they come. Fresh slicks ready to go on the 83 car.
You can see the guys there primed, ready to go, just waiting for the fuel hose to be pulled off, and they can run around there with the tyre.
GR Racing driver change. Who was in the car, did I say? Ben Barker. So, with my team manager's hat on, Ben started in the rain. Okay, well, we're hearing it's Tom Gamble going in, but I would be thinking, right, get Mike Wainwright in, middle of the afternoon, conditions are decent, it's not necessarily going to rain, we're not warned about any rain coming. get him in and start getting, because the AM driver, the lowest rated driver, has a minimum drive time that he must complete in the car. And if you don't start putting him in daylight in the rain, or in the dry rather, you may end up having to put him in darkness in the rain, and that's less to be desired.
Well, absolutely, and that's where, again, you're looking at trying to manage what you've got to do in the race. And the team manager will be sitting there thinking about, okay, we've got to get these drivers through the car to make sure that we complete all of the time, all of the drive time, and we've got to do it at the point where we're going to lose the least.
Lose least. That's exactly the two words I was looking right at and joining in with. Alex Brundle being reeled in by Ollie Jarvis. Norman Nato still behind there, but Jarvis is on a real charge, isn't he? Just got by Nato a lap ago. Now he's hoved up behind Alex Brundle. It is Mike Wainwright who's got into the GR racing car.
I think Ollie was almost past Alex going into the first chicane, and then they've been just nip and tuck all the way through the rest of the lap, and they're now coming down into Indianapolis. Watching the AM battle here in GT.
Yeah. That's the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, the red car behind the car guys, and there's the 80 car, the Iron Lynx car, Matteo Cressoni, yet to stop in this sequence, so Cressoni owes us a pit stop.
But you're absolutely right about strategy right now. If you did fire in the AM driver, it's a perfect time. The track's nearly back to being completely perfect, and get a couple of hours under your belt before darkness falls.
This is unusual as well, isn't it? Pit stop car 22, so that's one of the United cars,
yes,
I believe.
Again.
It's under investigation. They're just not having a very clean race. Look a little flustered for some reason.
Jeroen Bleekemolen in the red Rinaldi Racing Ferrari skates by the Kessel Racing car of Mikkel Jensen, and the Aston Martin behind the 98 car. Well, that's part of the Dane train. Nicky Thiem driving that. His regular pro factory teammate Marco Sorensen is here, but he's in LMP2, not in an Aston Martin. So here is the 51 car that came in from the lead of the GTE Pro class. Duquesne's number 30 car pits again. René Binder took over the car the last time they were in, so did driver change, steering wheel change, yada, yada, yada. And 2 laps later, he's back in. So, again, that car is going to be a real... I'm going to stop writing things down about it because I'm going to run out of paper. So, again, the Aston of Nicky Thiem gets ahead of the car guy Ferrari. That car run by Kessel Racing. Hugely experienced Swiss team. And on the get-go, on the hurry-up as well, Jeroen Bleekemolen all over the back of Matteo Cressoni. So again, fantastic GT battles, pro and AM, and these are all pretty much pro drivers in the cars.
Yeah, Jerome's pushing him very hard, and I think it was Cressoni that made a mistake coming into that first chicane on Mulsanne.
Cressoni in third in GTE AM. The former leader, by the way, is in the background. So that car has stopped. 83 car of Nick Nielsen. And through comes our third-placed car, the blue Alpine.
Whoa, and it's, I mean, to me, that run all the way down there to the Porsche curves, it looked like Bleekemolen had the inside line and looked like he was going to be able to make the pass stick. But Cressoni just toughed it out around the outside, and now Nicky Thiem's applying the pressure.
Yeah, Darren Turner, the thing with all these different cars in GT is they've all got different characteristics, haven't they? And so Ollie knows where the strengths and weaknesses of the Corvette are. You know the strengths and weaknesses of the Aston. And so when you're driving your own car, you've got to try and work out where you're going to get the other guy, not just in terms of, you know, what part of the track, but what his weakness is that you can exploit, right?
It's generally the weakness that you're looking for, because you have to give up that track space when they've got the strength. But the Aston, for instance, we know is really good through the Porsche curves. It's always been a good car, medium and high-speed corners, and generally it struggles a little bit in the braking zone. So you're not likely to make a dive into some of the really heavy and slow braking zones with the Aston. But that said, overall the lap time's always competitive. It's just, like you say, finding the weak spot of your component and making the most of it. With Cressoni then, when he came out, and it's an easy mistake to have into the first chicane, fuel, tyres, just getting up to temperature, snatch a brake, and that can play for the rest of the stint if you put a big flat spot and that vibration comes through the car. It can be very annoying for the next hour.
Particularly if those tyres are then going to be on for a double stint or even a triple stint, and you've got that flat spot for the next, what, 2.5, 3 hours? Yeah, that's pretty tough.
Yeah, look after these babies, because they're going to be looking after you for the next 3 hours, and that's really important, isn't it? Sean Gallale for Jota and Felipe Albuquerque for United Autosports. Now, not where Felipe is used to being. Last year's winners in LMP2 here at Le Mans, the world champions as well. They won in ELMS. They won pretty much everything they entered with United Autosports cars last year. And Jota, the 28 car, 38 still leads in LMP2. We've barely seen Antonio Felix da Costa from the start. He leads from Nick de Vries and Gerdo van der Garde with Will Stevenson fourth. And Alex Lynn is the top United Autosports car. That's 5th position. Here the battle again. Felipe Albuquerque really frustrated by traffic, didn't get through into hyperpole, didn't get a top 6 start position, didn't get a shot at starting on pole position, and the car's just been a little bit awkward.
Yeah, it's looked a little edgy. They just haven't been able to sort of have that performance on demand like they have at some of the other tracks and some of the other events, and all the way through last year they were just phenomenal, weren't they?
Yeah,
United.
Yeah. And of course at the start, as we saw, on not an optimum tyre, it basically reversed all the way back down the order until he was struggling to stay ahead of the sort of midfield of GTE AM, you know, down in the 40s or 50s almost.
Yeah, he was hemorrhaging lap time and positions, and it was tough, really tough.
But you know, like with the setups of the cars, in terms of some of the guys would have had a car that was absolutely perfect for the dry conditions, and maybe in the early part of that race when people were on wet tyres, other people's setup was just a bit more suitable for that. And you just got to nurse it through. If your car's not working in those conditions, you've just got to nurse it through, keep it on the track, and then let the race come back to you, which is what's happening at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. But it sort of goes on to something that Marco Sorensen said to me just yesterday, and he was saying how, you know, the tyre on the car, on the P2 car in particular, is so susceptible to temperature, and trying to keep it in that temperature window that, you know, from session to session, the car can be radically different, just depending on how, you know, that track temperature and what your tyre has done. You know, how many laps it's done, you know, what the temperature as it's come out the oven. Have you had to, you know, gone through a slow zone? Have you had other issues? Have you been stuck in traffic, got a bit of pickup?
We saw that on free practice 3, I think it was, where people were just chucking it off left, right and centre, and it just, we couldn't understand because the conditions looked really good, but the ambient temperature was a little bit low, and probably some of these LMP2 cars were struggling to get the tyre turned on. And
I think quite a lot of them would have been better off on the nighttime tyre, but it's whether you have them mounted up for free practice or not. You know, for the race,
what
you
is
will
in the
know.
oven? That's the thing. What's been put in the oven by the team?
Exactly right. And so sometimes it's a very slow reaction, because these things take, you know, a good hour to bake up to the right temperature before you can use them.
Just riding on board here with the number 91 car, and it's looking to put a move on Tommy Milner in the 64. So that's Richard Leitz in the 91 Porsche, and he's got Tommy Milner in his sights.
Tommy's now only in 6th position. Don't forget, he led an hour ago in GTE Pro. He's down in 6th place. So 52-51, there's been a change there. Daniel Serra ahead of Alessandro Pierguidi. They were the other way around before the pit stops. 52 stopped a lap before. Earl Bamber still 3rd for WeatherTech, so they've held their position. But Antonio Garcia for Corvette, the yellow car, is now in 4th place rather. And then the recovering 92 is in 5th. And in 6th place, Tommy Milner. And so now 91, Richard Leitz, behind the recovering 92 car. So that's quite bizarre.
Yeah, it has flip-flopped, hasn't it? And I'm not sure if that's something that's happened in the pits or something that's happened instant on the track. But yeah,
about last pit stops for Corvette, Tommy Milner 1 minute 50, and the quick stops were 1 minute 12, 1 minute 13.
Yeah, that's a slow stop for them.
Yeah.
They must have been looking at something or doing something. Maybe they're looking to actually fix some of the damage that Tommy got at the start when leaving the actual grid. The Ferrari bumped him up the back, and it looks like the Ferrari driver just wasn't even looking where he was going.
Yeah.
And that's done some damage to the diffuser most probably. So they were mostly giving that a really good look over and seeing if they could find a way to actually fix it.
So Richard Leitz coming from behind, 7th place. Not quite tail end Charlie, because Dries van Tor in the Hub Auto car is in 8th place in the category and still down in 47th place. That's the car that started from pole position in GTE Pro. The GTE Pro leader is in 28th place, so it's 20 places back from where he might have been if he hadn't got clattered off in the first corner. I mean, that's no way to start the race. Ollie, you know, we were watching in the back of the TV direction suite at the start of the race, number 8 Toyota getting turned around, and I said, well, either basically their race is over now or they win it. That's the way stories happen at Le Mans, isn't it?
Seems to be, certainly with Toyota at least.
Or something in between where who else knows what's going to happen.
It was a brutal first lap for a lot of cars and a lot of teams. It's now settled. The race is now settled into a bit of a rhythm, and now we're starting to see, you know, the normal stint lengths now in the dry for a lot of cars and a lot of teams.
But it's getting darker outside, and that's not just because we're coming up to 6 in the evening, because it's August, not October. So the clouds are coming, and the rain may well come with them. Wait to see if the wind starts to pick up outside, because that will be the real indicator.
Yeah.
Well, the Porsche team have a habit of turning adversity into some sort of profit, but right now, like the 64 Corvette here, they are kind of struggling a bit for pace.
Yeah, but just certainly when Tommy was coming onto the brakes into the Dunlop chicane, you could see the rear of the car was just moving on him. It just put down a little bit of a strip of tyre rubber, and you just think it's not quite in the window or hooked up. And Tommy's fighting it, trying to get it so that everything just switches on and the car is like driving around sort of on rails. That's sort of what you want, but he's fighting it somewhat right now.
That's always the worst thing when you're early in the race and you know you've got a car that's on the knife edge, and you know this is going to be a long race just to keep it on the track, let alone keep the performance in the car. We've probably all had that experience at some stage.
Yeah, we have, but it could well be that as the track develops, so maybe the track is going to be actually at its worst right now. It's had some rain, it's got a little green, but then as it starts to rubber up, if we get no more rain now, that grip level is going to increase, and that does have an effect on the way that the car performs. And in my experience, as the track grips up and gets more rubber on it, the car starts to understeer a little bit more. So when you turn the wheel, the front wheels don't want to work quite so well as the rear wheels, and you want to go straight on. Well, it looks to me from just outside that Tommy has a rather loose car. So it could be, as the track rubbers up, that Tommy's balance comes to him and the car really then comes alive.
Tommy,
I've got my fingers crossed.
Yeah, he'd be really hoping your theory works.
Yeah.
Well, let's hear what's going on at Porsche. Duncan Vincent is down in the Porsche GT team with team boss Alexander Stehlik.
Alex, first of all, can you give us an update on, we're now 2 hours into the race. The 92 car it's basically a different car, it's a rebuild. How is it coping with the conditions, and what are the drivers giving you as feedback? Okay, Alex, thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Right, Duncan, you might have to give us a little précis because Alex's microphone wasn't faded up in the truck, so we didn't get a word of that. So he was saying?
He was saying that they don't feel any difference between the 92 and what they previously had. He says it's absolutely perfect. The drivers are giving good feedback. And ultimately, right now, 2 hours into the race, he's a very happy man.
Good. All right, well, certainly the recovery is ongoing for the 92 car, having been hanging out the back of the field. Kevin Estre is up to 5th position with 22 hours to go. We got a slow zone early in the lap. Yellow flags are out from the Dunlop curve. So Marshall's post 1 is the start line. So the next slow zone is at 35, which is outside our Windy. And into the pit lane comes one of the high-class entries as we look at Sean Gelael still hanging on from Felipe Albuquerque. And Albuquerque has made no inroads whatsoever here, has he?
No, and it just looks very even between the two cars, and they're just sort of trading lap times. And it just sort of, you feel that they're just in this sort of hold pattern right now, just to get through to the end of the stint, get this stint ticked off, and see if he can make some gains either in the pit lane or maybe with a different tyre, change of driver.
And of course, they're not, are they? I mean, they are still leaning the car on the door handles. They're giving it everything they got. And we talked about this earlier on, Ollie, But Darren, you know, every single lap you're in the car, you've got to maximise everything you've got. You've got to have every fractional iota performance being wrung out of it.
Yeah, it's not like an old school endurance race. It's a sprint. Every lap is a sprint. You've got to find every 10th you possibly can, because you're going to try and break away and get that gap, and hopefully a safety car, if you're looking for that advantage, a safety car can intervene and give you a healthy lead.
Here is the Inter-Nissan battle for the lead of GTE Pro, getting the slipstream. Daniel Serra, the leader. Alessandro Pierguidi is going by him. Don't forget, coming into the pit stops, James Collado led in 51. So they've done a double stint and then changed drivers. Now, the tyres will only have been one stint old. So Alessandro Pierguidi, who's now taken the lead of the class away from Daniel Serra, will have inherited the tyres from his teammate. That's quite a lot of trust going on there. That normally doesn't happen. Normally, new driver, new tyres, and you don't change the drivers until you're able to change the tyres. So Alessandro, Daniel Serra coming back at him now.
Yeah, this is back and forth, and not sure that they, of course, are going to be that thrilled about this. But you know, they're trying to sort of.
But we are.
Yeah, absolutely. I think each car will be trying to assert their authority on the situation and sort of saying to the big boss, we've got the pace to lead. Yeah. We've got the pace to lead. We need to be allowed to have our chance to give it a crack. But they're going at it, which is.
What's the Italian for "have at it, boys"?
Yeah,
because that's what's going on here.
It is.
And again, change back. Alessandro Pierguidi goes underneath him. It's like it's the last lap of the race. They're trying to win it. Wholesale LMP2 stops. Everyone in LMP2 is in, apart from Antonio Felix da Costa, who's already left. G-Drive's Nick de Vries has left. Gerda van der Garde has left. Sean Gallel out of the number 28 Jota Sport car. So there is a change there. Change at Real Team Racing as well. And Real Team came in with Norman Nato, hot on the heels of Alex Brundle and Ben Hanley, didn't he? And so all of those battles are now being fought out on pit road. So if you're sub 1 minute 10 in your pit stop, then you're making up ground. If you're over 1 minute 10 on your pit stop, you're losing ground against your rivals in LMP2. So, you know how long and how hard you have to work in a stint, Ollie, to get a second advantage. To lose it in the pit lane is really, really tough for the team.
It is. It's very, very hard, and teams really switched onto that, maybe 10 years or so ago, to make sure that everybody's drilled, everybody knows what they've got to be doing. It really needs to be so well orchestrated for those tyre changes to maximise them, because you're only allowed two air guns to gun on the wheels, and you're allowed 4 guys over that line, and you're only allowed to do any of that work on the car after the car has been fueled up. So it's really getting your procedures right, where you run from, how you do it, and that's what all the best teams have really worked so hard on throughout the year to make sure they get the maximum out of it, because it's free time if you get it right.
For the first time, number 8 Toyota is our race leader, because the number 7 car stopped before it. Now that's interesting, because I thought the number 8 had stopped before last time. However, number 8 leads and owes us a pit stop. Number 7 back on its way. Mike Conway remains at the wheel. There was no driver change, so he's staying on the same tyres. Nicolas Lapierre still 3rd. Antonio Felix da Costa in 4th place, ahead of the Glickenhaus of Olivier Pla, which has yet to stop. It's only made 2 stops now, and the lead Toyota has made a 3rd. Well, let's hear what the number 8 car has got to say. Wait for that to come through. We should be hearing the team. Nick de Vries has stayed in the G-Drive number 26 car. Gerda van der Garde stays in Racing Team Netherlands as well. Will Stevens stays in at Panis. Alex Lynn stays in at United. Ollie Jarvis stays in at Risi. Mikey O'Reilly.
These are some long...
You boys are having a great battle. Just keep going. All right, let's hear now from the number 8 Toyota team.
Okay, we're checking pressures. Everything looks good at the moment.
Now, if that was Formula E, it would be the first 2 words are always calm, Seb. Always, in response to any message. But Yeah, that was the Graf Racing car. And I wondered what it was going so slowly there on the left-hand side. That was all part of that funneling in. It was the Iron Dames GTM Ferrari, but that's all part of the funneling in. He suddenly had no room on the left-hand side where he would want to be, and he was in the middle of the track, which means that his speed is compromised into the braking area, and suddenly the Graf's car's there as well.
Exactly, you're all just squabbling over that same piece of tarmac, and you know, the 8 car has now had 2 really decent hits.
One on either side.
Exactly, maybe even it out. I mean, it's
it'll spit both drive shafts on the same lap.
Yeah.
I mean, at least the contact then was wheel to wheel.
Yeah,
you know,
square,
it
wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it should have been. I mean, it looked like a reasonably light touch. But when you're behind the wheel and the steering wheel gets kicked out of your hand because of contact, suddenly it can feel a lot different, like he's really done some damage, but he's certainly still pushing on.
And it'll be, all the engineers will be now feverishly going through the data, trying to see, okay, is there any of those load cells been pinged? I think Alan was talking about this earlier on, that, you know, Toyota will be running load cells on all kinds of different parts of the suspension, and they'll be sitting there trying to, I think we're going to go back and listen
let's hear what they've got to say.
number 8.
Tyres okay, and you are P1, yep. It's all good, Seb. It's all good, Seb. Let's calm down. We'll check the car when you come past. All fine, data looks good.
Now, Toyota's team photographers have already been called into action to take photos of the car as it goes by to make sure there's no damage at the back. After that first lap incident, you could just see there was a lens sticking out from the wall there again, and he swung right over by the pit wall, so they've got the Mark 1 human eyeball and a decent camera lens on a very fast shutter speed to take a series of photos to make sure that the back of the car and the side of the car are as undamaged as the telemetry suggests they are.
Yes, and that's all of those. That message there was to reassure Sebastian that they've monitored it, they've looked at it, everything's all good, crack on, just keep calm.
They're not going to worry repeating the message that's on our timing screen, are they?
No.
Contact between cars 8 and 39 at MP3 under investigation. So they will only worry him about that because he knows that there was contact, and he knows he's the faster car and therefore essentially the culprit. So he will only be told about that if there is a penalty to be served, and then we might have to get the bleep button out for the radio. So unexpected pit stop for Mike Wainwright in the GR Racing Porsche. He's just been in and been out again. That's the 3rd pit stop for the car. Nobody else in the class, I was going to say nobody else in the class has made 3 stops, but in fact, AF Corsa's 83 car has also made, in fact about half the field, no, about a third of the field made 3 stops. So we're also hearing change of rear wing for Risi Competizione on their LMP2 car.
And that could well have been a wet setup that they decided to go with to start the race. Just a little bit more downforce, just getting through those first hour or so. And we're just hearing that they can't get the old...
Yeah, Ollie Jarvis is still in the pit lane. Duncan Vincent, this is not really what you need when you're trying to do something in a hurry, is it?
No, it's not. Ollie Jarvis has actually jumped out. There was a driver change made there, Martin. They couldn't get the release bolts, which are 2 at the very back, either side of the shark fin. The left-hand one seized solid. It wouldn't move, so they've just taken the wing back inside. The car has now left. It's back on track.
OK, and a change to... who did we see got in? Ryan Cullen got in. OK, so he has taken over the Risi Competizione car, but they've lost a little bit of ground. Meanwhile, hurrah, Darren Turner, hurrah.
These guys are having a great battle, aren't they, Fraga and Nicky?
And they're 1-2.
Moved right up. I guess that, as the pit stops are sort of shaking out, they're in a great spot. They've been pretty close the whole way through for the first sort of 2 and a bit hours. They must be happy with that, the way this is playing out.
And you can see all 4 cars in shot. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4 as they come down the bridge, under the bridge. 3rd car, that Ferrari, that's in 3rd place. The white Aston Martin, that's in 4th place in GTEM. So that is how close GTEM is after nearly 2¼ hours. The lead car, well, this is a couple of laps ago when it was 2nd in class. That is your leader in GTEM, the 33 TF Sport car. Ben Keating's 7th different ride in 7 starts at Le Mans, and he says the best one he's had, and they've had a lot of success with this car already this year. It's been a very handy machine indeed. Aston Martin AMR in second place with Nicky Team. Nick Nielsen third in the AF Corsa Ferrari. You can just see its nose there with the red, white and blue of France on it. And behind him is another LMP2 car, but right behind that is the white TF Sport Aston that's currently in fourth place, being driven by Ross Gunn, factory Aston driver.
Nielsen's in obviously a strong position, having just stopped as well, taking the third stop. So as it plays out, that's going to pop to the top of the charts there for the AM class. But it's good to see all three Astons running strongly at the front.
In fact, the two Astons, these lead two cars in GT-AM, have just set the car's best first sector of the race. So they're not losing much in terms of pace. I mean, look at the state of them, though. We're 2 hours in, and they already look like they've done 24 hours. If you look at the side of the car, that's that side exit exhaust just pumps oil smoke down the side of the car, doesn't it?
But also, you know, that first hour or so when the track was really wet and those conditions, it's always going to be chucking up a load of filth onto the cars. But you're right, it looks like it has already done 24 hours.
Ross Gunn, 0.7 of a second behind Niklas Nielsen. We could be on. There's Ben Keating. Hey, Ben. We could be on for an Aston Martin 1-2-3 very shortly. Ross Gunn will definitely seize the opportunity here. What about then, where is he going to get the run? Is he going to have to draft by kind of on the run down to the Porsche curves or somewhere? You say he's not likely to be able to outbrake the Ferrari.
Well, Nielsen's already defending, so he knows that he's in a weak spot. Is that because he's now on a second stint with that set of tyres, so he's already on the back foot? And it all depends on how hard he wants to defend at this point of the race, isn't it?
I think they all are, though, because they will have started on wets, and nobody's going to take a set of slicks. Well, no, I suppose they can in AM, can't they? They can go fresh tyres.
And the last stop for Nielsen was only 49 seconds, so I'm presuming that was a fuel only.
Must have been a short stop, because ooh, stay off the grass!
Wow.
OK, that's the first of this race, and it's by no means the first of the day, or even the first time we've seen that happen in the big classes. So there's been a lot of cars off there, and now that grass is wet.
Yeah, that is, it's almost has been a theme here over this weekend of people going off on the exit of the Esses just before Tetra Rouge, and it is, you get on that grass and you are in for some fun ride.
That and the first gravel trap down the hill in the Esses, the big one on the right-hand side, the Alan McNish Memorial gravel trap, that one has seen a lot of cars go through it as well. Yeah. When they were rescuing the car earlier on, you could see how many sets of tyre tracks there were going through.
The G-Drive car was off there, wasn't there? And actually, I think it was Collado in the 51 car actually went through the gravel trap, just missing the G-Drive car. It was, it looks very tricky down there, and I mean, I think, was that the 20 car?
That was it was the 51. Yeah, that was the 20 car. But we also just saw a replay of the 51 car straight lining the chicane at the top of the hill, at the Dunlop chicanes, and that's your GTE Pro leader.
Yes.
And actually now by 9 seconds, despite that sort of little straight lining. So we saw the two AF Corsa cars battling to and fro, to and fro, to and fro for a lap and a half. And now suddenly Alessandro Pierguidi has just basically found sixth gear and off he's gone.
Yeah, it's actually, I think it's just a couple of seconds between Pierguidi and Sarah in the 51 and the 52 car, but they've got 9 seconds or so over Earl Bamber in the WeatherTech Porsche. It's... the two Ferraris, AF Corsa Ferraris, do look very strong right now in Pro.
Antonio Garcia finding a little bit more pace in the 63 Ferrari that's in fourth place. He's just set the fastest second
63
sector.
Ferrari, did you say?
It's Corvette, rather. Yeah, I've got Ferrari head on. 63 Corvette. Fastest second sector of the race. He found 1.5 seconds on Earl Bamber in that one sector. So he had a good run through there, didn't he?
Nice toe, I would say.
Yeah. So the interior of the United Autosports garage. They've got 3 cars here, 2 from United Autosports, 1 from United Sports USA, United Autosports USA, because each team is only allowed a maximum of 2-car entry. So although it's the same group, it is a different banner headline. WRT 31 and 41 running nose to tail. And are they nose to tail actually in terms of position, or are they a lap? No, they are nose to tail. This is the battle for 6th. Robert Kubica with Robin Friens right behind him. There's Yiffy going, okay, go, 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 go. Yeah, that's his man. Robert Kubica in the 41 car. Robin Friens is go, go, going as well, isn't he?
Yes, he is. And he's got him in the sights. He's going to get a decent tow now, down all the way down to Mulsanne corner. I don't think he's quite close enough to put a move on him, but if he can build just a little bit more momentum as he comes into Mulsanne corner, just gets that little bit deeper on the brakes, just sneaks up another couple of meters, and then really looking to slingshot off the corner. He's got to gain on him a little bit, and actually Kubica just a little bit as he got on the power, so that hopefully will give him a nice little shot off down to Indianapolis.
Yeah. Robin Friens is just creeping ever so stealthily closer. And look at the Aston of Rosgan, the white car that's at the tail of this little group. He's all over the back of the Ferrari, but didn't get quite the assistance he wanted from the Panis LMP2 car as it went by. Didn't hold the Ferrari up enough. I mean, obviously, for the Ferrari driver, fantastic. Didn't get held up that much, but Rosgan, I think, was hoping for a little bit more fruit to fall from that particular tree. There's Nicky Thiem in second in AM.
Yeah, he's just dropped back a little bit, hasn't he, from the TF Sport car. And
again, you sort of wonder whether that was forced in traffic where he had to go offline or stay out and somebody came by him.
As a driver, you know it's going to ebb and flow, but it doesn't stop you getting a little bit frustrated about it. You know, you're all the time looking at who's where, you know, where's this car likely to pass you, how you can sort of manipulate the situation so that he doesn't pass you in a particular spot, because you know that you're going to need a nice clean run through a section of corners to make sure that you don't lose that much time, and hopefully that faster car can then pass you on a straight. That's what you're looking to do.
Potential problem rearing its ugly head for the race leader in GTEM, that turquoise Aston Martin TF Sport car, Felipe Fraga, being investigated for a possible pit stop infringement. A 1:21 stop compared to 1:24 of Nicky Thiem in the 98 car behind, but it may well be that it was just a little quick coming in, or that there are too many people working on the car, or there was a visor up, or there wasn't a fire. I mean, there are various safety rules that need to be complied with in the pit stops, and those can catch you out as well.
The Inception Ferrari, number 71, is slow on track somewhere, trying to pick it out on the board.
They've had a tough time with that car, haven't they? It is...
I think he's just coming in the pit lane.
He is coming into the pit lane, and he's coming down very slowly. Tyre right rear low.
Yeah, he's got a puncture.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or not necessarily a puncture, but
it is a puncture.
Yeah, slow deflation. Let's take a look here. This is behind the Toyota. So he's driving off track there.
It's going to be
out of the way as much as he can.
On that right rear, so I guess as he turned into to the left on the second part of the Porsche curves, he had a moment. Good job by Ben, though. You know, you can do so much damage trying to get a car back with a puncture.
I think actually possibly there he was just using all that runoff area to be out of the way in the quick bits of the Porsche curves, because he doesn't want to get hit from behind, and nobody's expecting him to be going that slowly.
Yeah, but I think to Darren's point, you know, if you're going quick with a deflated tyre, and the way that can all unravel and then starts to whip on the bodywork, and it can absolutely wreck your race if you are too quick and that tyre is unraveling and basically destroying the back of the car. So nice job getting it back.
Absolutely. Driver change as well. I mean, this is now again trying to turn a negative into a positive. Again, with my team manager's hat on, I'm putting Brendan Iribe in there, their gentleman driver. Get him in the race. It's still daylight. The visibility's still good. The track's dry. It's as good as it's been all day long.
Correct.
Get him in. Get him started on his drive through for car 30 for not coming into the pit lane in the correct manner. Well, that was the Duquesne car that's the problem child of the race so far. That's been in and out more often than...
Is that with the radio problem it had?
Yeah. And that car, René Binder at the wheel, now down in 55th place.
Whoa.
Yeah. They're in for a long 24 hours, aren't they?
That's tough.
Yeah.
That is tough.
Properly tough. Is this our race leader? No, it is our race leader, number 8 car. So how come the number 7 car had to stop again and the number 8 car hasn't yet?
That's a good question.
Did I... Right. Talk amongst yourselves. Darren, why Corvettes are rubbish? Ollie?
Are you trying to find out why Mike's had that extra stop at this point? Because it was 11 seconds slower than Buemi's last stop. And so I'm a bit confused myself with why that's happened, because you'd think Buemi must be due to come in pretty soon as well, just to sort of get them back onto the same strategy.
We're watching the United car coming up on the back of the WRT cars, and they're coming through, and they're coming up to a real big gaggle of traffic here. We've got LMP2, we've got GCE AM.
And Ross has made the move on Nielsen there, so he's moved up.
Nice work.
Moved up, so it's Aston 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, and we're just hearing there's spots of rain in the pit lane.
Aston 1, 2, 3, and there are 4 Astons in the shot as well. The entire Aston collective there, because you also saw 777, the D Station racing car.
8 car in the pit lane.
Now this will be a scheduled stop. The last stint for number 7 was only 8 laps, and it was because of a second puncture. They changed a tyre, the left rear, remember, in their normal scheduled stop when it was still the leader, but he came in early because he had another slow puncture, or another puncture alert. So the number 8 now is in for its scheduled stop, so they're now out of sequence.
Okay, do we know which tyre it was? Was it another left rear, or did...
Not sure. I will continue reading down the thread because of contact with number 2. Any contact? No.
So we're seeing a super tight battle between the 2 WRT cars, both in the 6th and 7th in LMP2, the 41 and the 31. Robin Friends has really got Robert in his sights.
Third place car, Andre Negrão takes over from Nico Lapierre. Mathieu Vaxivière is the third bullet in their gun, so they're not lacking anything in terms of quick pedalers, are they? This could be a really, really big day for 24 hours for Philippe Signot, who has been presented with the Spirit of Le Mans Award this week.
Another thing that I've just spotted, Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota, each time he comes in for a pit stop, the in-lap is ferociously fast. He is purple sector every single sector.
Plus 3 seconds quicker on the stop as well, so there's another 3 seconds in the bank. You know, they have...
See some rain on the screen.
Well, when we were getting all excited about more Aston Martins than you can wave a stick at potentially in one shot, Duncan did say from the pit lane that there were spots of rain. So again, you know, with my team manager hat on, I've just put Brendan Iribe in, and in fact the team have just put Brendan Iribe in that Inception racing car.
Saying
Here comes the rain.
Martin. Thank you very much.
Here comes the rain. Well, all right, you know, how long ago did we switch the rear lights off? 25, 30 minutes ago, probably that was.
Probably, yeah, 40
it's taken that, yeah, 30, 40 minutes. It's taken that long for the rain to arrive, so it wasn't immediate. Well, the Glickenhaus team say this is the first time they have ever driven the cars in the rain. Both of them have just stopped. 708 has taken on Franck Mayer, and 709 has taken on Romain Dumas. Not the first time he's driven in the rain, Romain Dumas.
But if it's the very first time they've ever run any laps in the rain, that kind of explains some of that first lap behaviour.
Yep.
And just trying to just figure out where they need to put the brake bias. And how, you know, they could see that Ollie Pla got to the first chicane, Dunlop chicane, and he was too far forward on the brake bias.
It just went straight on, but
not the fronts, and
the wheels never turned. He just went straight on. If the Toyota hadn't been there, he would have gone straight into the gravel.
Exactly. And then the sister car, I believe, went straight on at the first chicane on that very first lap as well. So they were both struggling with braking problems. So.
But to be fair to Pla, it didn't look like he was being over-excitable into turn 1. It wasn't one of those things where, you know, he's done a crazy move. It was just simply locking up.
Yeah, and it was just...
Cold tyres, wet tyres,
He's just figuring the car out in those conditions the first time ever, and it's the start of the biggest race of the whole year.
Yeah, you know, overrated.
Yes.
31-41, Robin Friends ahead of Robert Kubica.
He got by him. So,
he did get by him.
He did get by him.
So that is the battle for 6th position still in LMP2, and in fact at 9th place overall, because they are ahead of the Glickenhauses, who are in 14th and 17th place, the 4th and 5th of our hypercars.
Felipe Albuquerque is still trying to sort of pull himself back onto the back of this sort of top 6 to top 7 battle, and you know, he's still just working ferociously hard to get that car, that United Autosports number 22, switched on, and this rain's not really going to help him. There's a little bit of slippery surface here coming through the S's and down into Tetra Rouge.
Further update on tyres at Toyota, by the way. They believe both number 7's punctures were debris related. Number 8 in that last stop had a right rear tyre change because they thought there was rim damage after that side swipe with the P2 car. So, you know, nothing in life ever runs smoothly, no matter how well rehearsed and well drilled you are. But, you know, first year with a new car, they are definitely having a little bit of an uphill struggle.
Yeah, it's sort of that thing of expect the unexpected, and Toyota is certainly getting that, certainly with the 8 car and all of these punches as well. It's quite unusual how it seems to be affecting them, and maybe they've got quite a sensitive sensor on the tyres and in the wheels.
Well, and you know, when you're doing the speeds that you're doing here, you want a sensitive sensor. You don't want it to be on the sort of not sensitive enough side of the coin, if you like. Update on the Corvette, the 64 car had a longer stop because it was short fueled in the first stop, so it had a longer second stop.
I see.
Although that means every time they full fuel it, it's going to lose time to everybody else in the pit lane.
Yeah, it does.
That didn't sound right, did it, as an explanation? But that's what the team are telling us. So.
And Albuquerque is trying up the inside here of coming into Mulsanne corner, and that's putting a move on Kubica. Yeah.
Good move, solid move at that point. And the weather down at Tetra Rouge doesn't look so bad, because every time they come through, it looks like there's rain on the camera lens, but actually no one's got their wipers going through that point, so it can't be too bad down there.
We're talking about how dry it is, Ollie, but actually drivers are reporting that it's still fairly slippery. Marco Sorensen's just got out of the high-class car after a double stint, saying it's still pretty nasty in the Dunlop curves and coming out of Indianapolis. And if you have to try and go offline to pass a GT car, there's where more of the drama lies. Because as we saw before the start of the race, when the H24 car was going round, for a lot of the track is on public road, and there are deep puddles on the edges of the road.
Yeah, we're just watching a replay here of Albuquerque putting that move on Kubica, coming down into Mulsanne corner. He had to use quite a lot of road, and Robert made him work for it, but he executed. Nice job through, clean, and onwards. And now he'll be trying to catch up to the next WRT car of Robin Friends. Out of our window here, down by pit entry, we can see a number of people with umbrellas up.
Yeah. Light rain.
Okay.
So a little bit of rain falling. In fact, we can see the smears down our window, can't we? It's no longer the sort of drops that we had earlier. It's actually smearing down our window. Race leader is number 7 Toyota. Let's hear from number 8 Sebastian Buemi.
Rain expected. Rain expected.
Okay, that's a little bit late because the rain has arrived. But you're all too aware, aren't you? Okay. Do you think it's going to be more heavy than this? Interesting. Obviously, you know, when you're in the car, the first indication of rain on the windscreen, the first few spots, your immediate thought is, what am I running into?
I'll turn on the windscreen wipers. That's my first thought.
I thought that was your last thought. I thought that was only when the Rain-X is no longer clearing it well enough that the final resort is to turn on the wiper and smear all those bugs and oil across your window.
Yeah. No, it's very true.
With an engineer, you'd really hope for a bit more information than rain's coming. In terms of what direction, the intensity, what corners it's going to come to first. So from that point of view, it's a little bit more helpful if they can be out there and just get that information.
And the thing here is, you're not at Silverstone. You can't see what's over the other side. You know, you're basically, you know, Monaco, you're in a channel of Armco. Here, you're in a channel of trees, and that means you've got no visibility other than straight down the line or above you, and you can't see above you because there's a roof in the way, so you can't see what's round the next corner. You can be blatting down the Mulsanne straight, a few spots of rain, and you know in the back of your mind that it could be absolutely torrential just around the corner in Mulsanne or at Arnage or in the S's or wherever. So you really do want some heads up from your teammate via the team.
mean, it's definitely coming down harder now. You can see the wiper blades are on as they're going down on their route, on the way down to Tete Rouge. So, and there's a yellow out at Marshall Close 6. So I'd say that's where the rain's coming from.
Oh, and that's why number 18 car has just looped around. And that is the Absolute Racing car. Andrew Harrianto has taken that car over. Slippery surface flags out, the red and yellow Catalan colours. Oh, he didn't loop the car around. He got clattered by the D-Station Aston of Satoshi Hoshino. That was a battle for position. That's possibly not the way that Satoshi had hoped to sort it out. This is a battle for position in AM class as well. It is the AF Corsa Ferrari of Nick Nielsen. And the, in fact, it's not. It's Team Project One car of Matteo Caroli chasing Francesco Castellacci's Ferrari. That's the 54 car. As we welcome back Alan McNish. Alan, it had settled down. It's livening up again nicely for you, though.
Yeah, the weather definitely is following me around when I say that, the wet weather, because I started the race and it was torrential rain, and now back on, it's starting to spit and drizzle. It's actually at that sort of horrible point where in a closed car, and Darren will be able to sort of confirm this, in a closed car it's actually quite tricky to tell how much it's raining, especially here, because when you are hitting those raindrops, you're hitting them at nearly 200 miles per hour, so they splatter onto the windscreen and it screams a lot more than very often it actually is. Whereas in an open-top car, and I know that there's no open-top cars any longer, but back in my day, in an open-top car, you had actually a lot more feel about how much rain there was, but crikey, it's very, very slippery now.
94 and 91 both going on at Dunlop and on the way in, so you can see it's super slippery there now under braking.
I know it's...
And you even see the tyre lines in the tarmac now, so you know there's some reasonable surface water going on.
Yeah, but in the wet earlier on, though, at the beginning of the race, that actually, I think, played really well into Corvette's hands. As soon as it dried up, it seemed to go away from them. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see if they can follow this through, as there's another yellow flag at Dunlop. Whether they can actually follow this and it comes back into Corvette when it gets into the damp and greasy conditions.
Well, tyre temperature is always an issue on the slick for Corvette, because although they're using the same tyre that they use in the States, track temperatures tend to be sort of 15 or 20 degrees lower here than they are habitually racing in America. So they do end up with a problem trying to switch the tyre on. And Ollie Gav was saying last night about this. He said the Porsche, it just comes on like a light switch, whereas if you don't get the heat instantly in the Corvette, then it can actually get further and further and further out of the operating window, and then you start to overheat it, trying to overdrive it, and so on and so forth. It is raining properly in the pit lane now, Duncan says.
Yeah, and you say about things that are a little bit off. Well, Takumi Aoki is off at Dunlop. That's where we had the yellow flag there. That's in the innovation car, and very slippery that we saw. Two cars going wide, and he seems to be the third one that's gone in.
He's only just taken that over. That car stopped about 2 or 3 laps ago, maybe even only 2 laps ago. Actually, it's not his out lap, but I don't think he's been very long in the car. He took over from Mathieu Lahaye, who was the starting driver. And actually, I sort of sensed, because it was the end of the third stint, 1 wet and 2 dry for Lahaye, that we were probably due a pit stop there. Well, the sun is out. It is also raining. I don't know if Duncan can see a rainbow anywhere, but there is the SRT 41 car, the Philippe Saucet La Filière team. It won't take long to put him back on terra firma.
It's on the exit, though. He came out of it and got on the gas, and it's looped around. So I don't think it's any damage by the looks of things. As just in front of us, though, number 32 United Autosports has just popped itself back into the pits. And that is Nicolas Jamin.
Yeah, that and PR1 Matheson also in with Seaman Trummer, and that'll be the end of the third stint for all of these starting drivers, so they will probably be surrendering their cars.
I really can't imagine anyone going on to wets at this stage. It's only really localised.
Just not wet enough, is it?
Very local.
It is falling into the LMP2 pit stop window, because Antonio Felix da Costa, the race leader in P2, has just stopped, and the 64 Corvette has a proper attempt to pitch itself off the road. Tommy Milner hanging on to that one. There's the 32 car. That was the beginning of his in-lap. Incidentally, he's just stopped. Gary Robertshaw, the head of the engineering line-up at United Autosports. I sent Duncan to find out what their issue was in the rain, why they basically reversed from 12th in class down to 48th position overall or something. There's the... I wonder if he did clear the barriers. We didn't see the end of that from the left-hand side of the car. But United say
dry this side of the
they are
circuit,
coming back. Dry enough, yes, dry enough that it's no question. In fact, it's not wet enough anywhere that you're questioning whether a slick tyre, a hot slick tyre is what you need, except up to the Dunlop chicane.
That's when the drivers are really earning their money. At this point, there's about a kilometre of the circuit, 2 kilometres maybe, that is really treacherous at with the slick tyre.
Yeah. And that Dunlop corner, you know, it's a long, fast straight up to it. It's a really fast, high G-load right-hander, and then you've got to move the car over in a way that physics doesn't want it to go over to the right-hand side, straighten it up. Right, it's uphill and it helps you slow down, but as you wash off your speed, suddenly the front tyres are very much more prone to locking, as we always see, start of the race, end of the race, and every lap in between, and that's when dramas happen. That's a full tyre change for the number 7 Toyota of Mike Conway.
Yeah, Conway's done 4 stints, so that was actually a short stint because it's done 9 laps on that one. They had an 8-lap stint and a 9-lap stint now.
The 8-lap stint was because of a puncture. We were told that by Toyota, but that should have been a 12-lap stint. That should not have been a 9-lap stint.
Well, 13 laps since what they've been doing earlier on, certainly with Sebastian Buemi, and so not sure the reason exactly why they cut it short, possibly because of the slow zone and the fact that they would be in the slow zone anyway, and so the time losses are minimal, but he's gone out the lead, but Buemi's just popped past the pits now. So Kobayashi's in, Conway is out, and Buemi is on the charge and on the chase.
The number 7 team have been defeated by the number 8 team for the last 4 Le Mans 24-hour races, and they do not want it to happen again. They have been the quickest car this year. They are our points leaders in the World Endurance Championship, but 2 short stops. Don't want that.
This is the really confusing bit, because you easily pick up a penalty because you come into the pits, driver change, and they're going straight out into a slow zone. And if the team haven't given them the heads up, it's easy to go off the pit limiter above the 80k for the slow zone. And pick up a penalty.
Oh, and the thing is that the speed limit in the pits is 60 and the slow zone is 80. That's a different limiter. So you've got to cut. You have got to come off the limiter, but then go straight onto a different one.
I think right now the slow zone has just been removed. It's gone, so a little bit of a relief there, I'm sure, for some.
Definitely.
But it definitely, well, if we just take it right now, Kobayashi, who's leading the race, he's just jumped in for Conway. It's only 11 seconds between him and Sebastian Buemi, and that car, the 8, has been in the wars. You know, it got whacked at the first corner at Dunlop. It's been down the escape road at Ardèche. It's had a clang with the, I think, the 39 LMP2 car, which was just served a reprimand for that clang on the side. So I'm pretty sure they'll be quite glad to try to get some sort of standard running in a little bit of a settled pace.
Yeah, they need to, you know, it's that stage of the race where everybody actually needs a little bit of settling down, don't they? We're nearly 3 hours in, and it's still really quite frantic. Massive action in the pit lane. Probably 2/3 of the field have been in and out in all 4 classes, including the race leader in Hypercar, including the race leader in LMP2. Not the race leaders in GTE Pro, but most of the other Pro cars.
Just when you talk about pit stops, the total pit stop time between the 2 Toyotas is actually very, very similar. It's not very much apart at all, but the in and out lap times are a little bit different between them. And so there's a little bit to gain there. However, there is a difference insofar as that Sebastian Buemi's done 3 stops and the leader of Kobayashi's done 4, courtesy of those 2 short stops that you mentioned earlier on.
Which means they're now half a stint out of sync. Because you know, that's a net loss of about 6 laps that they should have continued on. Pit lane penalty, or a drive-through penalty rather, for the 777 Aston Martin for speeding in the slow zone. No notification yet of whether there's going to be a penalty for that contact with the Absolute Racing car of Andrew Harrianto that turned the Porsche around. That definitely looked like it was the Aston Martin that took the wind out of the Porsche sails.
Yeah, I watched that just before it came on there, Martin, and I'm not sure.
6 to 1, half a dozen the other.
Tete Rouge is a tough one, to be honest, because it sort of squeezes in. It definitely, you know, was more, as you said, on the one side, but I'm not 100% sure I would.
You've really got to be completely alongside on a move into Tête Rouge. It's one of these, such a fast corner, isn't it?
You have to be.
So.
And to do that out of the S's is very difficult. Even in an LMP1 car, you used to struggle with the GTE to do it, and you had to have so much more momentum. You couldn't do it just purely in acceleration.
That's the race leader. That is Ant Davidson. LMP2 car has dropped off the road and is no longer the race leader, and he's not alone. That is the 18 car. That is the Absolute Racing Porsche of Andrew Harrianto.
He's well off the road there.
That's downhill in the S's, isn't it?
But that's also spun because you see the wiper is up there as well. Here we see it again. And Harrianto's gone off in his own.
Oh, and Ant has had to leap on the middle pedal, and the car has snapped, and that is a long way off.
But I'm a bit confused.
That looked a bit strange in terms of the Porsche was really clear of where Ant was at that point. So why Ant was sort of, maybe there's something on the circuit on the inside.
You never know.
Both out.
But it was definitely quite
separate.
Separate. Yes, that's the thing. It was separate.
I wonder if somebody was coming out of the pit lane or whatever, and things just funneled in there, but that was the race leader. And Davidson had only just taken the car over for Antonio Felix da Costa. Da Costa won't even have stopped looking at the monitors by the time the car went off. Robert Kubis now leads for Team WRT, but he owes us a stop. So Racing Team Netherlands, Job van Uyten has taken over the 29 car. They are now in third. Make that G-Drive, Franco Colapinto, he's taken over the 26 car, so there was a driver change there as well. And back into the garage after that spin for Takuma Aoki. A lot of examination going on the left-hand side of that car, which might have just ended up in the barriers. Dragon Speed's Henrik Hedman is in the pit lane, as well as Roberto Meri for G-Drive, who is now up to 25th place overall after visiting the gravel trap early on. In the 25 car. Michael Wainwright has been off somewhere because a new splitter is going on the GR Racing Porsche. And so Mike Wainwright now down to 61st position.
And there's an incident between the D-Station Racing and
that was
Absolute Racing.
The Aston Porsche incident. They always will, because two cars made contact. Even if it is clear and cut and dried visually, they will always make sure that there is no penalty to be served. That's, I think, entirely reasonable. On board with Job van Uyten, the Racing Team Netherlands car. LMP2, third place now. That's the number 29 car. Right in front is the G-Drive Racing number 26 car, and that is the car of Franco Colapinto, youngest driver in the field.
There's a little bit of a note that there could be a few drops of rain possible in the next 5 minutes. Popped up on the screen again, just as the sun seems to come out at the pits.
Franco Castellacci being warned about abusing track limits in the 54 Ferrari. And then we saw him in a battle with, well, actually it wasn't with Rino Mastronardi, who's taken over the 80 Iron Lynx car. Here is the battle for second place in LMP2. Would have been third place a lap ago. Slow zone here, and that'll be for the recovery of Ant Davidson in the Jota Sport car.
That's Ant Davidson's well off the circuit. So that's going to be quite a bit of time to drag him out. So they're just purely by the fact is he's so far off. And it'll have to drag him all the way up the hill to put him back onto the ground again and get moving. So I think he'll probably lose a lap at least.
And in a field this competitive.
With a car that competitive as well. Like, you know, the car's been dominant right from the beginning. There he is. He's already down to 18th in class.
I'm just trying to see where the leader is in LMP, just to see if he is going to go down a lap at this point. And then get back on the track in the next 20 or 30 seconds.
Leader's gone through, so he is a lap down. The G-Drive, Colapinto, who's the effective leader, has gone through. And now they're released, and this is the lead for the race, because, or lead in LMP2, because you've got Colapinto and Van Uitert going at it. But also Racing Team Netherlands, Van Uitert's in the Pro-Am category as well, and they're leading it by quite a chunk, second in that category, 7th overall. It's Loic Duval and Real Team Racing.
It's impressive that they're right up there overall in LMP2.
Yeah, I think when they bring in the AM-rated, bronze-rated driver, then clearly it balances itself out a little bit. But yes, this car's always been quick though, Darren. They've been at it right from the word go, with Guido van der Garde in there from the start. It's a strong, strong car, but it's good to see that there is a nice race in P2 right at the front. But I'm very sorry for Davidson for going off for whatever reason. I think we only saw the end of it as opposed to the realities of it.
Yeah, we need another angle of that to see what set it off for both cars, because it was very strange that they both went off at the same time, but not because of each other at that point. I don't know how many drivers are still left to come out of the cars. You know, if we've got many that are still on the opening stint.
There's not many, because if you take, for example, Colapinto, or Van Uitert. Van Uytert's only been in 2 laps, and that's just because de Vries has done 4 stints up till now.
And Nielsen's in for AF Corsa in the 83 Ferrari. He's in the pits now, so that's surely going to be the end of his opening stint after nearly 2 hours and 50 minutes.
Yeah, if you think just in terms of a normal stint, it's about 45 minutes for the LMP2s and also the hypercars. And so if you're to think normally you would try to do 4 stints, you know, you're getting on there for 3 hours. Now, there are regulations in place for the maximum time you can do, which is 4 hours in any 6-hour rolling period. And so
it's long enough, isn't it?
It's definitely long enough. And I can tell you, it's a lot of concentration. Physically, you know, this place isn't so tough. You know, there's lots of straights where you can relax, but the corners are coming at you very, very fast, and you've got to be absolutely spot on and precise on the braking and turn in. And especially in these changing conditions as well, it tends to focus the mind on some occasions. And the other rule is that everybody has to do a minimum of 6 hours in the race, and any driver can do a maximum of 14 hours in the race.
What's the longest you've had to do
in the race? I don't know. In a stint, 3 hours 59 minutes.
Oh, right on the limit.
We're right on the limit. In 2008, we played right to the limit of every game to try to be in the game.
3 hours 59 and how many seconds?
I can't tell you. I do know that coming into the pits, I was on the pace car map to try to have enough fuel to get in the pit lane.
Right on the limit.
Yeah, but sometimes you have to play those cards. Unfortunately, you know, when you play in Vegas, sometimes the house wins,
yeah.
Sometimes you win. It's good to have you back, David. What's your view over things now?
I'm enjoying this LMP2 battle, Colapinto versus Van Uitert. He's only 0.4 of a second now as they go over the timing line, so we may have lost Anthony Davidson from the lead, but we've still got a great fight going on as we look down at 51, which has given up its GTE Pro lead for the moment. Alessandro Pierguidi has brought the car in, and the Ferrari's doing a very, very good job at the moment compared to what we expected perhaps from qualifying, but BOP tweaks aside, they've done a good job.
Yeah, this is a thing though with Ferrari, and you know it from the Spa 24 hours. They do play poker very well.
Oh yes, indeed.
They keep their cards very close to their chest, and I don't think prepare very much for qualifying by what I see, but they do prepare extremely well for the race, and they know how to consistently deliver. AF Corsa know how to run the car without question, and the other thing is they've got quite a few cars to get the information and data from, so they do a very, very good job when it comes to the deliverance of the big points game.
Now, how long before we expect number 8 Toyota in for its next stop? Because that car has just done an absolute best within the first sector.
Well, it's done 7 laps, so it's halfway through its stint.
Right, okay.
Boemi's been doing 13 lap stints, which is about right. It's definitely on the upper edge, so he's been fast and also delivering good fuel economy. And so he's done 7 of this particular one with about 6 to go.
It's impressive. When you think about that first hour for that car 8, with the contact at turn 1 and the control out delete on the opening lap, plus the little run down Arnage, to be only 8 seconds off the lead at this point. It's a great fight back from the crew on car 8.
Yeah, Boemi's got his tail up, that's for sure. But 29, Job van Uytert's in second, and we're on board with him right now, looking at the lead. Here's his radio.
Just take the tires and stay behind this kid, and then we survive, okay? Exactly. Please switch off the aircon. It's super warm in the car, the vents are closed. Okay, copy. Leave it.
And so a little bit of information there about tyres and the way that Van Uytert's playing the game. He's got a little bit more experience than Colapinto in this situation. Clearly, they're both fast drivers. They know how to, everybody's fast. But in that respect, he's thinking a little bit more in the wider, long game. Interesting there, though, the engineer was sort of saying, right, down with the consumption, get that air conditioning off. And he said, yeah, but it's pretty hot in here, mate. But they've got air ducts that come into the car as well, and all of those are switched off, they're closed. And so he does need a little bit of airflow in there. It's also clean air. If he's going to be in the car for a long time, David, it's the fresh, clean air you need in, because I have to be honest with you, the air quality in some of these cars isn't that nice. It's a bit ripe after a few hours.
It's a bit stale, yeah.
Is that from the driver? Or just generally the...
Well, I never shared the car with you, Darren, except going to the driver's parade and things, but yeah.
Super impressed with Colapinto. He's doing a great job.
Yeah, given his relative lack of experience in sports car racing, he has been mighty impressive, whether it's been in this or a GT3 car that he was thrown into at the last minute at the Spa 24 Hours, for example. And another fight going on further down, 34, Renger van der Zande, and for WRT, Charles Milesi up behind him. That was a gap at the last sector point of 0.363 of a second, and in the second WRT entry, Charles Milesi giving it a good go here to try and find a way up past the Dutchman.
Yeah, so Milesi's been a pretty strong standout in some of the races so far. You know, he delivered a brilliant quali in, I think it was in Monza at the last race. He was able to sort of hang on and get in there, where if you think some of the other more established names within WRT, Robin Frins, for example, who you know is a driver that's quick and can tend to drag a lap time out of a golf car to racing car or anything else he happens to want to give it a go in.
Charles Milesi raced here last year. His father raced here as well, second-generation racer Charles Milesi. But that gap has just widened a touch over the course of the lap as they come up behind the GTE traffic as well now. So working for them, lap 45. And the Porsche involuntarily, but in the way, and the gap comes right down, and now Charles Milesi possibly close enough to make a move up towards the Ford chicane. Vincent Voss looks on, Stefan Rattel comes to say hello, and as the cars dive down towards the chicane, the net result of all of that, we'll have to see when they come across the timing line. It is still just ahead, 34, Renger van der Zande, but Charles Milesi right up with him, thanks to the traffic there.
And quietly in the background, 708, the Glickenhaus is closing in.
So van der Zande chased still by aboard 31 Charles Milesi. And then, as you say, 709, Romain Dumas at the wheel of it in 15th place now. And in fact, on his last lap, he did a personal best.
He did a 3:32. Leaders Kobayashi doing a 3:28 at the moment. But I think they're in traffic. The Toyota definitely still has an advantage. And actually looking at it, the 709, which is the car at the back of this run, Glickenhaus with Romain Dumas, that's the one of the two, Darren, that seems to have struggled a little bit to find the balance. The pure performances definitely came out of the 708 numbered car this particular race weekend. It's the one that Olivier Pla delivered on the test day. Fastest lap time overall, and he delivered in qualifying and seemed to be able to hustle it, whereas this one looks as if it's a little bit less hooked up, whatever reason, right from the beginning.
We've also got a 10-second pit stop penalty being applied to number 33, which is the TF Sport car that Felipe Fraga had been doing good things in the traffic here. Renger van der Zande tries to get away, but up alongside Charles Milesi comes Romain Dumas now. The hypercar Glickenhaus ought to be able to go through. It does. It splits the two LMP2 cars before the next chicane. There's more traffic to negotiate as well, and van der Zande puts that Porsche between him and the opposition.
I was speaking to Westbrook earlier in the weekend, and he was saying that they're just struggling to find the same balance as the sister car. It just seems a little bit more nervous on the rear, and they've tried the same setup, and it just doesn't seem to bring the car into that same balance and the sweet spot that they've been looking for.
Yeah, definitely in their sort of ultimate and also in their averages, it looks like it's a little bit more of a struggle with that one. However, the sister car's up in 6th place overall and is making inroads into that 5th. You know, it's obviously had a bit of an incident at the beginning, nose change and everything else with the incident with the number 8 the first lap.
7:09 gains another place, doesn't it? So Dumas now goes up into 13th place, moves himself ahead of Renger van der Zande for inter-Europol competition. And that means that while he's been getting through, that battle between the LMP2 cars has been interrupted. It's a much wider gap than it was here a lap ago, for example.
Yeah, and just to come back, the ex-leader of this LMP2 battle, being Anthony Davidson, is now a lap and 2 minutes behind. And so it was a long time to get out the gravel from that lap in 2 minutes. The issue is that you can't get that back in performance, no question. Also, if there is a safety car, you're behind a different safety car, so it actually even limits what potential gains there are behind the safety car. And so he's going to be struggling to come back from that. I think it's a case of now just digging deep and trying to get everything clean and tidy all the way to the end and see what you can pick up. But right now, Jota are down in 19th place with the number 38, the mighty 38.
And we're hearing from Duncan Vincent in the pits that there's no negative report about the car, so he's not suggesting there was an issue that took him off. Points the finger at just an error.
Yeah, it is.
So it had the number 18 Porsche going off ahead, and that seemed to have been the distraction, wasn't it? That as that was having its drama, Anthony was just slightly distracted and off he went. But as you say, he's back in the race. We'll see what the car can salvage. There is still a long way to go.
Yeah, 21 hours.
Indeed so. Replay here of the Renger van der Zande Oreca over the curbs. Charles Lacey likewise in his efforts to play catch-up. So Kamui Kobayashi leading at the moment outright by 10.4 seconds, getting another incident being looked at, but no further action. This one is for number 18, the Haryanto Porsche, the treble 7, which is the D-Station Racing Aston. Which
is that little spin down at Tête Rouge, so it makes sense because it wasn't really, it was six of one, half dozen of the other, and they both got away with it. I'm sure there wasn't actually that much damage on either car either.
Which is good sometimes that no further action is there, because although it's right they're looked at, it doesn't necessarily mean that anybody is to blame. There are these things called accidents.
Yeah, exactly. And quite often you think when you're looking back at the replays, it's very easy to make a judgment. But when you're in the car, you don't even know where the guy is. You know, you can easily not even know that they're on the inside of you, and it can be a completely innocent accident.
Well, having visited the stewards on many occasions through my career, I can tell you that they actually have got a lot of data available, and they're very experienced. The stewards for the World Endurance Championship and obviously Le Mans, they tend to follow everything around all season, so they build up an understanding of the drivers, the cars, the teams, and the situations at different corners as well. And that's something that I think is a big benefit, actually, when you have got a travelling sort of steward group, effectively.
Sure. That pit stop penalty I mentioned for Aston number 33, that is still the leading car within GTE AM. It's got Dylan Pereira at the wheel of it, the Luxembourgish driver, but on the next pit stop, he's going to drop behind Marcos Gomez because of the extra 10 seconds. So that's going to be applied on that next stop for the Aston.
But the 33 has got a healthy lead on the second place 98 in terms of, what's that now, 16 seconds up the road. So yeah, the 10 seconds will obviously have an effect, but he should still come out with a little bit of a buffer there.
So where's the next fight going to come from? We'd had the Van der Zande versus Charles Lacey situation within LMP2, and we've also now got Blomqvist and James Allen and Wayne Boyd within LMP2 further up the order, getting themselves together for a scrap and doing improved lap times now. We've got doing a personal best Wayne Boyd, who in turn is being chased by his teammate Phil Hansen, and they were only something like a tenth apart. Phil Hansen fractionally the quicker, the more experienced of the two at Le Mans, coming through behind him last time around in 9th and 10th places overall, 5th and 6th in class. The United Autosports cars now, Darren, getting back into the mix.
Certainly are, and they're coming back through, and that's when you think about their performance in that first hour, to be able to sort of clawing their way back into the race at this point.
Yeah, it looked like, for Albuquerque, it looked like he was out on slicks and everybody was else in wets or intermediates. He just seemed to be struggling. He was back in the battle of the GT Yams, but they're sort of definitely coming back into it. They are 35 seconds off the lead, and the lead is still Colapinto in LMP2, just followed by 4 seconds behind is Job van Uitert. And so they're definitely in the game, and they're also within one safety car. And I'm probably going to keep bringing this back up at different points, but you need to stay within one safety car period to stay in that game. If you're split to the next safety car period, which is about a minute basically, then you're caught and you can't gain it back, and then you sort of lose the train effectively.
Now this is Alessandro Pierguidi, who is closing on Daniel Serra for the lead of GTE Pro. On that last lap, he was 1.3 seconds quicker. Third in the class is Earl Bamber, and Earl in the Porsche, his last lap was a good bit slower, in fact, than Pierguidi. So the Ferraris are still 1 and 2, but the gap between them is coming down now. So Daniel Serra versus Alessandro Pierguidi. Earl Bamber third in the class, and then Jordan Taylor, the best of the Corvettes at the moment. He's fourth in the class, number 63. And then you've got Porsche 5th, Porsche 6th, with Michael Christensen ahead of Rickard Leitz. 92 ahead of 91 now. But this, 79, is the car of Earl Bamber, third in class, and hunting down the Ferraris. For the moment, though, there is a lot of real estate that he needs to make up. So he's pushing on, is Earl Bamber, outright winner of the race. But last time around, as I said, he didn't quite have the pace of the Ferrari.
It looked like earlier on the Ferraris were working together. I mean, you could say they were racing each other hard, but it also looked like they were breathing off the throttle towards the end of the straight and just sort of working the toe and trying to build a gap. So at the moment, with a 19-second gap, that's not going to be possible. But maybe if they get back together, they can start working as a team again.
But they did a good job, didn't they? Because they caught up with the Corvettes, worked their way through, pulled away. So it was a very good, almost methodical first stint, whereas others were having their dramas. They just got on with the plan. So there, number 7 Toyota. This is still the leading car. Kamui Kobayashi negotiates Dylan Pereira. That's the Aston that's got the penalty on the next pit stop, don't forget. And Kamui Kobayashi, 9.9 seconds to the good on that last sector point, comes through the chicane. 4 pit stops to this car because of those 2 punctures that it suffered, putting it slightly out of its sequence. But number 8, despite its dramas on the first lap, looking very good and back at the races now. The margin 8.5 seconds, but with another pit stop owed by number 8.
And he's 10 laps into the stint for Sebastian Buemi, but for Kobayashi, he's only done 7 laps since that last one, which, as you said, was a short one, again, due to a puncture. They seem to be quite sensitive to punctures for whatever reason. I haven't seen many punctures for other cars in general, but obviously 2 in the 1 car starts to make you think, right, where are they going with the car to potentially pick up punctures? You know, from a team perspective, they'll be obviously looking at that and knowing whether it's the same puncture and whether it is actually something from debris, which there has been a bit of debris around, we have to say, or alternatively it's from the inner edge of the tyre, which usually means it's an inside curb strike.
Well, there is Kobayashi for the moment on his own. He stretched the margin a bit, 10.4 seconds last time around, so he's just made that gap slightly bigger. And it's Andre Nagrau now in the Alpine in 3rd place, but he's a minute and 53 off the lead. So that car's kind of in a race of its own at the moment. It's not necessarily being caught by LMP2, but it's not catching the Toyotas, is it?
No, but the pace is good, though.
Yeah.
I don't know how they've lost that amount of time, because if you look at the individual laps, the actual pace is pretty good right now. Same as what the Toyotas are doing. So
did have a big spin early on in the race. Nicolas Lapierre had a spin and lost a big chunk of time that way.
Yeah.
Because he tried to get out into the traffic and had to wait, but, you know, was that a minute and 53 seconds worth of loss? No, but the pace of the hypercars added to that stretches the gap.
Yeah, you're right. It was one of those things that I'm sure Lapierre was very happy just to be going again after that spin. It could have easily been one of those simple spins and then getting collected by the oncoming traffic.
And here, the Toyota trying to work its way through the LMP2 cars, which it does. This is talking about the Alpine on board. So Andre Nagrau's view as he goes over the timing line up towards the first corner. And this is the section that's been catching people out.
I wonder, because we had a little bit of rain, didn't we, in this sector? And if you get on the left, where that painted chevron is on the left, I've been off there, when it's just only a small amount of rain and you think everything's okay, you're still on slicks, and you just go to turn in on your normal line and away you go into the gravel. So maybe it was around that period that we lost the Porsche and obviously the Anthony in the LMP2.
Yeah, that's a big kick for Jota, isn't it? Because that was certainly looking very, very strong in the early part of the race, and has now fallen way, way down as a result. So Andre Negrão still runs third, and his last lap was actually quicker than the last of the Toyotas, so he's certainly pushing on, doing his best, 313 kilometres an hour on that graphic, and storms down towards the chicane on the Mulsanne now.
I don't think it's going to be too long before the 708 Glickenhaus is moving up to be in the top 4 position. He's, I think that's now sort of 14, 15 seconds he's closed down in the last few laps. And now he's only, what is he, sort of 4 seconds behind the LMP2 in second place. So, yeah, that could be a few spots made up before the end of the stint.
So this is the order at the moment. It's Toyota 1 and 2, number 7 ahead of 8. Third is the Alpine, and then fourth, leading the LMP2 class for G-Drive, is Franco Colapinto. Second in LMP2, Joop van Uitert for Racing Team Netherlands. And in 5th place overall, Franck Maillot has just got the Glickenhaus between the 2 LMP2 cars, with third in LMP2, Tom Blomqvist in the number 28 Jota entry. AF Corsa 1 and 2 in GTE Pro, Daniel Serra ahead of Alessandro Pierguidi. Third in GTE Pro, currently Earl Bamber. And in AM, 33 TF Sport Aston of Dylan Pereira leads Marcos Gomez Aston, and then it is Giorgio Zenagiotto for Cetilar Racing in third in the AM. So you've got an Aston Martin 1-2, Ferrari third there, as we now work lap number 49. And in the pits, Michael Wainwright's car is the one that's got the question mark over how much time it's losing, in terms of being 12 laps down already and still not having gone back out. So that car clearly in strife, and is it heading towards being the first retirement, or can they get it back out? As far as we're aware, they can't get the splitter to go back onto the car, so that's why it's taking this hellishly long time to get the GR Racing entry back out into the race. So it's 12 laps down already.
Because normally a splitter, you'd think maybe they're going to lose a lap, something like that. You know, it's more of a 5 to 6 minute job to change something like that. So the fact they're still in there after 6 laps.
If they can't get it to fit, why is it not fitting? What else has happened to distort things that it won't fit?
Yeah, a bigger hammer is required at this point, isn't it?
So there is the AM leader, and that is Dylan Pereira, and he is pulling away still from Marcos Gomez. The gap has widened, which is going to help on that next pit stop when the 10-second penalty is applied. So we might not need to panic too much about that.
It looks like he's got an advantage of a couple of seconds a lap, so
does now, yeah.
That's definitely going to give them a little bit of a breathing space when they come through for the next round of pit stops and take that 10-second penalty.
Right, number 8 Toyota you're on board with. This is the view heading back onto the Mulsanne straight. Speed building all the time. The gap 10.4 seconds, and this car, remember, is due shortly its 4th pit stop to balance it against number 7. But fast forward here, because the cars are slightly out of sequence, and how does that play out to the very end of the race? Well, who knows what dramas might befall them in the meantime. But right now, Kobayashi in 7, heads Buemi in 8, and Sebastian Buemi has stayed in that car right from the start of the race, hasn't he? So he's due a break shortly, and to hand the car over to either Kazuki Nakajima or Brendan Hartley. We'll see on that next pit stop. Romain Dumas in 7:09 is catching up to the traffic and has just done a personal best lap in the Glickenhaus. The next target for Romain Dumas is going to be the Chinese driver Yiffy Yi, who used to live at Le Mans. He's never raced here before, but when he was winning the French Formula 4 Championship, he lived at Le Mans. So race leader Kobayashi, and on this lap, a personal best in the first sector. And now, with the sun coming out and a dry road once more, good conditions, as 8 is anticipated. Tyres are ready.
He's done 12 laps for Sebastian Buemi, so they'll be ready to pop into the pits. He's been doing 13 lap stints. Admittedly, the last few have had slow zones in there, which maybe just dragged him across. But we're looking at Kobayashi as he comes through the last part of the circuit. Coming down into the chicane, he's done 8 laps, Kobayashi, so he's got a few more to go before his stint. So this will actually bring the gap back out again by about a minute.
And he's going to stay out for one more lap here. We understand from Duncan Vincent in the pit lane that the Mike Wainwright Porsche has structural damage, and therefore they can't get everything lined up, and therefore it's not looking good. So 7 continues, 8 comes in. It doesn't look good for number 86 Porsche, which is the car that Ben Barker started, which is a big, big shame. But all eyes for the moment on the Toyota, as into the pit lane now comes Sebastian Buemi, and a driver change surely is due now.
He's been in from the beginning, so that's actually quite a long stint for Sebastian Buemi. 3 hours and 11 minutes.
Yeah, he's earned a rest, hasn't he, after that? And of course, that first few laps, particularly frantic, trying to keep the car on the road and avoid the traffic, and then the fight back. So, yeah, he's been busy.
He's earned his cash.
Now, is this going to reduce? It should reduce the gap that second and third had between them. Andre Negrão now has an opportunity to close, but again, he's due a fourth pit stop soon, so it'll pan back out again.
Yeah, Negrão's done 12 laps as well, and that normally is his sort of limitation on stint lengths. And so I'd expect Negrão to come in at the end of this lap. Brendan Hartley's got in, new set of boots on the car. And so he'll go back out just as I expect Negrão to come in. Frank Maillot has brought the Glickenhaus 708 into the pits. Looks like they're cleaning out the radiator, the man in the front there in front of the refueler. As Brendan Hartley's on his way back out.
He is indeed. So his first stint within the race, and he will accelerate out of the pit lane any second now then to make the run up towards the Dunlop S's. And so number 8 Toyota, after its scare on the first lap, chases after the sister car once again. Brendan Hartley now at the wheel, and that margin after the pit stop, of course, goes up to around 90 seconds.
I'm just thinking for, you know, the guys that are getting into the cars now, second drivers, third drivers, they're going to be getting in when it's dark. You know, their first time on the track will be straight into the darkness, and that's always quite a difficult thing to sort of get yourself up to speed.
Yeah, but Darren, did you find it more difficult to get in that sort of half-dark light? I think it's better to get in either light and go through the transition, or get in the dark. At least you know you've got a constant sort of visual level at that point.
I think with the sunset, especially here, as it's towards the end of the lap and you go into the Dunlop curbs, that's where the sun's coming down. That was always the really difficult bit. If you were thrown out on the track at that point and trying to, it can be completely blind as you went through there if the screen was dirty as well. That was always the hardest part to jump in. But I always thought I like to have a little bit of running in the daylight just to get myself dialed into the race. So it's going to be difficult with the 4 o'clock start that Le Mans has. It means, and especially this time of year, because there's obviously a bit more darkness, it just makes it more likely that some of the drivers, their first stint's going to be into the dark.
Hope they've eaten their carrots.
Well, Romain Dumas stays at the wheel of 709. Away goes the Alpine then from third place. So the pit lane busy, but then it'll calm down a little bit as that next round of stop cycles through. So we've got Kobayashi and Hartley and Negrão, first, second, third. There's the Alpine back on track.
The battle in LMP2's hotting up again. It was out to 5 seconds between Colapinto and Van Uytert, but it's back down with a bit of traffic influence, I think, where it's just 1.2 seconds, where Van Uytert's shadowing the back of the G-Drive Racing Aurus of Colapinto. So we look at the Alpine popping itself through the Est de la Forêt and then into Tetre Rouge.
Just saw a bit of smoke, and I don't know if that's for barbecue on the edge of Tetre Rouge or someone was locking up into Tetre Rouge.
You're just feeling hungry, aren't you?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's just catch up on the travails of this 86 GR. Oh, I'll come to that in a moment. 98 has got bigger travails, so hold that thought, Duncan Vincent in the pit lane. 98 Aston off and a long way off and into the tyres. That's Marcos Gomez, second in class.
Yeah, that's at Indianapolis. He's gone in heavily there. Safety car, not surprised. He's had a massive impact at Indianapolis, gone round the right-hander and not made the left by the looks of things, but huge impact. You can see even the barrier itself has been displaced back, and there's, what, 6-7 rows of tyres there. Safety car. Hope he's okay.
Very similar place to where Marco Sorensen went off in the 95 a couple of years ago as well.
Indeed.
So,
yeah. So the medical team will attend, the marshals will attend, we go safety car, the pace of the race slows right down. Now, I did say, Duncan, we'll catch up on 86. We'll let the marshals do their work for a moment. Tell us what's going on for this GR Porsche of Michael Wainwright.
OK, they've broken a bracket off the subframe, David, and that is where the splitter mounts. Now, the splitter takes a lot of force, as Darren and Alan can say, but they couldn't mount it. It kept on falling down, so they tried 2 splitters. That in the background, the wheels going back on the car now. It had a bumper, and it was a big impact that I don't know if we saw. But yeah, thankfully the GR car will make its way back out, although what looked like a promising start to the day with a great qualifying week hasn't gone well.
Duncan, thanks very much. We just had the replay of number 98 going off the road, and it's the car in the tyres at Indianapolis. In fact,
the replay was just maybe not early enough, because we couldn't see if there was some contact with the LMP that was on the inside as they went into the corner. So maybe that was the start of the incident.
He was definitely offline and lost it quite early as he went through the right part of it. In some respects went in at a sort of 35, 40 degree angle, which is better than side on 90 degrees or nose on completely. But the tyre wall definitely dissipated a lot of energy, and just hopefully enough. Now the safety cars, there's 3 safety cars here. One is at the start and finish line, which picks up the queue there. One is just after the first chicane, picks up the queue between the start and finish line and the first chicane. And the third one is at Arnage on the exit. And each safety car will rotate at basically the same speed, so they will then be able to return to their original spot when the safety car session is stopped at exactly the same time to go green. I have to say, in the past, that wasn't always the case, but they've now got the timing, the communication between the three safety cars that they basically hold and neutralise the race.
Right, so the Aston Martin team, understandably, wanting to know what's happened to Marcos Gomez and why the car went off the road. There's another of the safety car trains heading down the Mulsanne Straight. But our first safety car period then, as the boards are there, the flags are there, and this now starts to throw certain team strategy up into the air, because having just made pit stops, others might be able to luck in here.
Well, you've got Buemi, who has, he's just made a pit stop, he's in his out lap. You've got Kobayashi, who's got 3 laps. Now, under safety car, used probably about 50% of the fuel that you would on a wide open, flat out lap. And so therefore, if you've got 3 laps, that potentially could be 6 laps under safety car with 3 laps, as we see the driver out clearly winded, but out of the car, which is a very positive sign.
Absolutely right. So Marcos Gomez out of the car, but being attended to by the medical team, and we hope that he's A-OK, but the car needs to be retrieved, and then there's going to be the delay while the barrier is repaired as well.
But the other thing is, if you do pit under safety car, then you are held at the end of the pit lane until the train from the next safety car that's behind you comes past.
Right.
So effectively, you lose a third of the lap. Now, it's kind of the same. It's not a free pit stop, but it's the same as a green flag pit stop in reality.
And drivers trying to keep tyre temperatures and pressures up. A little bit of weaving going on behind the safety car there, as the Aston Martin team try to work out whether that was a failure that put the car off or a driver error. But either way, sadly, that looks like it's going to be our first retirement of the race.
You're looking at the Pro class and the GTE Pro. All the leaders are pretty close together. So they're all in the same bunch. They're all under the same safety car. So at least that keeps that class together in terms of racing. I'm just trying to look through on the LMP2 if it's the same there.
It's pretty much the same in the LMP2. The one that's maybe a little bit out is the 21 Dragon Speed car. It's done less, and also the 82 Risi Competizione has done 8 laps, where everybody else is on 10. Normally the LMP2s do 11 laps, so I'd expect them to come in and in the next lap or 2 maximum.
And this could be quite a long safety car period if that barrier needs...
Yeah, because it's not just the tyre wall, it's the barrier that's deformed behind it, isn't it? And nothing will be left to chance, especially as you're heading towards the darkness in the next few hours as well.
It's interesting, the incident's being investigated, whether there was another car involved in some way. We saw that there was an LMP2 car around and about, but impossible to say whether they were party to it or not.
One other car that's getting on with the job, which is good to see, is Dennis Anderson's high-class racing Orica, having had its dramas off the grid. He stayed behind the wheel and he's had a couple of spins, yes, but the car is now up to 26th overall. It's 21st in class, admittedly, but in terms of an overall position, it has made reasonable progress up from the back, and if it can keep out of trouble, that looks a bit more promising.
Yeah, Dennis Anderson did the start, the first 9 laps, then gave it to Marcus Sorensen, who did a double stint, and then back to Anderson for a double stint as well. So basically they switched in those greasy end conditions to Sorensen, who brought it through, and but Anderson's, I think, got the car underneath him again and got a bit of confidence back. I have to be honest with you, I wouldn't have liked to have been driving in that first part of the race. It's one of those times when I look at it and think, yeah, I'm glad I retired.
Getting the slow motion replays here of Brendan Hartley in the Toyota, rattling over the curbs. And this is the view looking down as the car of Marcos Gomez is retrieved and then the barriers are repaired. But as we've been saying, this might take a little while, given that the Armco is deformed behind the tower barrier, which again illustrates the speed and the force with which that car went off. As yet, no word from the team as to what caused that, so they'll try to get to the bottom of it, but really they probably need to get the driver back first and talk to Marcos Gomez, and he'll have a trip to the medical centre first and then go back to the team.
I think there it's going to be the TV footage that's probably going to give the best, and the TV footage we've got's one part, but the circuit do have all of the circuit cameras as well that are not part of the television footage, and they will be looking at those. As you see, fans there, a few rubbing their eyes already, but G-Drive got the engine covered off.
Yeah. And back on, so whatever they thought they might have had to worry about, fingers crossed the team doesn't, but just taking the opportunity with a little bit more time just to check things over.
Well, as I said to you, if you pit underneath the safety car, you have to wait until the next safety car is passed and also the queue of cars. So you might as well take the time, go into the pits, do various different bits of work, as Risi Competizione are doing, David, at the moment.
Yeah, car in the garage, so they're going to take a lot more time here. You can get more people to work on the car if it's in the garage, but it also suggests there's a bit more of a problem. They're going to swap the front bodywork, aren't they? So is that a lighting issue maybe? So you just put a new front section on and a rear wing drama as well for that car, we understand.
Yeah, if you've maybe also got, you know, had a trip across the curbs and the front nose is slightly damaged, then for aero-wise you might want to switch it. Ryan Cullen's been in the car in the 82 for the last couple of stints. Ollie Jarvis started that car, did a triple stint and then passed it to Ryan, who's done 2. And so, yeah, a little bit of work. But it is the opportune time to try to do it when you can. And part of that extra work is free. It's never a free stop, but part of the extra work is free.
There's a loss, isn't there, that's going to happen because you're going to get dropped behind the following pace car. So you've probably got 4 minutes, I would have thought, in terms of being able to spin the car into the garage, do any repairs and still only lose what you were going to lose anyway.
Yeah, and we used to have a cut-off point where we knew where the safety car was, and that was at the point where we were running down the pit lane to make sure that we didn't get caught behind the next one, if you like. And because there is only a period of time when the lights are green at the end of the pit lane.
Alvaro Perrin getting ready to get on board the Porsche that he's part of the driving force of this weekend. G-Drive studying data and waiting for the next pit stop from that car. And currently we're on lap 52, but we're behind the safety car here at Le Mans, and the reason for that is Marcos Gomez' sizable accident. And although we've seen him out of the car, understandably he is somewhat winded, somewhat shaken. GT champion within the Asian Le Mans series, former Formula Renault racer, been very competitive in Brazilian stock cars, and he was at the wheel of that car, which was running second in class, as you see now, 92 Porsche, which is 5th currently. Michael Christensen at the wheel of it, 5th in class, having started, of course, 6th, not getting a time in Superpole. That's the car that won its class at Spa and at Monza, but has got a lot of work to do right now.
Yeah, Porsche had a bit of trouble with that car, hasn't it? It's been through the wars a little bit.
Yeah.
It's recovered well, but at the moment, Ferrari, well, they weren't the fastest in qualifying, but the big points come at the end of this race, and they're 1-2, and consistently looked like they should be 1-2 as well once it dried out.
And those big points, just to make the point once more, double points for this round, this 4th round of the FIA World Endurance Championship, so important to score well.
So we see the Risi Competizione car still in the pits as the Aston's getting dragged out, but the train of cars are just coming past us now. And so the safety car and the window will be open for them to release, so the Risi needs to get back out there. But all eyes are exactly on the 98 to make sure that, first of all, the first thing is the driver's okay. The car can be repaired, first thing is the driver, but there's extensive damage to the front of that. However, it has done its job, Darren, at the end of the day.
Massively. I mean, you can see the safety lights are on, flashing in the cockpit there. But yeah, it's mainly a front-end accident. You're right, it went in on a slight angle, which would have helped with dispersing some of the energy throughout the car. But the driver safety cell has done a great job.
You see it, yeah, maybe a little bit offline with the P2 car, and it's a bit damper and things, but he's still spinning and gone in pretty heavily. The gravel's not slowed him down too much.
You mentioned earlier on about the different parts of the track which dry quicker than others, and although the racing line would have been dry, the little bit of road on the left there probably would have been still damp under the trees.
So the marker of doom is being employed at the moment, sad to say, to get rid of 98. So we had one non-starter, but our first retirement is going to be number 98, and that takes Paul Dallalana, Nicky Thiem and Marcus Gomez out of the race, and a lot of damage, as we've seen, done to the front of the Aston Martin. So we're still behind the safety cars here at Le Mans. Race leader is on lap number 52. And Brendan Hartley is one of the drivers that loses out under this, because the margin now is 2.5 minutes against Kamui Kobayashi. So for the Toyota number 8, safety cars come at exactly the wrong time. There is the Aston Martin being returned to tarmac, or then towards the flatbed. And this is the last part of the clear-up operation. Sort out the tyre barrier, and also the Armco behind might need some work doing to it, as well as more drivers get ready for a pit stop.
Yeah, those tyres are belted together, they're basically screwed together, and then after that they've got a layer of belting in front as well to contain them. So they're contained in stacks and then contained. It's a little bit like a jigsaw puzzle, but clearly when a car harpoons them, then they do come apart. But they do their job.
Indeed so, and we've seen the driver out of the car, which is good. There is 88 Porsche, which makes its way down in 56th place with Don Bastian at the wheel of it, the oldest driver in the race at 75 years and 8 months, but the regular American racer who's done the Aston Martin support race at Le Mans in the past. He's done the Porsche race this weekend. Joop van Uittert's fan club in typical Dutch noisy fashion. If you've got a very, very long memory, you'll remember Joop van Uittert's uncle used to race in Formula Ford in the UK in the early 1980s, one of the Marlboro sponsored drivers.
Really?
Yeah.
I never put the two of those together.
Gerald van Uitert.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, what year was that?
1983, 84. Yeah.
That was when you were about, wasn't it?
I actually, yes, I was. I started in 87.
Yeah. He was a Marlboro Challenge driver.
Yeah, but I was 10 years old at the time. Thank you.
And you still are.
Yeah.
There's a whole generation of people saying, no, never heard of him. No, don't know what these two old blokes are talking about. But anyway, as I say, if you have a long memory, it's the same family.
Or very old.
Yeah, quite.
Martin Haven sitting in the background. Oh, yeah, I remember that era very well, and the 70s.
He's just nodding in general, because that's what he does.
Jumbo car in the pit lane. 29. Cleaning the screen, cleaning the numbers on the side.
Second in class, isn't it? A good job has been done by that, no pun intended, but Joop van Uitert, a good job done to be second in class and battling with Franco Colapinto. So G-Drive versus Racing Team Netherlands at the moment, helped in part to get there for the class battle for the lead by the dramas for Anthony Davidson.
So just prior to that pit stop, both of those two cars were behind one safety car, and the rest of the LMP2s were behind the one that was behind. So now, when they go out, they should all be in the same sort of the top 6, 7, 8, 9 cars in that class should all be in the same train behind the similar safety car.
Starting to feel left out that I don't have a flag to wave here, but everybody else seems to in the stands. And there's the queue of cars forming, waiting, as Alan's been explaining, for that next safety car wave to come past, and then they'll join the rear of that train of cars.
The issue you have here, and this is where maybe we played the wrong game, the tyres are now just cooling down at the end of the pit lane. And so it might be worthwhile to have considered just waiting there for a little while outside, bring the tyres at the last moment when you see the safety car train, and then go down with hot tyres to be released.
There's the race control team looking on with all the data, and those screens, the closed circuit TV that Alan was talking about a little while ago. So those, not TV broadcast, that's the marshal's points cameras, and that gives them another look at incidents around the circuit to know not only what they need to do to sort out an incident, but when they can go back to green flag conditions. So we've got the marshals hard at work. We've got one of the medical vehicles returning to the pit lane, and we've got others diving for the pit lane, including, I think, 88 that we were looking at a little while ago, the Porsche of Don Bastian heading down the pit road, as that is the shot looking down onto the pit lane. If you see the pits to the right, you'll see that the Porsche I've just mentioned is in, and the majority of the field pouring through. Don Bastian in the car that was started by Julian Andlauer, and Lance David Arnold is the third driver in that Dempsey Proton Racing Porsche that started 39th on the grid. So the field still under safety car conditions. The teams getting ready for a long night ahead. And it's still Toyota 1-2 with that 2.5 minute gap right now between number 7 from number 8. And their conversations going on in the Jota garage. Right, tyre stack has been rebuilt. The barrier, even though it is slightly kinked, has not been attended to. So the incident zone is clear. And we've got the pit entry of number 28 Jota car being looked at. So that's the one that Sean Galal and Tom Blomqvist share with Stoffel van Doorn. But its pit entry at 7:15 is being looked at.
Yeah, I'm not sure 15 minutes ago that particular timing was what it is. Normally, if it's speed lane infraction coming in too fast, then that's kind of a slam dunk penalty, which in practice is a fine when the race is a drive-through. And so, not exactly sure what this particular one is, as we see some slow-mos. And look at the mirror of the Ferrari just vibrating. Not that I think they use them very much, but I'm not saying that derogatory to Ferrari drivers. I know I never used the mirrors. We had a camera in the car, and as soon as the rearward-facing camera came, then the mirrors became superfluous for me.
But they were just, you know, nice for the heritage of a car, wasn't it?
Well, they were mandatory by the regulations more than anything else. They weren't actually useful by any other sort of format.
Graham Goodwin?
Just a quick question. Just going back after a little while away, how long was safety car out? That wasn't a late call. It didn't cross the wrong line, did he, into pit lane?
Could have done, but I think 15 minutes ago, we had 15 minutes of safety car.
I think you may have had a little longer.
Okay.
But it would be a little longer.
It's certainly a thought, yes, as to why that would have happened.
Yeah, safety car was 3 hours and 14 minutes into the race.
It's about right, isn't it?
Yeah,
I wonder if they've called him late and he's not taken the correct entry into the pit lane.
Yeah, it's a good thought. It's a good thought. So, Jota,
tell you what,
it's problems.
Also, the other thing is Kobayashi's due as well. He's done 12 laps now. We mentioned the fact that you use less fuel underneath the safety car, but it is coming up to them. I'm not sure what their tactic would be with that. They've got a 2-minute 34-second gap to Brendan Hartley in the sister car at the moment. And is it better to try to do that under full green? I think it actually is. If you could start with a 2-minute 38-second gap, you would actually gain more, because prior to it, and here we see the Aston, and it's just out on that green there is not painted tarmac, it's AstroTurf.
That just unsettled him, didn't it?
And it's wet, because that would be still residually wet from the rain earlier on. And the AstroTurf is, well, it's blooming awful in these conditions, and so just dipping your left rear wheel onto it, and that's where he's lost his adhesion and gone off.
Not nice to watch.
But the good news, as we've been saying, is that he's out of the car. A little bit shaken, a little bit winded, but the strength of the car has stood up to that. That's the D-station Aston that's in.
Hopefully prognosis is good on him.
Hearing from Duncan, driver change due on the 777 car.
So Satoshi Hoshino brought it in. New tyres on, and the car about to run back down the pit lane. TF Sport operated car. Now the Porsche's getting on in their battle. Well, Porsche GT team being outpaced at the moment by WeatherTech, but it'll be interesting to see how Cooper McNeil gets on when he replaces Earl Bamber in that car for his stint.
And clearly we saw limbering up, ready to get aboard. And as the D-station car gets to the end of pit lane and will be held, of course. TF Sport with Aston Martin at the top of the field. Very sadly, we're going to have the 98 car at the bottom of the field. D-station. We didn't see the driver change underway, but I wonder if that might be Tomonobu Fuji, who's been something of a revelation this year. Silver rank driver, and has been extremely quick. And still held at the end of pit lane, the 777.
Now in GTE AM, even though number 33 had an extra 10 seconds to serve as a penalty in that pit stop, it managed to play the safety cars absolutely right. And now Dylan Pereira at the wheel of 33 has got 2.5 minutes in hand over Giorgio Senna-Giotto. So actually that last round of pit stops worked out really well for the Aston Martin.
Yeah, it did. We have to remember when we're talking about the gaps, these are gaps at safety car speed.
Yes, true.
Once you get up to racing speed, then clearly they will reduce by natural, but it's the general gaining and lossing that we're looking at. At the moment, the safety car's doing about 7.5 minutes per lap. In racing, we're talking 3.5 minutes per lap.
So we can expect the gaps to come down. WRT have put Yiffy into 41.
Yeah, Yifie's done 10 laps actually after Robert Kubica started and ran all the way through. Kubica did 4 stints in there at the beginning.
Been busy.
Yep.
So LMP2, Yifie from Tom Blomqvist from Wayne Boyd. Safety car in this lap then. So we are going to go racing at the end of this lap, and then we'll start to see what the gaps really are.
Yeah, safety car A, which is the first safety car that will come into the pit lane, is now coming down towards Porsche. B is at Tetra Rouge. B is coming into Mulsanne, and this is a C, which will come in just after the first chicane. And so it's critically important as a driver, you know actually which one you're behind. So you start to prepare for the Toyota, prepare the tyres, the brakes, and also the hybrid system ready to go, and that you know when that car is going to pull off. So I'd expect this particular one to pull in at the end of this straight and after the chicane, and then it's all systems go.
So we'll be set to go racing then this time as this safety car period comes to an end. Everybody on their toes now, weaving around, getting the temperatures back up, getting the pressures back up, and we will go racing then with Toyotas 1 and 2 and 53 laps in the book. That's the leading car then, number 7, which is in the wave, as you see, coming down the Mulsanne straight, but the first safety car train is coming through the Porsche curve, so it won't be long before it gets to the end of the lap here, and very shortly we will be back in business. In fact, just before we do that, let's quickly go to Duncan Vincent in the pit lane. News on Risi Competizione's problems, Duncan.
Yes, they had contact at the front, so they changed the front nose, but what happened is the locking points for the rear wing had failed. Now, they don't know how they had rear wing failure, David. That's the worrying thing for the team, but they've had to take the biggest hammer, they've had to remove the cam locks. They will be back out soon, but a great shame. It should have been a routine stop, and they couldn't get the wing off the back of the car.
Duncan, thanks very much. Now, we're going to go racing, but there are more pouring into the pit lane. So some of the squads might have mistimed that, but we do have the green flag on the start line. The race back underway then. Green flags all around the circuit. You see there the safety car peeling off the road, coming out of Arnage. And straight away, the quick drivers that are alert to the situation, straight off on their toes, trying to gain ground, because with everybody bunched up like this is an opportunity to try to make places. And look at this Ferrari fight going on here, because the two of them are nose to tail, swinging their way towards the Porsche curves, with the GTE Pro leading Ferrari 52, which has got Daniel Serra at the wheel, trying to work its way through as well, because not that far behind is Pierre Guidi, but actually Pierre Guidi has been held up a little bit, and that gap has stretched. There is Pierre Guidi, and he's fallen back a little bit thanks to the back markers.
Yeah, but he's got through the back markers. You see a big train behind here, and there's a bit of a scrabble position. You've got to be very, very careful with that, because it's quite easy to get tripped up as you're sort of coming through, especially in the pinch point in towards karting, Graham.
And they've got to be on it, because just behind them are the 3rd and 4th and 5th place cars in the class. The WeatherTech Racing car in the hands of Will Bamber is right behind and making his way through that same batch of traffic. So too is Jordan Taylor in the 63 Corvette, and so too is Michael Christensen in the 92 Porsche. There's the WeatherTech car, that's 1, 2, 3, and you get a longer shot, you'll get the Corvette there too.
But also, not only is Pierre Guidi trying to catch, he's also being passed by LMP2 traffic. And look, because Serra has got another wave of cars he's got to get through. So, admittedly, Pierre Guidi will have to do the same thing. But Daniel Serra, for the moment, having gapped him to the tune of 3.8 seconds, is now losing time as he has to thread his way through cars of a comparable pace.
Yeah, big winner here has been Jota Sport, though, and not the Anthony Davidson car, who's switched to Roberto Gonzalez. But actually, the sister car, Tom Blomqvist, by the fact that everybody else is pitted, is now leapfrogged up into first place, followed by United Autosports of Wayne Boyd. And so just with the way that it's factored in, the fact they pitted just before the safety car has really put them in a good position at the moment.
So in a position where United Autosports were just struggling seemingly at every turn, well, a bit of luck and a bit of strategy brings them straight back into contention. Jota, United, Panis, G-Drive, Racing Team Netherlands and Team WRT. It's the big boys at the front.
Yeah, it is. It certainly is. Colapinto, who was leading, and then Van Uytert, who was in second place. They're now 4th and 5th. They're in this particular train, though. It's not as if they're too far behind, but they're in the actual game. It's just they're not leading the game right now. And as usual, the safety car procedures will be checked, though, Graham, just to make sure everybody, A, slowed down correctly, and B, also kept to the appropriate speeds. As Dragon Speed, another LMP2's just popped into the pits, as we're now on board, diving down the inside in towards the Indianapolis 2.
Well, that's not great for Dragon Speed, pitting as they go green.
No, Dragon Speed have been a little bit out of it. Henrik Hedman's at the wheel at the moment. They're 13th in P2, and they're effectively a lap down over the leaders, Tom Blomqvist in the Jota Sport car.
The good news is that they, though, are eating into the time that Henrik Hedman needs to spend in the car, and actually having a gentleman driver in while the safety car is out is very important. You know, part of managing your time strategy.
He's very efficient. The gentleman driver's got to do 6 hours out of the 24. It's a lot of running, and in terms of stints, each stint is about 45 minutes. And so, you know, they're doing a lot of times in the car, 8 stints basically.
Yep.
And that's something that strategically you try to manage, but there's also gentleman drivers that are out there that are blooming quick, and there's ones that definitely don't want to get out of the car.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. I mean, you know, they've spent a lot of time, effort, and not an inconsiderable amount of money getting here to not sit watching the race. They want to be part of the race. Obviously, they want their car and their team to do as well as possible, but they want to be part of it. And the United Autosports Jota battle out front, not too far ahead of this car, Racing Team Netherlands in 5th place, Joop van Uyten, and his gentleman driver, the man who runs Jumbo Supermarkets, Frits van Aert, yet to get into that car, but he will probably at the end of this stint for Joop. And then we will see, you know, as we get into the evening, he's still got a good couple of hours of daylight, probably, so he'll double stint, maybe even triple, and you know, get his first real tranche of racetrack under his belt.
Yeah, Joop's still just only on his second stint. He's only done 14 laps total, 12 in the first and then 2 in this one. As we see the Dragon Speed car back out, Henrik Hedman still at the wheel.
The only problem if Joop stays in for a triple is that you're starting to put Frits in as it's starting to get dark. So you want him actually to have a, you know, at least a single stint, 45 minutes before you start to really get into dusk. So again, with my team manager hat on, I'll be getting Joop out at the end of this, because that's when the tyres are due for changing anyway. So put Frits in as early as you can.
Yellow flags in the Porsche curves right now. Just looking as well at the progress, it's the 44 car. And that's a nasty place to be, facing the wrong way.
Yep.
That's going to need some help to get that turn back around.
Now there's one of the 2 Konopkas, Miro and Mate.
It's Miro.
It is Miro Konopka.
And got help.
Oh dear, from the Real Team racing car. And a couple there, straight lining the chicane. And, you know, hard to argue with that, because straight lining, yes, it's because the car was a car pretty much curb to curb, broadside across them.
It's Loic Duval who's on a charge at the moment, trying to close the gap to Yifei in the Team WRT 41 car. So
leader in the pits, Kamui Kobayashi. How many laps in this stint?
Kamui should be coming up towards a pit stop. He's done 15 laps now. 13's been the most by any car, but remember, we did have the safety car, and so he saved definitely some fuel there, but I would expect Kobayashi to be popping into the pits. But in fact, he's in the pits now.
He is. That is the second full stint that car has done in the race. Did they do a full 12-lapper in the second stint? Yeah. So they've had 2 short ones forced. At the end of their second stint, they changed a punctured tyre, but didn't have to come in for it. That's Miro Konopka coming in. He's had damage as well, hasn't he?
I think it's mainly going to be flat-spotted tyres as well.
The second stint, the first short stint, was also because of a puncture. They had to change the second punctured tyre. The 9-lap stint, they brought him in because of the slow zone at the end of the pit lane. They would lose less time stopping then than they would do stopping under full green. So that's the reason for that 9-lap stint. As far as we're aware, I haven't had that confirmed by TGR rather.
You mentioned Konopka coming into the pit lane, but I haven't actually seen him coming into the pit lane.
He was crawling along and looked to be. Did we misidentify pit lane there?
Well, we that stopped in the pit entry road. He is stopped out of our sight in the pit entry road.
Okay.
So he's not actually in the pits yet. So Alan's looking out of both of our windows and still can't see him. And that all we can see is the pit road.
We've got wave yellows down to protect that side. Absolutely right. I can see by where the spectators are bunching themselves is literally just out of our sights. A pit in rather.
So yeah, he's on the right-hand side. So drivers being warned to bear left if they need to pit. And of course, if you need to pit, you need to pit. There's no two ways about it.
So coming up on 4 hours of this race, it's flown by. Certainly the first hour, as incident-packed as any I can remember, the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Had quite a lot going for it, didn't it?
It did, rather.
It really did, yes.
Will be slow zone, by the way, to protect, well, they recover the 44 car to safety.
Yeah, that's going to have to happen because it's not going to make it in on its own, is it? So, yeah, slow zone in zone 9, which is the final slow zone of the racetrack. So it's not necessarily Marshall's post to Marshall's post. They don't vary. There are set zones which all go slow zone at the same time. Here we are. 92 Porsche comes into that. And that car in 5th position in class. There's Miro Konopka. No, I want to go that way.
Push me that way because he can't be assisted by the pit crew for some little time yet.
Yeah, it's quite a long push.
Let's see it again. Contact happened before the corner, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, the question is, was he losing that as the car went by, or was there contact from the real team racing car? And again, you know, the stewards will look at that. They'll look at the data from the cars. They will look at the track cameras. Into the pits have come Earl Bamber for WeatherTech and Jordan Taylor and Michael Christensen. So again, because of the slow zone, it's an opportunity. And it could be an opportunity. Bamber's out of the car, so there's a driver change at WeatherTech. It could be an opportunity just for a splash of fuel. It could be an opportunity for fuel and tyres. It could be an opportunity to fuel, tyres and driver change.
A very angry Miro Konopka. He wants the Marshals to push this car much further towards the help from his crew that's being pushed back to a place of safety just out of our sight. I can see Miro waving his arms. He's extremely unhappy.
Problem is, it's another 200 or 300 metres
it is, absolutely.
to push, and the Marshals need to be at the Marshals
They do
post.
indeed, and they are correct.
They're not there to push cars around the track. So, driver change at WeatherTech. Earl Bamber out, didn't recognise the helmet. The Corvette does pop back out in front, the 63 car. That's the order in which they... Oh, no. Jordan Taylor came in behind the WeatherTech Porsche. So there is a change.
JMW Ferrari pops into the pits. And so that's 9th in GTE AM at the moment.
Michael Christensen, I should have recognised the helmet, got into 92. 63, Jordan Taylor stays aboard. Cooper McNeil in the WeatherTech car. That's the, I should have guessed because he's about 1.5 foot taller than Earl Bamber. Should have really figured that one out. So Coop takes his first exploratory couple of corners of the race. They, of course, are still with their foot on the gas in this one. First and second, Alessandro Pierguidi ahead of Daniel Serra. 7.8 seconds to gap first to second. Third place car back a minute. That's the Corvette of Jordan Taylor. Now, they have stopped, but the Ferraris didn't use that opportunity to dive into the pits.
TF Sport Car gained basically a safety car where the safety car came out, and that's allowed to pull them up ahead. They've got a pretty mighty gap at this moment in time. Not to say that that won't change. I wouldn't say it necessarily will swing back around, but you know, Pereira there is he's in pretty good shape as the car's in the pits.
And he is strapping in Ben Keating, so the Texan getting ready for his first stint. And again, in the GT AM class, among the gentleman drivers, Ben Keating is right up there at the very top of the speed tables. Habitually, it's his 7th Le Mans 24 hours. It's the 7th different car he's driven. And he, I'm sure, will have been aching to get into the car. Maybe not in the first hour. You know, if it rains when you're in the car, you deal with what you deal with. But, okay, pretty happy to let the car get started and go with it. And as you said, Alan, they are comfortably ahead of Cetilar's Giorgio Senna Giotto and Kessel Racing's and Scott Andrews. That's the yellow car guy, Ferrari, which is in 3rd place. So, safely completed that pit stop. And Ben Keating exploring the circuit for the first time in race trim.
Aston Martins with very different fortunes indeed in the last half hour or so, with the elimination from proceedings of the 98 car. That nasty accident for Marcus Gomez, but that all fell really pretty well indeed, didn't it, for the number 33 car?
It certainly did. They had a pit stop infringement as well, a 10-second to add to their last stop for an infringement because the engine was running during refueling at the last stop. They hadn't obviously switched off by the time the refueling man had located the hose onto the car, so they've served that.
So slow zone speeds will be examined, as always they are, but seems to be no major issues that we are aware of. Giorgio Senna Giotto in the blue and green Cetilar colours, right behind Scott Andrews in the car guy yellow. The car run by Kessel Racing. They had the entry, the car guy taking it up. And in the centre is the Iron Dames car, another of the GT Ferraris. And who's in that? Sarah Bovey, just on her outlap.
Yep.
So
the new bronze driver for the team, and that's squeezing hard there. The Cetilar car and the Kessel Racing car, and there's contact.
Yep. Senna Giotto does not want to give this away.
And he hasn't given it away.
All Italian lineup in that Italian car. They're very proud to be racing that Ferrari.
The Hub Auto Porsche behind is for position, by the way. So that is climbing back up with Dries van Teur at the wheel. So looking to get by Scott Andrews and Giorgio Senna Giotto.
It is a pro car, of course, the Hub Auto car. In fact, it was our pro pole sitter, and it's still on page 2 of our timing screens.
Yeah, a couple of woes for that car in the early running, including being hit by the Edex Sport car up under the Dunlop Bridge.
So looking now at our battle for 4th place. Miro Konopka coming into the pit lane.
So good news for Slovakia Motorsport, as ARC Bratislava's 44 car manages to get going again, and Miro is heading towards the welcoming arms of the crew on pit lane. That's good news.
It is good news. You know, for that team, first time in World Endurance Championship, first time here at Le Mans, they will be, second time here at Le Mans, they will be looking, you know, really looking to try and make sure the car gets to the finish. You know, when you lose time like that, you know that the chances of everybody else losing the same amount or more time are slim, but they will be desperate to try and keep the show on the road. In the centre of your shot there, Fritz van Aert.
Yeah, to the right was Mark Kernzer, who in past years looked after the efforts of Juan Jan Lammers and the racing team.
Yep. Racing Team Holland in those days.
I was trying to remember with the domes.
Racing Team Holland, and then was it not also Racing Team Netherlands in a later iteration? Anyway, Hub Auto into the pit lane. So Dries van Teur has completed another stint in the car as it claws its way slowly up the order. But how many laps has that car completed now? It has completed 53. Our leader has, it's the same lap. It's still on the lead lap in GTE Pro. Here's the battle for 3rd. Jordan Taylor ahead of Michael Christensen. So in the catering unit, I'm sure Darren Turner and Ollie Gavin are pushing and shoving each other to see who's going to come out on top, either the Corvette or the not Corvette. There's no Aston Martin in the Pro battle this year.
Saw that earlier, and for lunch, the two of them, it was not pretty. Darren did end up getting the meatball after that, so
that's all very good. So of course, there's Ferraris 1-2, now 4 seconds apart they are. Jordan Taylor in 3rd place, a minute back.
Car 88 under investigation, overtaking under yellow, Marshall's post 32.
It's Mike Wainwright. The car's already had a new splitter in the beginning of his stint.
No, it's not Mike Wainwright. That's the second Dempsey Proton car.
Sorry, 86.
It's Don Bastian. It's the oldest driver in the race, and that car the way down the order, that will have been as the yellows came out for protecting Miro Konopka.
It is. It's exactly at the point of karting. So, yeah, we saw a couple of cars diving off to the left, and one seemed to want to get back on the circuit quicker than the other.
Still pretty frenetic stuff. Getting deep into this race now. We're almost a European Le Mans Series race in.
Yep. Driver change at Hub Auto. Alvaro Parent has taken over the Hub Auto car. A fuel pressure issue, we are told by Duncan Vincent in the pit lane for ARC Bratislava. So presumably he has had some way to change it onto a secondary pump.
Yeah, he was on 13 laps, so he had been on his in-lap when he went, so he was probably at the point of just making it anyway, and that's why it wouldn't have picked up once it had spun. And once it had spun, he would use more energy, fuel energy, to actually get the car moving and rotated than he would be if he had rolled through the corner and came to the pit.
Okie dokie. Richard Mille Racing Team leaves the pits. Weitz Kivissa on board the #1 car. They are midway up the LMP2 group. 13th place in LMP2, where we have all 24 LMP2 cars running. Risi Competizione with Ryan Cullen back at the wheel, back out on track, but losing more time in the pits with that rear wing issue. Look at the top speed comparison between our two top classes. And then in GTE, AF Corsa, the Pro leader, and the AM leader, Ross Gunn, 3:06.95. Rather, that's the top speed. He's not the leader in that TF Sport Aston Martin. In fact, long way off now. John Hartshorn is in that car. It's in 12th place in class.
It's the 95 car that had problems earlier in the week.
There was a brief period, though, where we had an Aston Martin 1-2-3 in GTE AM, which greatly pleased Darren Turner. Very slightly miffed Ollie Gavin. Ooh. Here comes the G-Drive car.
It's Colapinto with Alan. And Alan just moved over there to overtake, and Colapinto sort of got squeezed here. This is a chance for Van Uytert because Colapinto's not got a good run out of the corner.
Don't forget, Weitz Kivissa in that white car has only been out. No, it's the G. Yeah, no, it's Weitz Kivissa. She's only been out. This is her first flying lap. So they go by. Franco Colapinto keeps his nose in front of Joop Van Uytert, but loses a little bit of ground. Here's the view from Van Uytert. Dives down the inside of Weitz Kivissa.
I thought he had a better run out of the corner than it turned out he did. He didn't seem to get the momentum that he needed to be able to deliver an attack there on Colapinto.
And ahead as they go past the GT Porsche. Again, Franco Colapinto dropping in behind a Porsche. James Allen already jumped by. Colapinto trying to pick up whatever little bit of DRS effect he can on the straight. He's gone wide. Big lock up, nearly took out James Allen. Oh boy, got in maybe a kilometre or two an hour quicker because of that slipstream, and hoiked on the handbrake, metaphorically if not literally.
Visser was forced there to one side as he tried to take the line through the turn. But, a little rattled maybe by that moment.
Youngest driver in the race this year. Also, somebody reminding us a little bit earlier that in Virtual Le Mans last year, he was the fastest of the pro drivers.
Colapinto?
Yeah.
Was he?
Well, he is of that generation, we have to say.
Yes.
So parents, your kids should be playing video games. Let's take a look at this again. This is coming from a long way back, and it was...
Yeah, he's just in too quick. He actually recovered it very, very well.
Didn't he?
It was a good recovery, but it needed to be a good recovery because otherwise it was going into the kitty litter on the outside.
How long's he been on those tyres?
Yeah, I don't think too long.
No, so he's going to have to survive on them for a lot longer, and they will be properly nasty.
He's been in the car for 18 laps. He had a stint of 12, and then he's 6 laps into this particular stint.
At least another 6 laps on those tyres, you'd think. Yeah.
Yeah, but well, at least, because normally they should be doing 3 and possibly, I would think, 4 stints on these tyres.
Not sure those are going to be tripled or quadded, are they? They're probably absolutely flat. They'll look like Fred Flintstone carved them out of rock. What are we seeing here? Replay coming on to the Mulsanne out of Tertre Rouge. Is somebody going to appear in shot backwards? No. Okay, I think that's possibly not the replay that they were hoping to show us.
It's the Herbeth car. We've not seen much of the Herbeth racing car. Another of our, I think it's 9 debuting teams at the Le Mans 24 Hours this year.
Yeah, and again, you know, for them, it's not a big step up in terms of duration. They've done lots of 24-hour races, but in terms of the competition, then it is different from the 24H series. Currently at the wheel, Rolf van Eycken, who has been driving with Herbert for 3-4 years, 5, maybe 6 years, I think, in their endurance racing program.
Absolutely. And they came here as champions in a vast GT contingent of the Heures du Mans series in that compressed winter series. That'll be repeated again in February next year in UAE, with the continuing issues for travel and logistics to the Far East.
4 hours into the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Toyota lead Alpine in hypercar. Jota United, Autosports and Panis Racing are the top 3 teams currently at 1/5 distance. Is that right? 1/6 distance. In GTE Pro, AF Corsa, 1 Ferrari in front of the Corvette and the Porsche, as the second one has just entered the pits. So the 51 car leads. 52, Sam Bird has brought it into the pit lane. And in GTE Am, back down onto page 2 of the timing screen, AF Corsa lead from TF Sport, and Kessel Racing and Chettilar continue their battle. We lost 1 potential starter from IDEC Sport before the race got underway, and we have seen the 98 Aston Martin of Marcos Gomez crash heavily at Indianapolis. The 98 car is now out of the race. Gomez, fortunately, although he was really winded when he eventually got out of the car, properly rang his bell, but hopefully no other injuries whatsoever. The car, though, of Paul Dall'Anna and the Northwest AMR team is out. Dall'Anna definitely deserves a change of fortune here at Le Mans. This is another bad luck Bears year for him. Henrik Hedman aboard the Dragon Speed number 10 car. And Henrik Hedman, again, you know, late in the afternoon, it's sensible time to get your guys in the number 21 entry, rather, Henrik Hedman. Lots and lots of gentleman drivers. John Phelps in at G Drive, Dennis Anderson's in, Vincent Capilliere is in, Roberto Gonzalez is in, Paul Lafargue, Bajska Visser, Manuel. I mean, there's an awful lot of the gentleman drivers in these teams now in the cars.
Yeah, good time to do it, just as the sun is coming down. It's 8 o'clock here, local time.
Yep, driver change for the GT Pro leading car.
A few drops of rain possible in the next 10 minutes, we're being told. Well, right now, looking down from Telly Helly, it's a beautiful, sunny, late afternoon, early evening, but as the shadows lengthen, they may disappear altogether if the clouds come over and we get a little bit more rain.
New fastest lap of the race just posted by the second place car. Brendan Hartley with a 3:27.607. That's 60. That scores and brings the gap down for the 2 leaders to 7.1 seconds.
Sam Bird ahead of Cooper McNeil. We ride on board with McNeil. This is currently the battle. Sam on his outlap for 4th place in GTE Pro. Ahead is Com Ledegar in the 51 AF Corsa car. He's now taken over. Com Ledegar Racing Team running half a dozen Porsches here this weekend in the support races. And our leader now back to the top of the tree, Jordan Taylor in the Corvette. The 63 car leads from 92. The Porsche that had that big crash in qualifying, an absolutely brand new car, was built up around a new shell. And that car now up to 2nd. Unbelievable.
95 car straight on.
John Hartshorn taking the scenic route through the chicane. And And no driver change there, I don't think. I think Renger van der Zande stayed in.
Job van Uyten.
I beg your pardon, Job van Uyten stayed in.
Oh, that's Fritz.
Oh, no, that is Fritz van Aert, you're right.
Yeah.
I know,
Switching.
yes, Fritz's eyes are wide open.
Where is he coming out?
So far, Saturday, I've been doing pretty well second-guessing team strategies.
To be honest with you, I was just thinking about hiring you as a strategist.
Yeah, that's the sort of decision that loses you jobs as a team manager. You do realise that, don't you?
I was being sarcastic.
Yeah,
Just writing down here. McNish not as clever as I thought he was.
Yeah, everyone's allowed one dumb
but in
move.
fairness,
That would be
funnier.
it. That would definitely be it.
So the 29 car off onto the Mulsanne. Fritz van Aert, the owner of the largest supermarket chain in the Netherlands and a staunch personal and corporate supporter of not just motorsport but other sports, including pro cycling, of course. It's been a great effort he's brought to this
that's
race.
wide.
That was wide, isn't it?
That was on the bump there. He just Blomqvist, when he hit the little bump coming into the braking area, he had too much pressure on and skipped the front of the car and ran a little bit wide. No foul in that respect, no problems, but except maybe a second loss or 3/4 of a second loss. But you don't want to be doing that too often. You've got to be a little careful into Arnage. It's a corner that sort of drags you into making a mistake quite easily, a little bit like Mulsanne.
A little bit like the Dunlop curve. Jota have already had one car off in the gravel out of the lead of the race. They do not want a second off in the gravel out of the lead of the race.
Back in the day, his father would have said that would have been a 90 right, no cut, and that almost went terribly wrong, didn't it?
Did you see the replay of the Antonio Felix da Costa thing? Because it swapped ends really.
Anthony Davidson.
And Davidson, rather, yeah. Because I mean, I know that's really quick, the Dunlop curve, but boy, that thing swapped ends on him in a big way.
Yeah, it caught it a little bit late for us to see the reality. It was just coming up into here, and it was very early in the corner. It was that area there in the corner that was the part that I'm not sure if he just got dragged a little bit offline and onto the sort of painted surface. It was a bit slipperier, but certainly it threw him extremely quickly off into the far side of the gravel trap. He was a long way offline. He's now through the S's, down through the S de la Forêt as we go to United Autosport 23, which is second Wayne Boyd, who's 12.9 seconds behind Blomqvist. Blomqvist has sort of eked out a little bit since the last pit stop over Boyd, and I think it looks at the moment like Jota, they had the performance certainly with the Costa at the beginning of the race, and it looks like they've also got just a little bit in the pocket in general over the United at the moment.
I mean, we've got some rain in the Porsche curves.
Spotting with rain here, just having walked back to the booth. Not much, but just the odd little spot in the air as the traffic gets in the way a little bit of the LMP2 battle that's going on right here. But the drama has continued over that last half an hour, Graham, hasn't it?
It absolutely has. It keeps coming, doesn't it? It's not quite at the frenetic pace of the first 55 minutes in terms of incidents, but the race... I don't think I could have survived it. But wipers on now on the 34 car. Is this going to be the next spanner in the works?
Well, I was never a big fan of putting wipers on unless I really needed to, because there was dirt and smear on the windscreen. They've got tear-offs, but those tear-offs stick to each other, so the outer edge of it's slightly sticky, and you can get a situation where you smear completely the windscreen. So think of it this way: if you've got a windscreen full of flies and you don't put enough fluid onto it and you just scrape them across, that's what the vision can be like.
Yep.
So it was always a case of trying to wait to right to the end before you did it.
Let's just go on board with Kamui Kobayashi and hear his conversation with the team.
Okay, Kamui, it could be some raindrops in the Porsche corners. It could be some raindrops in Porsche corners.
So the message being relayed that we were just talking about, effectively, a few drops of rain starting to fall, but it's certainly nothing significant for the moment.
Oh, it's funny that, because it's just a few drops of rain. I would always prefer to have a grading of rain. Level 1, level 2, level 3. A few drops, what does that mean? It's kind of a little bit like, well, drive faster, drive slower, you know, save more fuel. Try to give me something I can work with, so it's a consistent point all the way through.
So rain reported, and that's being relayed to the teams on the timing screen as well. They then, in turn, can talk to the drivers. The margin between the two Toyotas then, 11 seconds right now, but in LMP2, battles, Graham, all the way down the class.
Absolutely. It's been, we said so all week here, didn't we, that we thought we'd get 3 Titanic class battles and an interesting introduction for hypercar. Certainly LMP2 has doled it out. And those battles all the way down the field. GTE Pro is its usual bar fight, as it's been more or less every single year that those cars have been here. GTE Am, well, you know, the safety cars helped it back into a nose-to-tail battle, but that one's looking to be well, shaping up very nicely indeed to be something we can revel in through the nighttime hours. And hypercar, well, it's sort of back to order restored, isn't it? Remarkably, it didn't look like that from turn one. It looked like massive dramas, but we wait and see whether or not dramas wait when we get a little deeper into this race, David.
Spots of rain there on the camera lens on the Mulsanne Straight. So this is the fight that's still raging on between Renger van der Zande and Charles Milesi, but of course the Racing Team Netherlands car has dropped down the order in that LMP2 battle in the last half an hour.
Charles Milesi, the star last time out in the FI World Endurance Championship. 20-year-old, I believe he is.
And number 44, one of the Konopkas, has got to go to the race director after his stint.
That will be Miro Konopka, and my guess will be that will be his behaviour to marshals when they push the car to a place of safety.
Right.
So the car more or less out of fuel when there was contact with the Real Team Racing car in the Porsche curves. Miro recovered it. He was clearly on fumes at that point, and we could see through the window rather than on the pictures that Miro was gesticulating angrily, because we're sort of going door to door here between the 34 into Europe. Oh, that's very edgy indeed.
That's Milesi around the outside, and that was brave, and that has worked, and he's been chipping away at that for lap after lap after lap, and that was his, if you like, final roll of the dice. He committed to it, and that was good stuff.
I've never actually seen Renger van der Zande back out of anything like that before. Usually that's the sort of saying, come back in there, but he obviously realised it was a long race lifted and let Milesi around the outside and on his way.
Well, we did say, didn't we, about calling cards. There's Charles Milesi kind of pasting his to the side of the...
Well, nearly to the side of Renger's car.
Yes. Renger knows he's here now. If he hadn't heard of Charles Milesi before, he certainly has right now. This is the pit stop number 5 for the Alpine. Andre Negrao has brought it in. So fuel, tyres, cleaner the lights, but he will stay on board.
Yeah, Negrao has been in that car for a little while, but he's still got another stint to do. At least he's been in for 2 stints of 13 laps. He's on his way for the 3rd one.
And a replay here of...
That's way wide. That's the 49 car.
Yeah.
That's
Anders Fjord back, and he hops over the curb, gets it back onto the circuit, but loses time and gives himself a scare in the process.
He also crosses over the circuit when he comes back on again. It's not exactly a safe return to track.
Now for 10th and 11th in LMP2, Gabriel Aubry being chased by Esteban Garcia. There is the real-time racing car, and he's trying to make up that 3-second deficit right now. Into the pits comes 7:09.
It's going slowly.
Romain Dumas at the wheel. Driver change time.
That was a very gentle entry there by Romain Dumas.
Yeah. And they've not recovered that ground, have they? They've been slowly coming back up the field from the ground lost earlier in the race. It's pretty clear that one of two or both things are going on here. A very conservative pace, or they haven't got the pace.
I think, you know, the pace changes throughout this race, and at different points I think they'll come into their own and come out of it. Chances are that with new tyres, then it'll definitely help them. So we need to start charting the first stint relative to the second and the third stint in terms of performance. So far it's a bit tricky to check that because of the slow zones and also the safety cars that elongated some of them. But I think that particular thing it's also a learning process for them. They haven't had the testing mileage. The car was a little bit late in initial conception.
It was.
And the testing mileage, and also relative to the competition, which clearly know the game, being Toyota.
Now, we do know they're having to manage the brakes after the lessons they learned at Monza. Rear deck on that car is absolutely filthy. Gloriously filthy, but filthy.
Yeah, very, very dirty. As we now pop out the pits and down the hill. Usually that's oil or brake dust or a combination of both.
Yeah.
But the brake dust generally is from the front of the car. It's the front brakes that usually take a bit of a hit more than necessarily.
They're actually looking a lot better than we saw in Italy in the last WEC round, where they were in trouble.
Yeah, here's lighter on brakes, and also they've made some modifications from that race to make sure that they were covered here. I think they understood the preparation of the whole ducting system needed to be absolutely spot on, but at the same time, you know, you wouldn't have any real issues with brakes at this point of the race. It would be much later on.
Almost coming together there between the Kessel car, looking to get away from the Chetlar Racing car in the battle for second place in GTM, and almost side-to-side contact with the Duquesne car, but that was forwarded at the last moment with Scott Andrews just ducking out of that.
And also LMP2 has shuffled a bit on this round of pit stops. Wayne Boyd is in, and so also is James Allen for Panis Racing. So now G-Drive, Franco Colapinto back to the head of the class, with Yiffy for WRT up behind him. And the margin between them at the last timing point was 35 seconds. So Yiffy has got time to make up as 88 cycles through its next stop.
This is the teal liveried 88 car from Dempsey Proton Racing, Dominic Bastien. Well, 75-year-old driver brought that car in. Didn't see whether or not there was a bit the driver change there.
The GTE AM Championship leading Ferrari, the Cetilar Racing car, has got to repair a mirror on its next stop.
Yeah, it's third in category with Sergio Otto at the wheel at the moment, so don't know exactly how long that's going to be, but I would suspect that they won't repair the mirror, they'll just change the door. And then it's all in one. So, but it's still going to be a time loss relative to a standard stop.
Yeah, when they say repair, there is no mirror left by the look of it, so it's got to be a door, or, yeah.
Mirrors are optional extras. Not legally, but
no. In racing
from a driver's point of view,
yeah.
As Toyota's in the pits as well. That's the second place, Brendan Hartley. Popped into the pits. That was a 14-lap stint for Hartley, but remember at the beginning it's massive dust there to lock up. Beautiful, beautiful sight. No rain in sight down into Mulsanne.
The sunset there as the Toyota cycles through that stop. So Brendan Hartley then, having done his first stint, brings it in and will stay behind the wheel of that car. Fuel, tyres, go to work, clean the mirrors.
And I bet he hopes that the Proton, number 99, ahead of him with Latour at the wheel in the pit stop, gets out of the way before he has to move, or it could delay him 1-2 seconds. Now, it doesn't sound very much, but the reality is they're going to be fighting with their sister car over those 1 or 2 seconds to who has the strategic advantages very soon. And it is a pushback. And so he has got a little bit of time delay there, 1 second, just because the orange car wasn't finished its work in time.
So out the pit lane goes Brendan Hartley. There is the car that's got this mirror issue, like lack thereof, and so Giorgio Senagiotto will have to have a new door put onto that car on that next stop. He's chasing after Scott Andrews. This is a Ferrari fight for position. It was a second and a half between them at the last timing point, so there, Senagiotto trying to get onto terms with the American-based Australian.
We saw these two, a good old tussle, didn't we, as the race went back to green, and Scott Andrews has extended that lead. Got this drive courtesy of a recommendation from Mikkel Jensen.
Just looking at this GTM battle, we've got now Ben Keating that's leading in the Aston Martin. We saw him, that car taking the lead, and then the safety car sort of guiding it forward there. Scott Andrews, as you said, second in the Kessel Racing Ferrari third, and then there's also Ferrari fourth, Ferrari fifth, Ferrari sixth, and then the Porsche that was absolutely blinding in all of the practice and qualifying. Where's it gone? It's back in 6th place, 7th place. I don't know if there's been any particular issues with it, but that car was definitely the pace setter over the course of the week so far.
You're absolutely right. In the top 12, in fact, in GTM, there is one Porsche and one Aston Martin. The rest of them, 10 of them,
Ferraris.
Yeah,
Ferraris.
Ferrari knows what to do when it comes to race day, doesn't it? As their 88 back out after its recent stop, tries to pick its way through the traffic. Lance David Arnold at the wheel, and that's another car that's dropped a long, long way back. It's lost 8 laps now, hasn't it, against the overall race lead.
Jim Fritz Van Aert at work. And he's been passed by Phil Hansen on that lap.
So that drops him to 9th in LMP2, doesn't it? But the owner-driver is at the wheel.
But still leads Pro-Am, and he's got, 45 seconds advantage on Esteban Garcia in the Real Team Racing car. Garcia having taken over from Loic Duval at the last pit stop. 29 leads 70, so the LMP2 Pro-Am battle is now for 13th overall.
And Hansen should be able to get away from Van Eerd, shouldn't he, with all due deference to Fritz Van Eerd, so that gap will stretch. Hansen's next target is going to be Renger van der Zande up the road.
And he's catching him. Took a second out of van der Zande on the last lap. So that gap is just 1.2 seconds right now, and van der Zande has dropped back by 4.5 seconds from Charles Malaysia. We saw that rather muscular pass. Firm but fair.
Certainly brave, wasn't it? Charles Malaysia then trying now to improve on 6th within the class for WRT. In fact, their cars are now 5th and 7th because Phil Hansen has just jumped ahead of him because he's into the pit lane. Charles Malaysia comes in, so Phil Hansen gains 2 places, 1 on the track and 1 by dint of a pit stop ahead of him.
Into the top 10 overall for the number 22 car. After some woes earlier in the week, just didn't seem to have the pace in that car. Did not get into hyperpole.
I think they had the pace in the car for the hyperpole, but they didn't necessarily get the lap to show
Absolutely
the pace.
Right.
It was very busy hyperpole qualifying there, or the qualifying to get there, and it didn't work out for them. But there's a lot of teams mentioned that.
It was uncharacteristically rattled, Felipe Albuquerque.
Well, I would have said absolutely livid.
Yes.
And having spoken to him this morning, he seems to have got himself back into his normal race mode.
Yes, he left me with no doubt as to his feelings, did he, earlier on in the weekend, that's for sure.
No, we had a few words in the paddock as well. I said, have you refound your smile? And he gave me the gritted teeth look.
Right,
so
right.
It's in there somewhere.
Right, so here for the class lead, Wayne Boyd versus Stoffel Van Dorn, and it is a second between them. And on the last lap, well, Van Dorn was on the track, but Wayne Boyd has just rejoined after a stop, hasn't he? So that's why the gap is right down between them. So this is the opportunity potentially for Van Dorn to strike now.
Well, this is an interesting battle, isn't it? It's a man that knows the car. He's raced the Oreca numerous times. Never here. Multiple LMP3 champion, Wayne Boyd, but a Le Mans rookie. And being taken on here by ex-Formula 1 star, Stoffel Van Dorn, and LMP1 driver, Stoffel Van Dorn, for that matter.
And Wayne Boyd, whose career really was saved by United Autosports, because much as he had the talent, there was no money, and he'd gone from a spell in British Formula 3 to making the occasional outing in club-level Formula 4 just for the sake of it, and then suddenly United Autosports found a niche for a driver of his speed, and the rest is history. So here he is, one of the many rookies on the grid at Le Mans this year, and for the moment, heading the class. There are 40 rookies in total.
Can I point out that there are what I would describe as being apocalyptic clouds on the horizon?
No, you can't. You can point out that the Inception Ferraris had a moment coming out of the chicane, but no more about rain. It doesn't rain at Le Mans.
Yeah, but I think it depends which way that rain's going, Graham.
Yeah, it's certainly raining not very far away.
It'll go down, the rain.
Yes.
Yes. So,
bit of work, just the Jota Sport, there's that Gibson engineer there, and there was a couple of shots there, and there was a lot of gesticulation. So whatever's happening, clearly there is an engine discussion going on at Jota Sport. It may be for the second place car of Stoffel Van Dorn, but at the same time, we have got Roberto Gonzalez in the sister car, and that car had a massive trip through the gravel track.
He did, and he's just come out from a pit stop, so have they seen something in the pit stop? But you're right, that's senior engineer from Gibson.
Kabuki Kobayashi doing a personal best in the middle sector on the current lap. What are we on now? Lap 66. And the margin between them after the most recent round of stops slightly greater because, of course, Brendan Hartley's stop means he's dropped away. But the number 7 car with a stop due. But it's certainly advantage 7 at the moment. But number 8 is in many ways still fortunate to be in the battle given what happened on the opening lap of the race.
Absolutely. That could have gone either way, couldn't it? Extraordinary. I mean, it had the Control-Alt-Delete moment as well following that, but since then has run like a train. Discussions underway too, as well as at Jota at WRT.
It looks a little bit
edgy.
Yeah. Having the engine guy going out the back's one thing. Having the engine guy and then the engineer following out the back's another thing. Duncan, I know, is going to be working his way down there. He's at the moment with Racing Team Netherlands and Job van Uitert. and catching up on that, and then he'll be whisking his way down to Joe to see if he can get to the bottom of whatever it is.
Fascinating fight, though, this, isn't it? Wayne Boyd, like we were saying,
Absolutely.
rookie here versus Van Dorn, who is obviously no slouch and with greater experience, but Wayne Boyd, what's the euphemism, holding his own. I mean, he's doing a very good job hanging on to that class lead, but it's pressure time because he's got to deliver.
It is, and this is effectively the all-star car for United Motorsports, and it is their big hope, I think, for retaining this win, or it's one of, I think, two you could reasonably expect to be there on pace, and it's right there. Wayne Boyd holding off Van Dorn, and with Colapinto in third, James Allen, who, by the way, starred at the start of the race last year, and then an unfortunate end to the race right in the final hour, I think, in the Porsche curves. But James Allen having another strong run here for Panis Racing.
Panis Racing certainly, I think, stepped up massively in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
They were running a different chassis earlier on and kind of there and thereabouts, but in terms of as a team, they're now consistently swinging when it comes to, pure performance and being in the fight.
And it was great to see them taking the fight to the win last time out in the European Le Mans Series, their first in many years of trying. And you sort of get the feeling it's not going to be their last, because you're right, Alan, it's one of those teams that seems to have unlocked the code all of a sudden.
Something else has been unlocked in GTE Pro, and that is Jordan Taylor, who's just done 2 personal bests in the class-leading car on this lap. So Jordan Taylor is ahead by 9 seconds from Michael Christensen in number 92 Porsche, that is now looking a bit more racy, but the Corvette that was good at the very start now coming back into the equation, at least for the moment, as the stop cycle through, and that puts the AF Corsa Ferraris down the order a little bit more, 3rd and 4th in the class now. So a shuffle has happened in GTE Pro.
Yep, 3:51 last time around, 3:51.5 for Jordan Taylor. What can he do this time around on a very quick lap?
And actually, it's not just him, because Nick Tandy in the sister Corvette is also doing 2 personal bests. So both of the Corvettes have suddenly had an energy drink or something on this lap. They've both woken up.
They've taken they've unlocked the Fast and Furious thing. They've found that 17-speed gearbox.
That'll be the one.
Yeah,
that'll be the one. Yes, they had a good dinner.
3:50.7 this time around from Jordan Taylor. So he is finding pace.
He was slower in the last sector, but he had started off very, very well.
We just have to remember that they're out of sequence in the pit stops with regard to the AF Corsa cars, who are now down in 3rd and 4th place. AF Corsa have both switched over drivers about 5 laps ago, whereas Jordan's currently on his 10th lap, and so he's probably got another 4 or 5 laps to go before he'll have to come in for a pit stop.
Nick Tandy is basically, well, he's closing the gap and closing it rapidly to Cooper McNeil in the 79 car, as he should be.
So again, if he's coming to the end of the stint, it'll be a lighter car helping that pace. But yes, Alan's absolutely right, they're out of sequence. But it's the fact that the sector times were looking so good that was attracting my attention to those cars.
Yeah, the one thing you've got to remember as well here, when the fuel weight comes off, especially if he's on the end of the first stint and maybe the second stint, when that fuel weight comes off, the car gets a lot lighter. Especially in these GT cars that are taking enough fuel to do 15 laps, and the performance can also come from that as well. A little bit less so in the LMP2 cars because they put less fuel in, and it's not quite the same effect, but it still is an effect.
Yeah, Tandy took 5 seconds now to Cooper McNeil on the previous lap. On the lap just completed, it's another 6 seconds. So the gap for the battle in 5th between the 79 WeatherTech racing car and the 64 Corvette now down to 6.7 seconds, and that's around the gap that he's pulling back on him on a single lap.
And this battle is still on between Boyd and Van Dorn, a half a second at the start of the lap. In the first sector, Stoffel was quicker by just under a tenth. In the second sector, he was slower by just under a tenth as the Ferrari in the background rattles its way wide over the curbing there, that being the Kessel car. But this LMP2 lead fight, well, we predicted it was going to be a great battle in LMP2. It hasn't disappointed at all.
Oh, no.
The cars in that fight might have changed over the course of the first, what have we had, 4 and a bit hours, but it's still a great fight.
And still Wayne Boyd is holding off the attack from Stoffel Van Dorn in the Joe Dirt car, 23 from 28.
So he's holding off the attack, but actually there hasn't been an attack because Van Dorn's not actually even got close enough to deliver one on him.
But they're now being closed by Franco Colapinto.
Yeah. And talking about closing, just a quick point there, David. Kamui Kobayashi's done his fastest first sector, and then the overall fastest of the race, second sector down to Mulsanne corner. of the event so far. So Kobayashi is on one, and he's got a bit of traffic coming up in the final one, so I don't know if it'll be a fastest lap or not.
There's a critical point here when we look at the data from this race, because there's been a lot of debate about the performance gap between LMP2 and hypercar, and the faster these Toyotas go, the less of a debate there's going to be, because it does show that the potential performance of these hypercars is a little better than we were told they were looking for the performance window. 3:27 as the current fastest lap of the race. We'll see what Kamui Kobayashi can produce at the end of this lap.
And we saw the engineer running off out the back from Gibson in the Jota garage. Duncan's done a little bit of Inspector Clouseau and investigative journalism, and it was actually on the 38 car they had an issue. That's the one that Anthony Davidson started, and Roberto Gonzalez is in at the moment in 15th place, a lap down because of that incident for Anthony Davidson. And it seems to be more of just of a dodgy sensor as opposed to any particular issue. So I think the cam has restored to the Jota Sport garage.
Yeah, so the leader is in the pits.
On a lap on which he did a personal best sector 1 and absolute best sector 2, and then bails at the end of it. So that's, again, proving what the pace could be in the sectors. So yeah, Kobayashi into the pit lane. We've now done 4.5 hours of this 89th running of the Le Mans 24s. It is Toyota 7 from 8, and then Alpine 36 in 3rd. 4th to 7th is all LMP2. Boyd ahead of Van Dorn by 1.5 seconds, and then a further 3 seconds back, Franco Colapinto. So this is building up really nicely.
It's going to be great, this one. That one was 13 lap stint again from the leader, as we expected. So 13 laps with a little bit of fuel saving and a full green for the Toyotas. And Brendan Hartley. Brendan Hartley is only, 3 laps into his current stint, so a while yet before we see the 8 car. Car turned around quickly, 7 is on its way.
Indeed so. Now, what's going on in GTE Pro? Still Jordan Taylor leading. Now, we've been saying that the Corvettes are slightly out of sequence against the Ferraris, but Jordan Taylor giving Corvette a bit of optimism at the moment, leading the class by 6 seconds from Michael Christensen, and Ollie Gavin smiles at the thought of a Corvette leading the class here.
Yeah, it's fantastic, actually. I saw Jordan just on the grid before the start of the race, and he looked a little bit sort of apprehensive, nervous, but I just sort of put my arm around him, gave him a little bit of a chat, and he is a great talent, young talent, and he is the future of Corvette racing, and he's doing a fine job right now. And you know, he's formed a great partnership with Antonio Garcia. They won a lot of races last year. They won a lot of races this year in the IMSA Championship. And this is a massive race for Corvette racing, you know, to bring the C8R for the first time here.
Indeed, and indeed progress as you're talking, Ollie, because Nick Tandy has gone by Cooper McNeil and takes the second Corvette, the 64 Corvette, up into 5th position.
Yeah, and Nick did a phenomenal job in qualifying in Hyperpole, and in fact, I spoke to him again as well just before the start of the race, and he was a little frustrated with the Hyperpole session because he thought that he had a lap going that would have got him pole, and he was blocked by one of the Glickenhauses. I think it was Dumas into Indianapolis.
So even when you reduce the field, people still complain about traffic. You have limited cars out there,
exactly.
But that move, Graham, against Cooper McNeil, with all due deference, was in the post, wasn't it? Because we know
he was
how good
closing,
Nick is.
Absolutely, 5 to 6 seconds a lap on that car.
But this is in the post as well. Van Dorn on Wayne Boyd. Now, we've just been hearing, Alan McNish was rightly saying that as yet Van Dorn hasn't got quite close enough to make a move, but he's almost there.
And you get a wide shot here when you're going to see the bright orange and grey G-Drive car of Franco Colapinto. He is closing on this battle. It's 3.5 seconds back, and it's been consistently quicker than these two cars over the last couple of laps, because whilst they're not battling, they're certainly tracking each other.
Van Dorn's a bit stuck, isn't he?
He is rather.
Yeah, it's impressive to see this 1-2-3 in LMP2. Got Wayne Boyd in the lead, there's Stoffel Van Dorn is second, and then you've got Franco Colapinto. All drivers were competing in the Asian Le Mans series earlier on in the year, and they all stood out as real great talents. Obviously, Stoffel is right up there, but Wayne.
There they are, the 1-2-3.
Yeah, there we go. Is a coming man, and you know, speaking to someone like Richard Dean, he was saying that he can't believe that Wayne has been picked up by one of the bigger teams. But
exactly.
And maybe he will when after a race like this. You know, maybe he really comes on the radar for one of the big manufacturers.
He's flown under that radar, hasn't he? Largely because he's not raised at this level, because he's never had the money to progress.
But right now, look at him. He is leading the race.
Yeah.
Stoffel Van Dorn, one of the biggest stars in sports car racing in actual global motorsport, is pressurising him, and he's dealing with it.
Yeah.
Well, to give you
wheel that of line.
To give you an instance of Wayne Boyd's life in motorsport, we had the unfortunate COVID positive Fabio Scherer in one of the WEC races. They were lucky enough to be able to call on Wade, who told me, I was on my way to work. He goes off and he sells cars on a car lot with his family firm. He's got a day job. He's desperate to be to get that break to be a full professional racing driver, and this is the way you put those calling cards down the table.
You don't have to go back that many years to when Nick Tandy was a windscreen fitter and used to arrive at young driver events for the BRDC in his little autoglass van.
Yeah, very quickly.
Yes, quite, yes. Thinking of very quickly, as we look at the leaders, Colapinto is still chipping away because he's now 2.6 seconds back, so he's almost with them, and it's going to be a three-way fight to get to the next round of pit stops in LMP2.
Another driver that was massively impressive in the Asia Le Mans series, just didn't put a wheel wrong the whole time.
But now, look, Van Dorner is on it. He's got just about close enough. He can now think about a toe, possibly. He can certainly think about adding more pressure to Wayne Boyd, and we'll see what he's made of. But Wayne Boyd sharing this car, the dream team, if you like, in LMP2 for UAE, for Paul di Resta, Alex Lynn, along with Wayne Boyd. He's got to soak up the pressure. He's got to be a sponge to the end of this stint.
Yellow at just at where we are, and that's one of the, that is one of the two high-class racing cars. That is the 20.
Again, which has had all sorts of strife. Yes.
But he's got to get by here because he's going to be told by the team, and there you go, that was just caught out by the other Jota car and right in front of the Toyota. Just missed.
Yeah.
They're the ways in which this race is won and lost.
Bit of a rub, wasn't it? That was just enough to unsettle that car.
Point is that Jota will be telling Van Dorn that Colapinto is coming. The time to make this move is now.
Number 36, the Alpine, is being told it's got to repair the rear lights at the next pit stop, so there's going to be a bit of time lost there, unless they can just put a new rear section on the car. As we look now at the LMP2 lead fight, that's almost side by side there. Van Dorn has a look at the inside line.
Yeah, Wayne just got a little bit deep into the left there at Indianapolis, and he just rode it onto the curb on the exit, and then Stoffel was on him.
Yeah.
And now he's got the lights flashing, and it's
traffic up the road and everything.
If Stoffel's smart with this, he'll be using the traffic as a pick, and he'll be trying to find a way to sneak through.
So the back markers are overtaking one another. Wayne Boyd threads his way through the inside.
Does it beautifully.
Gets absolutely balked, and that stretches the gap. Brilliant driving by
More
Wayne
the point, Colapinto now
there
on Van Dorn. So Colapinto is now looking for a way past Van Dorn. The dynamic shifts immediately.
It's amazing how it turns that quickly.
Absolutely. Dare one say that has just buoyed the spirits of United Autosports, because that gap has grown hugely, hasn't
This early.
I know. It's not even dark.
It is in my brain. Right, down to the chicane. So Van Dorner is under attack. Rather than being the attacker, he is attacked by Franco Colapinto, so he's on the defensive, and we are having that incident we've just seen with Dennis Anderson being, or the number 20 car, I should say, being looked at by race control. However, Wayne Boyd's advantage now is 3 seconds over Van Dorner. That traffic has given him a get-out-of-jail-free card, in a sense, because he's away for a few more laps.
I love sports car racing for that reason, because traffic is always a factor, and part of it is luck, and part of it is aggression, and part of it is racing sense, and it will always make a race more exciting. It's not a race. We keep saying it. It's 4 races at the same time on the same circuit, and it just throws all sorts of possibilities at you.
It was great the way that the timing absolutely worked for Wayne. The way that he could have threaded his way through those 2 GT cars, and he knew it. He just knew that the track was going to open up for him as long as he could get round the outside of that first right-hander of that GT car, and then it just was clear track.
You've raced for most of your racing life in a class that has been nose to tail. What's that feeling like? You've had someone all over the back of you, and you just get the break.
Oh, it certainly brings a smile to your face. It does relieve that pressure. It's sort of, because it's been building, it does build. And so, he would have known, Wayne would have known that Stoffel's there just gaining on him, and it just relieves that pressure, so then you could just breathe a little bit, and it just naturally let the flow come back when you're driving.
And this time Van Dorn gets the break, and Colapinto drops back a little, so that gap comes out a little, but these 3 still separated by, just over 5.3 seconds between the top 3 in this class. Let's not forget, these cars, identical specifications. Yes, there's things you can do in terms of the performance, in terms of the setup of these cars, but this is where the driver skill and the skill of the team in preparation and delivery of these cars to the track really, really makes a difference.
And also keeping out of trouble. Absolutely. In the traffic, that could have gone totally the other way, that could have been all strife. But yes, keep out of trouble. Almost beautifully choreographed, wasn't it? As
Yeah,
you said, the road opened up and Wayne Boyd just sailed through. It was perfect for him. And G-Drive, by the look of it, ready for a pit stop because Franco Colapinto must be coming, Graham, to the end of the stint.
Fabio Scherer. That's a United Autosports.
Sorry.
That was, no, it's fine. It was Fabio Scherer.
Is Rusinov with Franco Colapinto?
Yes, he is.
Yes, G-Drive. That was G-Drive driver.
Yeah, and I think it was Rusinov who was putting his helmet on.
It was totally a shot of Scherer. We may have moved to a shot I didn't see.
Somebody's ready for somebody. Yes, come in.
Rusinov's helmet has a new helmet this year. It's black with Roman Rusinov written down the sides in orange.
I was using that as a guide, and I think that's what I read.
He's getting the hang of his, Graham, isn't he?
He's quite good, you know.
Yes.
All sorts of things. Great stuff out there at the moment. The Duquesne there with his mirrors full of Glickenhaus. Gradually climbing back up. This is Frank Mayer in the 708 at the moment. Ryan Briscoe is in the 709.
There does seem to be a little bit of difference between the 708 and the 709, and I think one of the other lads was talking a little bit earlier on about how the 708 seems to have got itself dialed in, but the 709, they're still hunting for that sort of comfy spot with the car. I don't think Richard, Roman or Ryan are really that comfortable with the 709.
That's Julian Canal, you see, because it says on his helmet. Just to
it's a clue, I think.
I'm just using that as a guide.
Yes. So, of the Glickenhauses, or the Glicken Maison, we've got 708 in 7th and 709 currently in 12th place. Ryan Briscoe in the slower of the two at the moment, and he's trying to stay clear of some of the LMP2 traffic.
If he can stay on this kind of pace, Frank Mayer, he'll be with that LMP2 battle in a couple of laps. So
that'll spice it up even
won't it just?
Oh boy.
Yeah. He's coming across more traffic. Look at this, 3 wide down to the chicane. Sharp intake of breath. Drama averted, but only just.
And by the way, great to see Frank Mayer being put in this position of trust by the team. He's been loyal to them through the development of their GT program. He was named, and I think some people are surprised to see him named as the part of the 7-man crew for the hypercar program. Put in for the race in Monza and has stayed aboard for Le Mans. He'll be delighted. It's been some years since we saw Frank. I think as part of the Signatech team in the early days of LMP2 in the WEC. Since then, he's had a reasonably quiet time, but it just goes to show there are talents out there.
There is Jim Glickenhaus in his trademark hat, sitting on the pit wall, watching what's going on. And what is going on in LMP2 right now is that the battle is renewed for second place. Van Dorn to Colapinto, 0.6 of a second last time around. Wayne Boyd is 3.5 seconds to the good.
Yep, so Wayne Boyd has made that difference stick. Colapinto has managed to claw his way back to Stoffel Van Dorn. And it's shaping up to be the battle of the moment, isn't it, this in LMP2? At the moment, it's been about how they can deal with the challenges of traffic. Light is fading and fading rapidly.
Yeah, at this time, it's just starting to get a little challenging out there with the darkness creeping in, and you'll just be, if you get into the car now and out on track, you'll be just hunting for those cues and those break points and those little bits that you're looking for and been using on the track, and you'll really be switching your mind over into the night practice mode.
And this is the bit you were saying earlier, is not much fun where that light starts to change. You know, you'd rather be either in full daylight or full darkness, but this is the tricky bit.
Yeah, it really can be quite tricky, and this is when you also see more stuff just happening on track. You know, people dropping wheels off, gravel being dragged on, people going off, and other bits of debris, and you just have to be really aware. You know, you've got all of your senses absolutely operating at 100% to make sure that you're using everything to help guide you around the track.
Into the pit lane has just come the second place Toyota then, so number 8 Brendan Hartley, who has done the fastest lap of the race, going back 11 laps or so. Well, he's come in now, so the margin is going to stretch once again.
And how many times have we seen that, where one of the Toyotas has come into the pits and
but I think
purple
on an in lap it relays its best sectors. It doesn't necessarily mean it was on that lap when it comes into the pit lane.
I see.
But number 8 is in, but yes, the timing screen showing its sectors, but I think when it gets to the end of the stint, the timing screen illustrates what it has done in that stint rather than on that individual lap. It's one of the quirks of the system.
Okay.
Yes.
So Van Dorn got a little bit of a break there in traffic into Arnage with the 44 car coming between the two, but Colapinto now side to side with Konopka makes that move stick. And the 44 car, who's in the car now? That will be...
It's great to see this overhead shot. The cars flowing through the Porsche curves. massive downforce here.
So rain level 1 to 2 expected from 2056 in about 10 minutes. That is that black cloud coming. And Miro Konopka, by the way, stayed aboard after the pit stop just now. I think he knows that the race director wants to see him.
Yes.
And he's going to stay out there until about 4 o'clock tomorrow.
Hoping the problem will go away. Yes.
Right, hoping that Eduardo's just forgotten about it.
Yes,
Yeah.
have enough to worry about. Rain level 1, is 1 high or low?
1 is low.
Oh, okay.
Well, so 1 to 2, they'll notice that without a shadow of a doubt.
And the fact that by the time that arrives it's going to be darker is going to make it even more lively.
And actually, we just saw another shot of the G-Drive garage with this man called Roman Rusinov sitting there.
Has he got his name on the helmet?
And he's sitting there with his helmet on, and it's got his name on it.
You're good. You should do this more often.
And Duncan Vincent in the pit lane is standing next to somebody called Roman Rusinov, and he reckons he's ready to go. So
I'd say
it's clearly a real person, Graham.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. So very shortly, the Russian driver will be in the car, and you can expect him to be rushing around.
So Colapinto now behind one of the Panis cars. Is that the PR1 car?
He's just ploughing on regardless, isn't he? He didn't even bother to acknowledge.
No. Just, we're in trouble, just ignore. Well, that will be the PR1 car. It's the marble effect car. Colapinto's just passing. That's a back marker for him. That is the 24 car.
But he was right on the right-hand side of off the actual racing surface, onto that that rough bit of tarmac there that lines the Mulsanne straight, and it's yeah, the car was fluttering and bouncing over all of that, all the little bumps and undulations.
And that's when you get yourself in jeopardy, isn't it? Because the further out wide you run, the more little stones you can find, or bits of debris, all the litter.
Yes, yeah, that's it. And also there's a chance that you can do some damage to the floor, or you can hurt the splitter. You know, all of these little things that they just add up over time.
So Van Dorn, the leader of this bet, and once again Colapinto's got to dig into the talent locker and find out what's left there. The answer is quite a lot. But Wayne Board has not lost that gap that he gained, what, 3 laps ago. It's still 3.2 seconds. Van Dorn maybe chipped a couple of tenths out of that, but that's all he's done.
It's great to see. Brilliant racing at the highest level.
92 in. This is the Michael Christensen pit stop to
Neil Yarney.
Yes, to relay Neil Yarney. That's his first stint in that car, isn't it, of this race?
I'll double check that.
I'm sure it is. But
Actually been impressed with Neil. He's come into this program, and it is a high pressure program, this Porsche operation, and he had very little GT experience.
Yep. I don't think he had any.
Yes, and it did show really to start with, but he's worked and worked and worked at it. And you know, he's been helped with Adam Hardy, the engineer on that car, as well as the 2 teammates that he's got are world class. And now he looks comfortable in the car.
What's the connection between Yiffy Yee in number 41 for WRT and Neil Yarney?
Lives in his house.
Because he's managed by Neil's dad.
He does.
Yeah,
he's lived with the Yarney family since he came to Europe, and it shows.
Because we were in Dubai at the Asian Le Mans series, and there was Neil Yarney, and
what are you doing here?
Yeah, he was a little.
I'm his landlord.
Right.
He's not paid his rent.
Trouble with a tap. Yes. Now, Toyota number 8, still running in second place. Brendan Hartley at the wheel. Let's go and eavesdrop for a moment.
Hey, Brendan, rain expected 10 minutes. Rain expected 10 minutes. Heavy or not? Light, level 1 to 2. Level 1 to 2. Light, 10 minutes.
So Brendan Hartley gets the message and gets his brain in gear to accept and get ready for that rain.
It's that level 1 to 2 it's quite a problem, just because it's enough to make the surface slick, difficult, but it's not wet enough to go to wet. Or unlikely. Let's just see, because it might just be just on one particular part of the racetrack, and that's again another challenge of this race circuit and this race is that the circuit is so big, and you can have only 30% of it wet.
Which is what we had before. The amount of water was not consistent all the way around, and it was changing. Yes, Graham.
Just the shot as we saw the Project 1 car pulling away, you can see that black cloud beginning to sweep in. That rain is expected within the next 10 minutes. And of course, level 1 to 2 is what's predicted. That cloud looks pretty menacing to me. Wouldn't be remotely surprised if it's slightly heavier than expected.
Indeed, indeed. We shall see. For the moment, there are still people pressing on, though. Ryan Briscoe in the 7:09 Glickenhaus has just done a personal best sector. So, for that matter, has Kamui Kobayashi. So, as it gets even cooler, because it's not exactly been a balmy August day, has it?
No.
But as it starts to get a little cooler, so quick lap times can be coming.
Yep. And, you know, we're seeing the AF Corsa cars now, Com Ledigar and Sam Bird in the two AF Corsa cars, 51 and 52, sort of stretching out and pressing on, and this way it flip-flops backwards and forwards with this strategy in the way it is, with that safety car period. So, yeah, strategy being played out. These pit stops coming thick and fast now. The 22's in.
Yeah, that's Phil Hansen, who was doing good things closing on Yiffy 8, but now has to come to the pit lane. So the United Autosports entry in, and new set of tyres going on to 22. United Autosports busy not only with a three-pronged attack in this race, but also running cars in the Le Mans Cup, 2 support races that have been here this weekend. So 22, the Phil Hansen, Fabio Scherer and Felipe Albuquerque car gets a new set of Goodyears, and we'll go back into the race as the rain gets closer. We're about 5 minutes away from the expected flute.
Just watching Sam Bird working his way through the Dunlop chicane, and he's, I mean, Sam's an absolute Ferrari stalwart, and he's actually jumped into this car, hasn't he, because of an injury for a driver from
Spa 24, Davide Rigon.
Davide Rigon, that was it, yes.
Accident with Jack Aitken and others, yeah. I
yes.
mean, to think of Sam Bird as super sub is a bit strange in a sense, because he's a headline driver himself.
Absolutely, and you know, he's just come off the back of a season in Formula E with Jaguar, and now he just plug him in and away he goes. He's a real talent.
But that's the demand these days, isn't it, of a factory driver, whether it's GT or prototypes. You've got to deliver on every lap. You can't be excused a practice session to get back up to speed.
Completely. And Sam is one of those guys who just jumps in and you know it's 100% all the time.
Yeah, indeed. So right now, it is Com Ledigar for AF Corsa that leads in 51. Sam Bird is second in number 52, and you can see what's going on behind. He's being chased by number 92 Porsche, Neil Yarni, but he's on an outlap. So Neil Yarni, he's got to bring down that gap. There's a driving standards flag heading the way of number 69 for abusing track limits. 69 being the Renault Bone and Eichen Porsche,
Yep, and that car in the moment in the hands of Rolf van Eiken, the Swiss driver.
It's a bit like a time warp car, that himself, isn't it? Because Renault, Ralph Bode, Rolf van Eiken, they all come out of Carrera Cup Germany a few years back, and now they're all reunited in this Le Mans debut for the team.
It's like a Crevantic night out, isn't it, really? It's which is no bad thing. And they, by the way, as a team, were very impressive in Asia the early part of this year, and I suspect we'll see more of them.
As far as this race is concerned, all rookies, one of a couple of all rookie cars. On board with Yarni now.
Yeah, we're just seeing a few little spots of rain for him, just that little bit of moisture in the air. He's just going up to 6th gear, coming down here at 275 kilometres an hour. Can we see the green horse on the right-hand side here? No, we've just gone by. Yeah. And that was a marker point that Corvette Racing used to use every year. There was a green horse outside of it's a bricolage, I think.
Yeah.
And it is.
It's a green horse.
It's a green horse, and it's just outside this bricolage.
You know, you're saying this out loud.
I know I am. And as drivers, this wasn't the team. This was the drivers would be using that as a reference each year. How fast are we going at the green horse? It was just like a Corvette Racing drivers' reference point on the first straight at Le Mans. You go out the pits, and you get a couple of laps under your belt, and then you'd always look, okay, how fast are we at the green horse?
Pint of IPA at the green horse for me, if anyone's offering about it, what you mean?
It's, oh dear me. The life of a professional racing driver.
I know it's weird. It's a little strange. It's
little strange.
Yeah, look, but it was our reference point, and it was actually, I think it was Antonio and myself. We started looking at it, and then we got everybody else onto it, and so yeah.
Right, I'll just move Graham back to the plot for a moment. We've got right-hand number panels not working for a handful of cars, so more drama in pit stops. There's about 4 there. This, of course, increased importance. Race control need these number panels to work going into the darkness.
They have to work, and they will be told to fix them at the next pit stop, at the very least.
But is that something that's easily, like a fuse, or do you just take the door off and put a new one on?
Well, I'm pretty sure you just take the door off and put a new one on.
Absolutely right. I mean, what we saw, the classic story is the first year of the Toyota efforts when the car was effectively not designed to be a race car, but they came in because Peugeot weren't there. Going very well indeed in Bahrain, if I remember right, and it took them a long time to actually change more or less the whole of the side of the car. Clearly, when the car's redesigned as a full race car, it becomes a lot more easy to do that. You've got kind of modular parts you can do that with. But yeah, Ollie's right, it'll be a door.
Yeah. And in comes 52. So we were talking about Sam Bird, and the gap's going to widen a little bit because from second place he pits, and we'll see where this puts Neil Yarney, but he's about a third of a lap back. In fact, currently in 92 for third in the class.
Sam staying on board.
Yeah.
In for another stint. Another AF course, brilliant team, really well drilled. They're keeping the tyres on. He's going to go for another stint on these. So they'll just be all on the fuel. All on the fuel, just waiting for that now.
And the fuel hose has to be connected for 2.5 seconds per lap completed in that stint. Yeah.
That's a good stat. I love reels like that.
They're so easy to see. Now, number 99 has just gone to its pit garage, we're being told.
That is the Multimatic crewed Proton car, the one that features Harry Tincknell. And
why are they crude? What have they done to offend you?
Crude, they're very crude.
Yes.
If you've met Larry Holtz, there's few people more crude than Larry.
Fair point.
Bless him. Takes swearing to an Olympic sport level, I think it's fair to say, but the 99 car, they're in some trouble.
OK, Alpine into the pits for a routine stop. Personal best being done by Ryan Briscoe in Glickenhaus, and more news on rain coming as well.
Is this routine? Is this the stop they've got to fix the rear lights, or have they already done that? The flashing lights are on. They were told they had to change. Is that rear deck going to be changed, or the rear slip, rather?
They're doing some... Oh, no, it's drive change.
It might be that they make a routine stop out of this. If they've had to come in a bit early, they might try and do everything rather than just that one element, because they put fuel into it anyway.
Have to.
So you might as well do the whole thing, driver and tyres as well.
Other pit stops underway include Wayne Boyd from the lead in LMP2. Franco Colapinto now leads LMP2. It promotes Frank Mayer up to 5th, and he's just one car now between him and joining the fun at the front of Hypercar. 11.8 seconds behind and catching Colapinto by about, what's that, 3.5 seconds a lap.
So that'll be another impressive thing about Franco Colapinto, is if he's been able to hold that pace and also fuel save.
Absolutely. So where is he?
So I don't know whether that's the case, but, he's going another lap longer than everyone else.
He's 10 laps into his... No, he's not. Sorry, my apologies. Yes, 10 laps into the stint. Should be a 12-lap stint.
OK. Let's see.
So, as you said, that puts him in the lead of the class for the moment, ahead of the WRT entry of Yiffier, and then down to third for Jota Stoffel van Dorna. Paul de Resta is next in LMP2, and then Julien Canal is next in the queue.
Yiffier was another talent that we spotted in Asia Le Mans Series, wasn't he? And he was he had a strong run through a lot of those races, and he's just set personal best there in Sector 1.
And really interesting to see how the G-Drive Racing crew were using the Asian Le Mans Series, and that really was a kind of talent spotting exercise. Brilliant. To decide exactly what they do with those crews. Now the Yiffier thing, that became something of a commercial battle with the WRT team, which is where he's ended up. But the talent they were chucking into that effort with what was the first outing for that team together with Algar Pro Racing, with the full G-Drive Racing effort. They had been there the year before in Asia only, but it was impressive to see how things had gone there. Ryan Briscoe puts in the quickest time of the race so far for the 709. And that's a mark, by the way, of the pace in that 709 car. That's a 3:31 is the quickest that car has been, against a 3:27.6 for the Toyota.
We're on board with Nicky Katzberg here, coming to Indianapolis. The left here just got passed by, I think it was the Glickenhaus that just went by. Just using all the curb there on the exit, up to third, and then hard on the brakes, down to second, down to first for Arnage. Really tricky corner here. Traction's always a problem off, but he gets it down well. The C8R has got fantastic traction and working its way up through the gears and down into the Porsche curves.
We didn't see any attention going on to the Alpine. We think they did have to fix the rear lights, and it was a 1:25 pit stop against a 1:11 for the Toyotas. Looks to me like some work went on there.
So, yes, time they can ill afford to lose, given that we know they're going to have to make more stops.
Yeah, but still there in third, and I think they always knew that it was very likely to be something where they were expecting to be sort of relying on issues of the Totas ahead.
And we've now got Alexander Sims in the 64 car. A couple of laps on those tyres. And he'll be pressing on, just trying to make up that time that they lost behind when they got split with the safety cars, didn't they?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's just the way it can roll here at Le Mans with the multiple safety cars on such a big track.
The drizzle is starting, and number 99 has ended up in its garage as they go to work. Into the pit lane now comes 26. So this is Franco Colapinto bringing the car in. And again, these two-part pit stops. So the refueling first of all, then you can do the rest of the work.
Is he staying on board?
It looks like he is.
Yeah, going to a double.
I think he's stuck. I mean, he's been there for ages.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's been in there for how long, Graham?
Let's have a quick look.
Okay, we're just getting some information just saying from Duncan, just saying that they want to keep Franco in the car because he's doing such a great job. And
this will be going
right
on
in the
to
zone.
a quadruple stint. That's slightly out of trouble here. That's the 24 car. That's the PR1 Matteson car in the gravel.
And that's at Arnage, I think.
And it's
just got in there
Kelly.
deep.
Patrick Kelly at the wheel, and he's deep, isn't he? And he's not going to reverse out of that.
He's well spotted.
You were saying earlier on in the weekend, it's a tricky corner. And there's more evidence of it.
So easy to do. You know, you just a metre or a couple of metres too late on the brake zone. You snag a right front or start to lock the rears, and then you're chasing the car all the way in, and before you know it, you're in the gravel. Yeah,
21
easily
car,
done.
24 car was running 4th in Pro-Am with Patrick Kelly. And
so we're going to get a slow zone, aren't we?
We're going to get a slow zone at the least for that. So it's going to be a matter of where the recovery equipment is for this.
And also, what's the left front corner like? Has he hit anything? And if he has, how bad is that damage?
Well, it's almost like the fact that he's deep in the gravel is good news on that front.
Yes, because it stopped him.
It stopped him.
And it looks to me like he's just almost nosed it in, and it's just ground to a halt, and then he's like, you know, just more frustration than anything else, and they know they're going to have to get the car back, clear most of that gravel out, give it a quick once-over, and then on their way. But all of this time, it's just
no section being readied for that car.
Right, we've been talking about 99, the troubled Porsche, and the Proton car is still in the pits, and Duncan Vincent has been monitoring all of this, and by the sound of it, Duncan, it doesn't bode well.
No, it doesn't, David. They have broken one of the main suspension bolts in the back right suspension, and it's caused a bit of an issue. They have got to now try and drill out the bolt, and for anybody who's done that on a car, they know just how difficult and time-consuming that can be. There is no real quick fix. They're going to have to do it. Larry Holt said himself, we're going to be here a while, but it's just one of these things. So that's the 99 car, that's an update.
All right, thanks very much for that. So fingers crossed they can get it back out and do some laps, because even though a result will disappear, at least there's the opportunity for the AMs to race at Le Mans. As you look at the leaderboard just cycling through, and the leader of the GTE AM class remains, as often is the case, a Tom Ferrier run car, TF Sports Aston, Dylan Pereira at the wheel of it, which even though it had that 10-second pit lane penalty, the safety cars came at exactly the right time for it, and it stretched the advantage.
Reigning winners, TF Sport, from last year with the Turkish flagged effort. That's now moved to LMP2, and they're doing the right thing with that effort, by the way, not bringing that to Le Mans this year, looking to expand their LMP2 efforts alongside the GT programmes for next season, and no doubt in my mind there's a long-term future for Tom Ferrier and TF Sports in a number of ACO products and beyond.
It's interesting how the emphasis of the teams is shifting a bit. You know, we see these teams come from national racing into GT, then into prototypes, and yes, there's always going to be that cyclical nature that some of the teams that have done well go away, or people retire, or whatever it is, but there is this change now, different teams coming into the mix. WRT, another example of a team that, you know, earned its spurs in GT racing, got a deal for the DTM, now into LMP2, and a bright future.
Well, the running joke is that you can't have an international endurance race without an AF Corsa Ferrari. Well, we have this thing about TF Corsa, and it's the same now for Aston Martins with Tom Ferrier and his crew.
Yes.
And it's a relatively speaking tiny crew. We've got two cars in trouble at the Ford chicane. One is the 71 Inception car that has driven away from whatever's happened there.
And it's another Ferrari.
It's another Ferrari. It's one of the pro cars. It's the second place car.
It's 52. So it's Sam Bird, and here's the replay. Let's have a look at this, Ollie.
Okay. We're just coming to the 4 chicanes here, both side by side, and it looks like Sam is just trying to go up the inside of the Inception car, and just either the Inception just didn't give him enough room, or Sam wasn't quite all the way up the inside, and the two touched and spun, and hopefully no damage done to either car, or major damage done to either car, but that will most probably go down as a bit of a racing incident.
Brendan Arib in 71, the less experienced of the drivers in that car, and without pointing the finger.
Yeah, I mean, he should have just given the corner really to Sam.
He's down past him.
And now he's back past him, yes.
So they both carried on, which is the good news. But
yeah, it's not what either team or car want. But these incidents do happen now. They're going to have to be, all over the car, or the engineers will be on the data, looking at tyre pressures, other sensors, trying to see all the load cells, trying to make sure everything is okay. Because I think Sam did run over a couple of those big speed bumps, or the bananas, the banana curbs. So would have rattled things around and just giving things a good shaking over.
Let's have another look. So Sam Bird to the inside. I mean, he's got the gap, he's got the line. Brendan Arib just doesn't let him go.
And it was almost like it's almost like he could see that he was going to come across on him, and Sam at the last minute tried to get out of it. He was locking brakes.
But that's one of the perils for the pro drivers, isn't it? Because you are committed to your lap, your race, your line, but you don't know what an AM might be doing.
Yep, that's it. And that's part of the skill of operating here at Le Mans is trying to read the body language of the car that you're coming up to pass. Trying to understand, okay, how precise is this driver being? Where is he placing it? How much curbs are he using? Is he flowing the corners in the way that you would be doing, or that another pro driver would be doing?
This is 24 about to rejoin. Now, Graham, what's this cost? Is it a lap, 2 laps?
It's at least a lap, and we've got rain. You're absolutely right at Arnage. The 24 car will rejoin now.
Gently, the rain.
Yeah, has just been passed, in fact, by John Falb, G-Drive Racing.
Drive off the line.
Yeah,
please drive off the line and get rid of all of that gravel. Drive back on it.
He's dropped from 4th to 5th in Pro-Am, at least with that incident, and he's coming out just in front, I think, of Maxime Brabant, and I think we'll lose another place. No doubt my money should be coming in after that.
Hey,
thumbs up.
Big thumbs up there. That's awesome to see.
And these are the moments, aren't they, that really do breed race fans.
News from High Class Racing about Jan Magnussen's most recent pit stop, a delay because they were fixing the GPS antennae for the FIA data, which wasn't working properly. Also, the nose was changed. Anders Fjordbach hit something during his stint, and they were able to use the time that was being taken to fix the antennae to sort the nose out as well. We did see Fjordbach rattle over the curb, didn't we, the Porsche curves?
We saw the 20, yes we did, and we saw the 20 in trouble at the 4
yeah,
chicane.
But I just wonder whether that rattle over the curb did a little bit of damage, and that might have been the trigger for it. Anyway,
well, I was just
it.
crunching some numbers, something else just popped up, and apologies if you already mentioned this and I didn't hear it, but there's another issue for the 71, which is 10 seconds added to the next stop for a slow zone infringement.
I don't think we had mentioned that, but yes, it's one of those cars that's accruing dramas.
It is.
Yeah. Right, back onto the throttle goes in 7, Kamui Kobayashi, race leader.
He wasn't messing around.
No.
He was straight back on it.
Threads his way through the traffic, through that bank left at Indianapolis, first gear corner. And now we get to that point where you see the effect the headlights have through the darkness.
Yep, exactly. And it's all going to be about switching those tyres back on again and just sort of tiptoeing your way off of. We've got another car off here, the 29 Racing Team Nederland. That's in the gravel trap.
It is
Fritz van Aert.
Okay.
And I think Fritz van Aert on the radio is talking about the fact that it's raining and it's caught him out,
yes,
or words to that effect.
Yes, and he's not very happy at all.
No,
and
he should have erred on the side of caution then.
Well, we've got it here on board now with Fritz van Aert.
God damn it, Jack. God fucking damn it, man.
Well, there you go. Apologies for the language, but Fritz van Aert is very irate. He's in the gravel. He's been caught out by the rain that was coming, and he's off the road. But it's not the team's fault. He's driving the car. It's his right foot that judges the speed, isn't it?
Yes, and he has. And again, this is another thing with the rain, isn't it? It just pops up, and he just arrives at a corner, and sometimes you just are a passenger and you're just the first car there, which is obviously not good.
So Job van Uytse ready to go. He gives a shrug of the shoulders. There's nothing he can do at this point.
But if all of the LMP2 cars get themselves in strife like this, you know, we've had Jota, we've had the PR1, we've now had this, and if they all have a drama, it'll start to balance out over the course of the stint, won't it? But
yes,
here is how he got there.
Coming into the Porsche curves, and he lost the rear, corrected, and then he's just gone sharp left into the gravel trap there at the first right.
So Frits van Eerd in the gravel. Let's see if he's calmed down at all.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Yes, I do. Okay. Yeah, I saw you are in the gravel. Yes, man, but it's fucking raining. Nobody's telling me, man. I will tell you a couple of times. Stay calm. Don't worry.
Again, apologies for Frits van Eerd's language, but he's the team owner, so he's very keen that people give him the information. But there's now a little bit of an argument going on, and the rain is certainly catching them out because we've got more cars in the gravel.
With two more off.
Yeah, we've just seen the #1 Richard Mille car. There are two off here up at the exit of the Dunlop S's.
Both United, I think.
They are 23 and 32, and it's 32 that's in the gravel. And there is the #1 car reversing across the circuit and gets harpooned by #74 that was on a mission, and that was Tom Clout now by the look of it, because that was a big whack of the safety cars deployed.
Yeah. Okay, where's this gonna come out, and what's it gonna do?
But reversing across the track.
Yes,
Who was that? That was Sophia Flörsch. Yeah. Right, so safety car is deployed. Let's catch up on who's gone off the road. 32, Graham. That's Manuel Maldonado.
Yeah.
And there, having had a spin, Sophia Flörsch was trying to reverse off the racing line, but across the circuit and into the path of #74 that was trying to dodge around. This is the United Autosports. They made contact, significant contact.
With two United cars.
Yes, yeah, 23 and 32, as we were saying, and they've wiped themselves out there.
That is just, he's come into...
That was Maldonado in 32 that was more at fault, wasn't it?
Yes, but he had arrived in the brake zone for the Dunlop chicane, and it was obviously too wet. He was at full speed, locked brakes, and then he's gone to try to go straight to use the gravel trap to try and slow himself down. And he's just gone straight over and taken his sister car out. And then we've got another car off, I think, at the at the Ford chicane.
It's a P2 car, I think.
Yeah, headlights facing the wrong way.
Have we got Sophia got himself into the same situation again?
One at the exit. 25 has gone off at pit in.
And there's another one in the gravel coming out of the chicane. You're quite right, Graham. So trying to catch up on everything. This is a replay of the dramas that went on for United Autosports.
No, that's a different incident.
This is Sophia, and she's crashed with a 26 car.
Forgive me,
she has.
You're right. And then tried to get out of the strife.
And it's the 48. The 48 is the one in strife at the Ford chicane. So we've got the 25 in trouble at the exit, the Ford chicane. Sophia Flörsch still hasn't managed to get that car turned around.
No.
She's impacted the 26, then the 74. We've had the 48 in the gravel here, and we've had the 23 and the 32 hitting each other at Dunlop.
And the catalyst for all of this is, it's obvious, but it's raining and they're on slicks, and the grip level has just disappeared.
There's at least 6 LMP2 cars involved in 4 separate incidents.
And what did I say a couple of minutes ago? If other people have dramas, it brings you back into the game.
Yes, it does.
Like the 38 Jota entry, for example, from earlier on. But quite a bit of damage done to Sophia Flörsch's car, and if it won't start and won't fire up and she can't turn it. Now, this was trying to reverse out of harm's way. Along comes Tom Clout, who... think he's committed to the right line, but then realises that he's got
no escape.
No.
It was like they're magnetic, weren't they?
Yeah.
I don't think she can.
So this is the incident, and this is how she ended up like this, and it was... She's got together with the 26 car, Franco Colapinto.
It looked like that 26 car had lost it already.
Yeah, and that's just pitted with the damage. So Colapinto, remember, was kept in that because he was doing such a good job, the team told us, and in the start of his next stint, he's caught out by the weather, he's done some damage, and that thing falls down the order now. I say thing because it's a damaged car. It was 7th, it's tumbling to 8th in class, and that's the damage for Tom Clout, who's brought 74 into the pit lane.
So let's just summarise, gentlemen, what's gone on here. Rain has fallen. We did say it was going to be probably heavy. It looked like it was going to be heavier than predicted. Level 1 to 2 until 21:20, which is 5 minutes from now. Looks to me to be slightly heavier than that. So 26 and number 1 got together. We didn't see what started that incident. We did see the 26 spinning across the front of the number 1, impact, and pretty heavy impact between the two. In trying to recover from that incident, there's then a second incident for the number 1 with the number 74. Separate incident again up at just before the Dunlop Bridge with the 33 spearing through the gravel.
32.
32 and impacting the 23
Correct.
of Paul de Resta. The 32 is still in the gravel up at the Dunlop Bridge. Then 2 further incidents, one at the exit of the Ford chicane involving the 25 car off the road and I think has rejoined, and another incident at the entry to the Ford chicane involving the number 48 EDEX Sport car.
Just go through that again.
Yes, I can. So at the moment, we've got the 74 is in the garage, the 26 is in the garage, both with damage, front damage to the 74 and significant damage, we believe, to the 26. There is a 74 with the new front bodywork having been fitted.
But the good news, if there is any for these teams, is that with the safety cars out, the pace of the race is a bit slower.
Absolutely
you could
right.
lose a bit less time.
With all of that, the Jota car is back into the lead of the race. The 28 car, the Jota car in the hands of Stoffel van Dorn, ahead of the Panis Racing car, Julien Canal, Louis Delatraz third in the WRT car, Fabio Scherer fourth in LMP2. The 23 car, by the way, is still out there after that impact. I think it's lost one single place to the second of the team WRT cars, Ferdy Habsburg, and still the number 1 car is stranded in the middle of the road. I can only guess no steering.
Yes, because all it can do is go back and forth.
Absolutely.
And that steering damage will have come in the first impact.
Yeah,
that you
very,
identified.
very, very likely, yes. Yeah. And it was, you know, so now she's just stuck.
So the only incident we really don't understand in terms of impact is...
Ho-ho.
Is what caused the incident with the 26 and the 1 in the first place.
Yes.
Was it Colapinto losing it in the rain? Was that side-to-side contact? We don't know. We just saw the major impact between the two.
We'll unravel it in due course. Duncan Vincent is down at United Autosports trying to assess what the parts department is bringing out, because they've got 2 cars to sort. And of course, Maldonado losing time. Now, also, Graham, these were the incidents at the end of the lap. The IDEC car.
Yeah, that's what we saw recovering.
Yeah, and there was more coming through the chicane as well.
The 25 car was further down the road than that, and it was a separate incident. That was almost up against the pit wall.
So our second safety car period of the race there is 26. So, you know, how quickly things can change, can't they? A car that was doing so well, and all of a sudden, massive time loss. It's there in the garage, and it's losing place after place, and the fear is lap after lap.
Graham, can you see who's in the 26 car?
That is... Is it a bloke with Roman Rusinov written on his helmet? This is going to be a long race, isn't it?
It's going to be the running joke of the race, that's for sure. So Roman Rusinov, who delayed his arrival behind the wheel because Colapinto was doing such a good job. Frankie was explaining himself to the media over on the other side of the garage, and so now Roman Rusinov behind the wheel. So
another replay.
Let's have a look. Colapinto arrives, look left. Boom, there he's lost it already, hasn't he, completely?
Yes, I think so. I don't think there was contact before the major contact. I think he'd lost control.
I'm not sure whether Sophia had actually seen Franco coming.
Yeah.
Maybe she turned in.
There was. She was
the top incident.
This is the other incident with her. It was like they were just on a collision course, weren't they?
Still have not managed to move that car.
Yeah, there must be a
maybe
issue, possibly gearbox, and also with the steering now.
It needs a lift, doesn't it? There.
Yeah.
They need to get the flatbed over, which is heading that way, or at least
I think she's still in the car.
Yes, you're right. But I think she'll only get out on the marshal's instruction, being that the circuit is still live there.
Is the
medical light might be
medical light on?
Yeah. She's trying to start the engine.
If the medical light is on, that is game over.
Mobile phone, talk to the team.
Yep.
So they're trying to talk her through the process, aren't they here, Ollie?
Yes, they are. They are, and there must be also a problem with the radio. She's also looks like she's pumping something as well. A pedal. And she's telling the team she has to come out.
Yeah. If the medical light's on, she's done. She must go to the medical centre.
Yeah.
Are those lights activated by the driver, or
no? It's G. It's a G sensor.
Right.
So the initial impact from Colapinto or the second impact could have done that.
I think it was the first. That
and then we can see the blue light is flashing. I'm afraid that is game over.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that first impact was a much heavier one.
Yes, it was big.
Right, so cars over the timing line. Safety car is on track. I mentioned that Shandy Vincent was off looking at the parts department at United Autosports. Put your damage assessor's hat on. What's it looking like, Duncan?
Okay, well, basically, Paul de Resta has come over the radio and said the front of the car and the back of the car are both in trouble. That's how I would have to broadcast it. What he said is not broadcastable. And the 32 are saying that, yeah, there's damage to that car, but also the engine now sounds pretty terrible. So it's not been a good 5 minutes for United there.
All right, thanks for the news. Bad news as it is, but United Autosports' chances are just unravelled.
Yes, they have. And when you actually look at that incident, the two cars colliding, and the amount of energy that was going through those two cars, you just go, well, it's a tough hit, and something I think both cars are going to struggle with right now.
That had looked like it was the car that was going to make progress in the next stint or so. We're going to see again, this is the impact between the 74 car. There is a red light on in the windscreen there. Let's have a look, watch the windscreen of the one car. Blue light, medical light has come on.
Right, it has come on in that second impact.
And that, I'm afraid, she has got, my understanding of the regulation is a big hit.
Oh, yes.
And that means that she does need to leave the car, and she will have to go to the medical centre, and that car stranded out on circuit means she'll leave the car, she'll be far enough away from the car, that car will be gone.
Yeah, that's that day done.
Really tough break. I think that the replay of that onboard, is Franco Colapinto not backwards as he comes into shot past the nose of Sophia Flörsch's car?
I think as he comes into shot, he is almost sideways. He's not backwards, but he's sideways. And I need to see it again, but I think that maybe Sophia hadn't seen him and was moving over on him slightly, but the surface was definitely damp, slick, and there was going to be, an incident.
Reminds me of Mario Andretti's summary of the Porsche curves in the race that he and Michael very nearly won when they had a big crash there. He said his exact words were slicker and snot, greasy, grimy, and very nasty. Well, it probably wasn't, but it was very slippery indeed. And that car with the medical lights flashing, Sophia Flörsch is out. The driver is instructed by the marshals to remain in the car if the medical lights go off until the doctor arrives, until the medical crew arrive, not marshals. They will not move the driver, because with an impact that's big, you don't know what damage has been done.
Actually, the most frightening bit of that whole sort of number of incidents was when you get the onboard and you're watching Sophia, and she's clearly still focused on trying to get her car moved.
And then there's the hit.
And then there's the hit, and it just that absolute shock of that second hit.
Well, because she doesn't see it coming,
right?
And also because she can't look out the side window. But you can see the rear shot looking through the curves there. There's just a wall obscuring her from the racing line. There's no way you see her in the road until you are 30 metres away.
And it's almost like whoever, I'm sorry, I can't. Who was driving the 74?
74 was in the hands of Jim Trinslow.
No, it is now,
but
it was Tom Chloe. But even, and he said, well, he was behind, it was yellow flags, he must have stayed. Even slowed down, he gets around the corner, he's 30 metres away, he's on slicks, it's raining. That's why cars are going off left, right, and centre. Even if he tries to stop in the dry, he might have. In the rain, he's got no chance.
It was a classic example of going where you're looking, and he was looking, and he was just laser focused on that car.
Yes.
And he was
and
it was only going one place, and that was straight in the side of her.
Now, from Sophia's point of view, she's in that cockpit with the new safety bar, the relatively new safety bar that separates the two parts of the cockpit. That obscures her view to the right-hand side, so she cannot see what's coming from her right-hand side.
But even if she could, she can't move the car. The car's, she can't steer it.
That's why she was so shocked.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
She had no idea that was coming. You just saw in the Jota Sport garage, you just saw Antonio Felix da Costa kind of banging his head on the partition on the wall because he can't believe what is going on at the moment.
Yeah.
And you know, every lap that the safety car stays out, their chances of closing up on the leaders go again. On board with Sophia.
So she's kind of in the middle of the road. She's not to the right.
She's not turning in. She's not moving over to the left. He comes past her, out of control, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Again, watch the windscreen, nothing else, of the #1 car, and look for the blue lights.
Yeah.
Instantly.
Yeah. God.
And also, by the way, in the Racing Team India car, so how has that car left the pit lane again?
Yes,
His blue lights have come on as well.
And here we go, this is the onboard now. She's trying to get the gear, and she's just hit.
Yeah,
and it's the shock.
It's what the devil was that? I mean, that's absolutely...
It's a brutal hit.
And she's so focused on the steering and just trying to get the car into neutral and trying to get it into reverse. No, boom!
Yes.
Another explosion.
So the answer on the Racing Team India car is it was able to leave the scene of the accident and get back to the pits, and they changed the driver. The driver may well now be on his way to the medical centre as a result of that.
Teams now coming into the pit lane, and they're going to intermediates, I believe, that they're putting on the car. This is the 20 car, I believe.
Looks like. Cut to the hand. Who was in the real team car? Is that Norman Nato?
Not sure.
No, I'm not sure either.
He's got a hands device on, and I think it could be.
Is he just? Is he getting ready to go in? It is Norman Nato.
And it might actually be.
That's a good spot from a hairy wrist. Toyota Gazoo Racing lead. We are 5 hours and 25 minutes into the 24 hours of Le Mans, and it is a hypercar 1, 2, 3. And if LMP2 cars keep crashing at this rate, there's a growing chance that a hypercar might actually win this one as well. Panis, WRT and United USA are the top 3. Cedric, don't shoot me yet. You might need me later. Might not.
It's a good line for
AF Corsa 1-2. Ferrari back again with their foot on the throat of the GTE Pro class at nearly 1/4 distance. In GTE-AM, again, TF Sports number 33 car sneaks up onto page 1 of the timing screen in 34th, ahead of Kessel Car Guys and the 83 AF Corsa car. So, Jota's 38 car in the garage, and is it going to be the end of the road for that car? I didn't hear what Duncan said when he reported back from Jota. They had that trip into gravel with Anthony Davidson just after he'd taken the lead car over, as it was then, from Antonio Felix da Costa. Then there was a lot of consternation. Gibson engineers, the engine suppliers, really chatting very, very animatedly to the team and a centre, and here we go.
This is a hive of activity now in the United garage, and this is where your team manager, your crew chiefs, or your lead mechanics are really earning their money and knowing where to go, what to do, what parts you need, how you're going to get things fixed, and how you're going to get it all back together as fast as possible, but in the correct way. And then this is an extremely well-drilled team. They've got a lot of staff here, a lot of people. It's a big setup, but it's going to be solving those problems, fixing the car as quickly as you possibly can, getting it back together during this safety car period, which you're not losing that much time as you would under normal green flag racing. But I think we're going to go.
Yeah, let's get down and hear from Duncan Vincent. He's with Paul di Resta at United Autosports. Wayne Boyd was the leader in LMP2, and he's got a lot of problems going on there.
Well, I'm not actually with Paul. Paul's still in the car, but I can see Paul's face that he is not a happy boy. They're changing the front left steering arm. That was bent, there's a kink in it.
The material feeling now, for me, in the pit lane, it's slick, but tell me, out on the track, we did it within there. Me too. Like in the Porsche, it looks to be dry or drying, but we are so slow, so I cannot tell you now in the chicane how it is, it was really wet. Copy.
Yeah, the engineers are looking at the onboard camera feed, trying to read and looking at the external pictures, trying to read what they can advise Mathieu Vazivière in that third-placed Alpine.
Because it looks pretty dry here.
Well, it does look dry, but when I just came back in the booth, there was quite consistent misty drizzle, and it wasn't really showing up on the screen, but then
it's
within
almost like
2
it doesn't
minutes,
show up on the radar.
Yeah, within 2 minutes, there were cars off everywhere. The first of whom, of course, was Frits van Aert in that Racing Team Netherlands car.
And actually looks like they've got away with it relatively lightly when you compare his accident to the other ones that happened maybe a minute later.
Yep. That car still running. Jaap van Uytert has taken the wheel of the car, so Frits obviously brought it back in and had probably had enough of it just for the moment. He will have to do lots more hours, though. Let's hear from Toyota Gazoo Racing. Brendan Hartley, support number 8.
Not too bad. Copy. Some rain reported turn 18. Rain reported turn 18. Still no rain in the pit lane. Yeah, if it went green right now, I would probably recommend Inters. Copy.
If it went rain right now, I would probably recommend Inters because the track's not that wet.
No.
No rain in the pit lane. Well, that's because you're in the garage, because outside our shed, commentary booth, at the entrance to the pit lane, it definitely was raining. Is it raining any longer? Graham says it is no longer. There is no rain here also. Here are your 4 class leaders. Kamui Kobayashi for Toyota Gazoo Racing. Julien Canal leads for Panis and LMP2. Com Ledegaard for AF Corsa. The Porsche Pro in a Ferrari. And Dylan Pereira has been at the wheel of the TF Sport car. He's got back in after handing it over to Ben Keating.
He's been in it.
Well, they've got to the end of the line and then they're coming back in the opposite direction. So Felipe Fraga may well be in next. Although we were told to expect rain in the first couple of hours of the race, we were told that pretty much after that it should remain dry. But as we know, weather forecasting, you know.
Particularly at Le Mans, this race does seem to be a bit of a magnet for it, doesn't it?
Well, you know, all racing tracks have their own microclimate. Anybody who's ever watched anything from the Nordschleife of the Nürburgring knows that, and Le Mans is no different.
Right there, we've just gone past the point, I think, where this is the replay that I was just going to start talking about. Sophia Flörsch and Franco Colapinto. Yes, I mean, he's coming into view sideways.
Yeah, he is spinning around her.
I think they had contact.
But you see, the problem is you watch your hands and they don't move, and almost inevitably you think if you're in a turn and you make contact with somebody, the wheel, your wheels are going to get knocked, your hands will move on the steering wheel.
Right.
And there was the secondary impact. Look, there she is. That's how little you can see around the corner. Don't forget, the driver's eye view is basically of Armco.
Yes.
And she's on board. She has no clue what is coming for her.
Whoa.
And that you know, 3 or 4 replays in, it doesn't make for any more comfortable
with
viewing.
the United cars.
Yeah.
And it's just a brutal impact, and that is a big hit for both of those cars. Richard Dean must have just have his head in his hands right now.
Well, you know, fortunately, both drivers are A-OK. All 3 United cars right now, or was that the 28
No,
car?
it was just 2 of them.
So 48 spinning as well, the IDEX Sport car. I think that was the 3rd car that was there that came through after that incident that looked like it was another United car.
Yeah, the 23 car now back on the pit lane.
With no tyres, so more time being lost here.
Well, I think that they're now with the safety cars, they can't leave the pit lane until
the next queue comes past, and the next queue is at, oh no, safety car A is just going into the Porsche curve. So actually they do need the tyres on because, they're going slicks.
Yes.
I was wondering if they were waiting for wets.
They were just deciding on which ones they were going to get out of the heater.
Different rear end going on to the Alpine. Now, is that because of contact and damage? Is that because there's been damage going off? Or is that for more grip?
Didn't they?
Did they?
Rear
Okay.
light problem, and I think...
I missed that one. Mathieu Vaxivière waiting. All right, let's hear from the 49 high-class car.
Please try the best you can do to get temperatures in the tires. If there is a restart on these tires, you need to be extremely careful in the beginning because the pressures are really low, and also stay off the curbs.
Pressures are really low, which gentlemen, means that the temperatures are going to be really low,
That's exactly
which
what he
means
was
there's
saying.
no grip.
Stay off the curbs, because otherwise we'll get a puncher. or more likely to get a puncture.
Yeah, and the car will bottom out if you straddle them because you've got a little less there. You can see the driver's safety indicator inside. Darren Turner, safety car boards are out around the circuit. Safety car light is on in the cockpit. So everybody knows exactly the state of the racetrack, where they are.
I've just come back and it's all kicked off, hasn't it?
Pandemonium again.
I know.
Was it you?
I don't think so, but yeah, it looks like a lot of chaos has gone on in the last 25 minutes or so.
Yeah. Well, you know, toss a sprinkle of rain into a closely fought race when everybody's on hot slicks, and that's what happens. Cars off everywhere, and actually predominantly LMP2 cars off everywhere, and that's what we've seen through practice, isn't it? That the cars that are having the high-speed offs predominantly have been LMP2 cars.
It's back to green.
We're back to green.
Yep, that was a very short change back to green. So in fact, what does that do for the Alpine? The safety car queue goes by and the pit lane will open and he will come into it. The leader is midway down just come out of Arnage, so he was behind safety car C.
For the drivers that were in the pit lane just now and being released on new tyres, fresh out of the oven, this is actually ideal because at least they can get straight up to speed without having some more time behind the safety cars.
Yeah, and the guys that have been behind the safety car, they're now going to battle to get their tyres up to temp and just get everything going again. And it's as Jan's engineer was saying, you know, you've just got to be super careful when you get going again. Temperatures down, pressures are low, don't use any curb, but, you know, be careful.
Great opportunity perhaps for Mathieu Vaxivière coming out of the pits on hot tyres, and Paul de Resta from United on hot tyres when everybody else is not. At best, they'll be on sort of vaguely close to operating temperature. Yep. Let's catch up with what happened to the 38 Jota car. Duncan Vincent.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. The 38 car went through the gravel, as we're aware of, very early on. They didn't realise they picked up a small stone hole in the oil filter. So the car had been losing oil, which set off a few alarms, and it got Gibson involved. They saw that, they brought it in, they've changed that now, and as they did that, they saw what happened at the first corner, and it really has spurred on the rest of the team now to say that everybody can have a bad day, there's a long way to go, and they're still very much in it with the 38 here.
Well, there might be a long way to go, but they are 23rd of 24. They're 23rd of 23 running LMP2 cars because, of course, we've lost the #1 car, which was ahead of them on the road. So they have definitely got problems. Richard Mille Racing Team, I'm afraid, car #1.
44.
Oh, 44 ARC Bratislava is facing the wrong way, or facing the barriers. And is that Miro Konopka? No, he got out of the car a while ago, didn't he? It's Mate Konopka, his son.
Where's this happened? Oh, this is one of the chicanes. This is the first chicane.
Yep.
It's still damp there, isn't it?
Yeah,
it
spray
is
coming
very,
off.
isn't it? And that's because there's a crown on the road, as there is on every public highway.
Then tried to spin turn it and hasn't got it done, and he's ended up nosed up against the barrier.
Nudged into the tyres.
26 back out on track.
Yeah, Roman Rusinoff at the wheel. Franco Colapinto and Nick de Vries, the other two drivers of the G-Drive machine. Yellow at Marshall's post 11, which is first chicane, so the Konopka car is still there. And I think the marker of doom, do we think that is the end, definitely the end of the road for the #1 Richard Mille Racing Team car? I think it very probably is. So the marker of doom is coming out. There is no Tipex of redemption. So I'm afraid that is probably them done, which is one of our 2 all-female crews gone.
Nicky Katzbergen still behind the wheel of the #63 car. He is up behind Neil Yarni in the 92 Porsche. They're tiptoeing their way down to the second chicane in these tricky conditions.
Mate, if this is tiptoeing, I don't want to live in the flat underneath you. They are lead footing, aren't they? I'm not sure Nicky Katzberg, of course he can spell tiptoeing, but I'm not sure he actually does tiptoe. Nicky Katzberg does door handles and nothing in between, really.
Yeah, he is very good in the rain.
Isn't he?
And he gets it done.
He's Dutch, he's used to it.
True.
You know, Zandvoort gets as much rain as Silverstone, probably. And
yeah.
So, yeah, Neil Jarni in the Porsche. The 92 car, which, of course, on lap 1, was suddenly nowhere.
And a nightmare opening lap, didn't it?
Yeah, and came from a long way back. Listen, if you're going to have a nightmare, have it on lap 1, not the last lap of the race, because then you've got 24 hours to recover. So yellow flags have been withdrawn. The ARC Bratislava car is on its way again. And the number 1 Richard Mille Racing Team car is our 3rd abandon. It's not, it's our 2nd abandon, because the number 17 IDEX Sport car was a did not start, of course.
So it'll be interesting to see what tyres people are on and see if see what they've chosen. I'm sure it'll be just the drying wet in GT Pro, and it'll be intermediates, I would have thought, for most.
Yeah, flurry of pit stops here. Was there lots of tyre changes because of the rain? Did people come in, or did they stay out because the safety car came out so early in the crash fest?
I'd be surprised with anyone taking on a full wet or even a drying wet. I presume maybe some have gone on to an Inter, but when you look at the circuit, it's only like maybe 30% of the track at the moment has got any issue with the rain.
Yeah. The only problem was that when everybody was going off stage left, right, and centre, if you had a gentleman driver in the car, you would almost certainly have whipped him in to get him onto something more appropriate.
Or get him out. Or get him out.
Or get him out, yes. Yeah. There are quite a flurry of LMP2 pit stops. 7:09, Glickenhaus is in. The Toyotas, the race leaders, have been in and out of the pits. So Brendan Hartley has been through in number 8, and on pit road at the moment is Kamui Kobayashi in number 7. So the 2 Toyota Gazoo racing cars, both stopping, driver change. And this will be Pachito Lopez, it is, getting in for his first stint behind the wheel.
I think Brendan Hartley's he's gone out on intermediates. That's all just shown a little message on that. So he's out there, and maybe the 7 car will go to that as well.
Inters for number 7, we are being told. That seems really belt and braces. Because, you know, we're now getting to the stage where it's dark, temperatures are lower, and now that, of course, is that the slick intermediate, or is that actually just a slick? It's got the white.
It's intermediate.
I wonder if it's been cut, hand cut.
No, it's got that. Well, certainly the rear had no grooves on it at all, but it's their intermediate tyre. It's the
front had grooves.
A slick immediate. Oh, did it? Okay, yes. The rear didn't look like it did.
That was always a little trick to have in your bag, wasn't it? Just a set of hand-cut slicks available, just in case you come into these sort of conditions when a slick is nearly right, but not quite.
Yeah.
So the Alpine stays out in 3rd place. We're on board in the battle for 2nd place in GTE Pro. Com Ledegar leads from Sam Bird, both in Ferraris.
This is the 92, isn't it? Porsche. They were passing a Glickenhaus there, I think, earlier on in the straight.
Yep. Well, when you've got grip, stay with it. And there is that's the GR racing car in between. Who's in that now? Tom Gamble is in. They've taken Mike Wainwright out after his 2 stints. Neil Gianni on board with the Porsche. And those rain lights, as you were saying, Ollie, nice to have them switched off, because particularly in the dark, it's like following somebody who's got their fog lights on the motorway. You really have your retinas seared by them.
They are really offensive, but they work in the big spray, in the big rain.
The worst track condition looks like it's from Tete Rouge down to the first chicane. Everything else looks pretty good now, doesn't it, in terms of general grip levels, etc.
Alexander Stehlig at the back of the Porsche garage. And this 92 car, you wouldn't have given tuppence for their chances on lap 2 of the race, would you? And here we are, we're not even a quarter distance, and they're in a podium position. And how far from the lead of the race?
18 seconds.
Yeah.
19 seconds.
Yeah. And that's a drop in the ocean. Yeah. Even in a class this competitive, that can come and go in a heartbeat.
Yeah, and it's tricky conditions at the moment, but a car that's quick right now, in 20 minutes, may be falling like a stone. Just down to its configuration, the tyre it's chosen, or something they've just done with the car. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see, because Nicky's just dropped off the back of Neil Yanni. So Nicky Katzberg in the 63 car just dropped off the back of the 92 car.
Yeah.
Just about 4 seconds back now.
Did we see what tyre the number 7 went on?
Inters.
They were
well, I'm assuming it was 8, yes.
8 definitely went on to an Inter, didn't it?
Yeah, I was told that, yeah.
Let's hear from Duncan Vincent that you've been picking up a little bit of a trend in the pit lane about communication problems.
I have. I've been very lucky to kind of find this one out, to ferret this out. The teams have been having problem radioing from the car, or the shore to the car, depending on where the car is on the circuit. So take Racing Team Netherlands. Fritz had no prior warning that the rain was falling on that part of the circuit. The team were trying to radio and trying to warn and tell him, but it wasn't working. So that's how Fritz, you heard on the radio, was very animated and very annoyed. But that's just one of a handful of teams that's been getting caught out with it, Martin. So radio communication issues at Le Mans, catching the teams out with the weather.
That's certainly not something that you want. You know, it's critical to have that information, that flow backwards and forwards between the team, the driver, the car, you know, just for, you know, normal strategy and just running on track. But when it gets tricky conditions like this, and it's critical to get a message to the driver, you know, it can be race ending, as we've seen. You know, if the driver's not warned about certain conditions that are coming up. And yeah, it is, and again, it just comes down to, you know, really sort of crossing everything off, you know, in that checklist before you start the race, and in that warm-up session, making sure that everything's good and strong. But I don't know if there's something that's popped up, particularly today with radio transmissions, because it seems like there's a few teams having the problems.
Yeah, and it is unusual. You know, in the old days, it was like going around the dark side of the moon, wasn't it? You'd sort of get halfway down the Mulsanne because the trees were so high, and there'd be nothing until you're coming back out of Arnage.
There was no repeater.
Well, let's hear from the 92 Porsche.
Yeah, you're doing a mega job, mate. Mega job. It's the battle for P2 in front.
So battle for P2 is in front.
Oh,
you are in it.
Yep. Just
Sam Bird just drifts a little wide there.
He's actually gained from it.
Yes, he has, hasn't he? Cheeky little monkey.
Now, having a couple of minutes ago uncapped the marker of doom to cross off the #1 Richard Mille Racing Team, the marker of doom strikes again. This has been a fairly tough time for some teams. Number 32 United Autosports car will not go out again. So United's 32 car is out of the race.
Wow.
So that is our third official retirement. Is it the 98 Aston Martin, the #1 car, and the number 32 car?
Hey, the Ferrari looked is short fronting and accelerating nicely out of the corner. Coffee we saw.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
I know. Win a few, lose a few, keep your foot down.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any action taken there. If he does it another couple of times, then I'm sure that something will be done. You know,
it does happen occasionally. You know, if you make a mistake and you end up straight lining a bit of a corner, then you keep your momentum up. You know, and he obviously got off the brake when he realised he wasn't going to make the turn and just ran it through.
He just did enough just to make sure he didn't go in the gravel.
Yep.
But he also knows that there's that bit of tarmac on the inside there of the apex, of the left-hander apex, so that he just used that and then just got his toe down and got a really good run off.
Dunlop's always good for that. As in, you come through turn 1, make a mistake under braking.
Straight across the chicane.
Yeah. Now we're getting it.
Yeah. Now we're getting the truth. Here we go. We learn how you won all those races in
To be fair, I learnt it off, I think it was Kobayashi in the night, and it was like 6 or 7 laps when he was in the Ferrari behind. And I was like, I can't get away from this guy. And then I worked out what he was doing.
The chicane is much quicker if you don't bother with it.
Yeah, I learned a few of those tricks from Thomas Enger. In all those years ago in the 550 Ferrari, jumping the chicanes at the Ford chicanes.
Come on, let it go, Ollie.
Yeah,
let it
right,
go. Let it go.
Hang a minute, Ollie.
Okay.
How many races do Corvette reckon you won because of Thomas Enger mistakes?
I think it was either 2 or 3 Le Mans that we ended up winning because of something that Thomas did. So, or he was involved in, and you know, bless him, Thomas. He's a brilliant guy.
Such a lovely chap.
Yeah. And so fast. And he got a lot of pole positions here, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was great behind
5 to midnight was Enger o'clock, wasn't it?
Yeah.
On Thursday night, you were always just waiting for him to go out and do something very, very special. He definitely had a draw of top laps that he would go to.
Yeah.
Here's our lead battle in LMP2. The number 22 United Autosports car started 12th in class, dropped back like it was in free fall at the beginning of the race in the rain. And now here is Fabio Scherer challenging Julien Canal for the lead.
Yeah, they're just making their way through a very tricky part of the track at the moment. This looks slick and slippery through the Porsche curves, coming out of there and then down to the first part of the Ford chicanes.
What you need in the Porsche curves is a nice greasy track, because they're no challenge at all, really, are they? You know?
Yeah, it's...
drive-through penalty for the number 28 car for crossing the pit entry white line. And that will have been probably a very late call. Box. Oops, hang on a
Stoffel
minute.
Van Dorn.
Oh dear. And he's been in the car for a while, so he actually incurred that penalty. Fabio Scherer in the pits for United Autosports. So that was his in-lap. He was chasing the Panis racing car. And that's a very slow way round the chicane. Not quite sure which LMP2 car that was. But getting in very, very deep indeed under defensive driving.
On the white line on the pit lane entry. Where's that then?
Everywhere, mate.
No,
Have
but
you not seen it?
I know the one on the way out, but you just come off the track on the way in.
Yes, it's a mate. Yeah, but if you come in late,
it's a big curve.
And come across,
which you drove over once.
Yeah, I've had that big
Chat.
curve. I've certainly.
Right, well, let's hear from the number 8 Toyota. Brendan Hartley was hoping for Inters, wasn't he?
Maybe not as bad as I thought, but I couldn't see it before. I think it was a mistake. Sorry, guys. It's okay. We need to see how long we can make this go for.
It was a bit vague.
He was talking about making a mistake.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
I think he's tried quicker than he expected, because we heard him saying when they were behind the safety car, you know, if we're going to change tyres now, I would recommend Inters. He's now going, damn it, no, it was slicks.
Yeah.
But both cars are in the same situation, because the number 7 car also took Inters, so it's no net gain, no net loss for the number 8 car.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
But if they're looking to jump back onto them and maybe even leapfrog them, that was their opportunity to do it.
Yep. Well, there will be more opportunities, because there will be more full course yellows, there will be more safety cars. We haven't had a full course yet. There will be more safety cars, will be more slow zones.
So we're watching Sam Bird and Neil Yarney going at it again.
Yep.
And into Indianapolis. And
let's hear from Neil Jarney then.
Ferrari spot again, the chicane. That's black. The last one again. Yeah, probably cutting all the corners. We're reporting it. We see it.
Yeah, well, luckily Race Control have no access to any images of the track, and so they rely on teams to grass up their opposition.
Yeah.
However, Neil, stop getting on the radio and whining, because you're closing in on him.
But it'd be super frustrating, isn't it? Every time he's getting close and then trying to line himself up for a move, and then you know the Ferrari takes a shortcut. It's frustrating, and I can understand why he's.
There's an instant messaging system that the teams use backwards and forwards to Eduardo. And,
Discord, like all gamers do. Yes.
Right, of course.
Exactly.
And so there'll be plenty.
Yeah.
Plenty of that going on, lots of chat on that, no doubt.
Lots of bounce. And actually, bizarrely, virtual Le Mans, which we held in June last year, because there was no real Le Mans in June last year, that introduced Race Control to the delights of Discord, because all the teams, all the drivers, wherever they were across the planet, from the studio in Paris to Japan and America and New Zealand and wherever else were on Discord, and Eduardo went, this is the most fantastic thing. And so they introduced it immediately. That was close.
5 car.
That was close. Duncan Cameron is the gentleman driver in there.
Yeah, that's getting a little bit too hot into the S's there. And they're on the left, and then just running right over those bollards that are the other side of the curb on that right-hander. And he's just spun around, took one of the bollards away, and fortunately not gone in the wall.
That's a really tight spot to try and spin around in as well. There's not much room around that area, is there? So.
But he's
done it, yeah.
He's managed to get
well,
going.
Plus, how wide will his eyes have been as oncoming traffic just missed him before it even stopped rolling?
And with an AM like that, it's this next lap or so where he's just got to get his composure back, where he's just got to sort of really focus to not make another mistake.
He is super experienced, though, Matt Griffin.
You're
Cameron.
much quicker than the leader as well. You're quickest car in class at the moment.
Porsche are doing it again, aren't they? Coming back from nowhere to somewhere. You're faster than Sam Bird. That much is evident. You're also faster than the leader, who is the other AF Corsa Ferrari of Com Ledegar. So the gap's come down now to 13 seconds. Last time we looked at it, it was 18.
Yep. Adam Hardy is the engineer on that car, and he's working hard to keep Neil updated and you know, making sure that he's got all of that sort of encouraging information to make sure that Neil's, you know, confidence is buoyed, and you know, let's just keep pressing on. Don't get bogged down in the little things that maybe Sam's doing that could get distracted by.
Yeah, there's a lot of radio traffic going on to Neil Gianni, isn't there?
Just correct that. The Corvette behind now. Corvette's fast. Corvette's fast. His last lap was at 4:03.
Yeah, Nicky Katzberg is just 3 seconds behind this battle. So this is soon going to be a three-way tussle, isn't it?
That's super information, though. That's the type of information across the radio you want from a race engineer, just to keep you up to date, let you know what the picture is around you. Because certainly this time of night, you're not aware of the cars coming because they're just a load of lights behind you.
Exactly.
In the day, you can pick people up. As you go through corners, you can see, okay, this guy's like 3-4 seconds behind. But at this stage, it's just another set of lights. So
exactly,
great information.
And there are so many of them. And actually, it could easily be an AM class car. You can't tell in the darkness. Even if you recognise the light pattern, you can't tell whether it's a Pro or an AM car.
I think we've got someone off down at the S's again after the Dunlop chicane. There's a yellow down there. So it could well be that somebody's gone off on that slippery surface.
Yep. Meanwhile, Sam Bird clinging tenaciously to second place. Neil Gianni in third in the Porsche.
I'm sure that Eduardo has sent a message to the AF Corsa boys and saying, look, you need to tell your driver, behave.
He may well have sent one directly into the cockpit to Sam Bird saying, final warning, track limits.
Yeah.
You know, do it again, Sunbeam, and it's a penalty. Stoffel Van Dorn in the 28 Jota Sport car.
So that's a 90-second penalty, isn't it?
Yeah, this has also been a leader for Jota Sport. There's no question they've got a great engineering team. They know how to run these cars to victory.
10, 9, 8, 7.
Getting ready to go full course yellow. How many minutes ago did I say we haven't had one so far?
1. Full course yellow.
I must learn not to open my big mouth.
All cars to bear totally to the right.
Quite difficult.
At Marshall Post 5. All cars bear totally right at Marshall Post 5.
Marshall Post 5. Yep. So that's down there in the S's.
Yep.
So
somebody is off. Somebody is off, beached on the curbs on the driver's left-hand side.
James getting ready.
Yes. So, full course yellow, if you are on your way from Arnage, is a great opportunity if the window opens. And actually, anybody who's on the wrong tyre, are we going to say, how long since the Toyota's changed? They're not even halfway through a stint. It's been about 4 or 5 laps, not even. How many have they got on there?
It's 4 laps.
4 laps.
Both cars at the moment.
Well, what do? It's a dribble of a stint, isn't it? You know, you're only a third of the way through, but you are on.
We're going on
the wrong tyre. You've only got 23 seconds now, so Well, number 7 has
seconds.
opted not to go into the pits, so they are staying on the tyre.
10, 9, 8,
Yeah, it's too short.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed. Full course yellow has been removed.
Green, green,
I
green.
guess that was just to collect the bollard that was sat there from Duncan's earlier spin.
Could well have been, just to allow a marshal to run across the track. And as ever, thanks to all the volunteers, the marshals who have come here, the inspectors in the pit lane, the garages, everyone else who is working for race control and for the safety services to make sure that the drivers remain safe at all times.
It still looks
unpaid
very,
volunteers. It does
very
look
sketchy out there. Coming through the S's and into Tete Rouge, it just is.
And we're not seeing lots of
slip and
spray,
slippery.
but
No.
there's so much reflection of the lights off
Just
the road.
greasy.
Yep.
And it's that sort of condition now where you just sort of think, is it going to dry? How much more is it going to dry? It's just not. It's just that horrible. Look at the circuit, just gives that film on it.
3 or 4 GT Am cars stopped under full course yellow.
We've got somebody off here.
Oh, Sam's in again.
Oh.
And it's
And
a
Neil
yellow
coming in.
flag.
Yeah,
you can't
he's-
get by him
no.
until he goes green.
Was
He's
the
got
yellow, was
great
the yellow
running.
flag for Sam going off?
No,
No, there was something
Right.
else. But Sam was
In preparation.
Yeah, in anticipation of Birdie going off.
But Sam just placed his car just in the right spot there as he was coming off the corner. And Neil just had to just breathe it. And Sam stays in front.
Yep, again. Look at the queue of cars behind.
Yeah.
It's starting to close up. How far back is Nicky Katzberg now?
1.2 seconds.
1.2 seconds. He's the next car, isn't he? He is the next car.
Yep.
That set of lights there, that's the Corvette. Entertaining stuff. And Roman Rusinov behind them in the G-Drive car, next on the... He's not actually behind them on the road. He's next in the order. He's up to 28th place overall.
Has James Gallardo already been in, or would this be his first?
No, he's been in before.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll be his second
Missed
time
that.
in the car. Yeah.
Been sleeping.
No, I had a little sleep.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you? Well
Little-
done.
little
Well,
cat nap.
it's important. As soon as you step away from the car or the microphone, go and get some rest, hydrate, eat, massage. Did you enjoy
Yeah,
your massage?
I had all of that.
Yeah, excellent. Very good.
Oh, slow
As
zone.
if, oh dear. And that is the Cetilar car of Roberto Lacorte. And that car, 9th in GTE Am. He hasn't just now. He's not one of the pit callers, but he has dropped behind.
It's the first chicane, isn't
Couple
it?
of cars.
I think.
Was that the car we saw that Sam was nearly going to
Yes, it
run
might
in
well
the
have been,
side?
actually.
I also think...
someone-
Whoa, straight across the
Yellow,
gravel.
who's that?
A Porsche, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Which one?
Well, we'll just pick that out.
Which chicane is that? That's
First
the first
chicane,
chicane.
yes,
Oh,
yeah.
I can't see. The Alpine has just gone through. I can't see
it's got
which.
moving
It's a
again.
GTE Am Porsche, so it wasn't one of our pro cars. But yeah, I wonder whether that was the car that narrowly missed Duncan Cameron when he was spinning and facing the other way, because it was another Ferrari that shot by, but we didn't really see the replay. But he has just lost a spot to Duncan Cameron, so I have a feeling it may well have been. Great view down from the telly heli of the village. That is Le Mans in race week. And all the illumination of the pit boxes. G-Drive's number 25 car is in. This is the car John Falp is driving that is run effectively by the Algarve Pro team. With regulation pit stop. High Class have just sent Ricky Taylor back out in the number 20 car. And the number 30 appears to have stopped coming into the pits every lap, doesn't it? Remember, we had that long period where the Duquesne car just would not stop bothering its team.
Yes.
And now they finally have persuaded it that actually going round and round in circles is what it is supposed to be doing.
Well, I think they fixed the radio, they fixed the problem they had with the steering wheel.
The aircon,
Aircon.
they've fluffed up the pillows,
Yeah.
polished everything.
Driver stopped crashing.
Yeah, well, that too. That doesn't hurt either, does it? Tristan Gomedy at the wheel of that car. And in fact, he is ahead of Ricky Taylor by just under a minute, and chasing birthday boy Felipe Nasser, who celebrates his birthday today in the Risi Competizione car, and that is 16th in LMP2 and 19th place overall. 20th place overall, because both the Glickenhauses. Actually now, the 708 Glickenhaus is up to 4th place overall. Didn't notice that. Pipo Derani has gone past the LMP2 leader, Louis Delatraz, who is in the pits. Louis' dad, Jean-Denis, was racing earlier, wasn't he? That's a Blondie hit. Jean-Denis, doopy-doo.
Wow.
Don't sing, Haven. Don't
tired
sing.
already.
Yeah, I know. Jan Magnussen comes into the pit lane just under our noses. That's in the high-class racing entry.
They've had a tough week, the high-class boys have, in both cars, both the 49 and the 20.
Ferdy Habsburg in as well. That's WRT from 3rd place. 3 blue lights down the side pods of the car. That shows he's in 3rd place in LMP2.
Another driver from the who's been impressive through this year, and he was in the Asian Le Mans series. You know, he was doing a solid job out there.
In fact, there you go. There are both of our WRT cars. Jean-Denis heads off, and he is now 3rd in class. As Ferdy Habsburg's lights changed when he got to the line, the top 3 lights went off, and then were switched over to Louis Delatraz, not Jean-Denis Delatraz. That's another dads and lads combination, although they haven't actually raced together this weekend.
Right.
They're both racing at the same track, but not in the same car.
Right.
So you'd say at the moment the track, certainly for the hypercars, is a good 20, 22 seconds off, maybe?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Well, it's 2 dry for inters, and they're stuck on inters. And that's their issue.
Right.
But you're right, yeah, they're certainly not troubling the 3-minute 30s, are they?
No.
Last lap for the Toyotas, 3-minute 47 for the number 8 car, and 4 minutes 28, but that hasn't been a flying lap. Now, why have we got a slow zone here?
Well, this is...
So that's still for the errant
Yeah.
Chetelaar car, do we think?
Yeah, but that car got out.
Got going ages ago.
Got going ages ago. And is it raining again there?
And the slow zone stops now. There we go. There's more spray.
Yeah.
There is more spray, and they're leaving marks in the road.
Yes.
Good spot on it, Gav.
Oh, it looks just so sketchy.
Slimy is the word, isn't it? Yeah.
Just these conditions that you, as a driver at this time of the night, it's tough to manage. And you know it can catch you out just like that.
And it will change corner to corner, straight to straight, and lap by lap as well. It'll be a little bit drier, which is okay, or a little bit less dry, which is definitely not.
Yes.
Because you're not like driving like a road car, Darren, are you? You don't sort of see what's there and then gradually brake. You're all or nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you've basically got one option, isn't it?
Yes.
It's drive as fast as you can with the
Ferrari
conditions you've got.
Facing the wrong way.
What's that, 83?
83. That's one of our leaders in the AM class. Where were they?
They were 2nd in class.
They were 2nd. Alessia
yeah.
Rivera. And in fact, Dylan Pereira is in the pits for TF Sport Aston. So that was a less than optimal time to drop the car.
Yes.
Suboptimal. Was the phrase I was
We'll see if we get a replay on that, but yeah, it looked like he just looped it as he came around and through the left.
Well, there's very good news. Yeah, a bit battered and bruised, and still shocked, but little thumbs up and a bit of a smile on her face.
Yeah.
See, I don't think there was any sort of coming across onto the racing line.
No.
So it was completely
And did
in a straight line at that
you see
point,
at the last moment her head turned? She was aware that there was somebody coming down beside her.
And I think that car was already out of control at that point.
Yes,
so.
absolutely.
Right.
The more I see it, the more he's having an accident and collects her.
Yeah, this is not nice to watch, really.
No. And that's Tom Chloe. He just had nowhere to go.
And it was, like we said earlier on, it was sort of like his eyes were going on the car, and he was just going wherever he was looking.
And that's her trying to select a gear. She's flicking the gear. She's trying to get it to move, and then bam, that her world explodes.
Yeah, that's.
But he'd already been through a next slow zone sign.
Yeah.
Because right the other side of them was the 80 markers.
Yeah.
So you should have already been slowing down.
Yeah.
Ready for 80k.
And he probably was, but it's the Porsche curve, so you're slowing down from a lot of speed, and it's greasy, so you don't just hit the anchors because you go straight off. So he's.
But it was...
Yeah, no, I know, less than ideal, and that's why race directors get really, really ticked off with people who don't slow down in slow zones.
Sure, absolutely.
Or for slow zones, because...
Or just for yellow flags.
Never know. Exactly right, exactly right. So 17 hours and 50 minutes. We're just past the 6-hour mark here in the 24 hours of Le Mans. So 1/4 distance. Feeling fresh, everybody?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Are you?
Fresher than I was this morning, I think, probably. An accidental Thursday evening crept into Friday evening, which was never a good thing.
A pint of rosé you had.
I didn't have a pint of rosé.
It was two.
Red. It was red. That was the issue. Into Europol have inserted Alex Brundle into the car that lies 6th in LMP2. So, boy, Brundle is back on. Okay, down into Indianapolis Part 2.
This is the 83 car, is it? Yes.
Oh, look.
Just a kiss.
But do you know what? Saw what was coming and got himself out of trouble and doesn't step on the brakes and lets it roll, so he's further away from the corner. I know, but the further you are away, rolling backwards from that corner, the safer everyone is. So that was a properly... Yeah,
that was a bit of skill to go back.
That was a lot of heads up, because he could just easily put his foot on the brake, make it stop. 22 United car again. Felipe Albuquerque. Well, Felipe is the fastest car. That's Fabio Scherer at the wheel. That is the leader in LMP2. That is the poison chalice of this race so far, isn't it? Being the leader in LMP2.
Yes, it seems
You're
to be.
just waiting for the guillotine, aren't you? You're waiting for the axe to fall. And that dropped him to 3rd, because it's not competitive in LMP2 at all. There's Felipe there just going, oh.
Yes.
You know, and Antonio Felix da Costa in the Jota Sport Garage as well, the 3rd car, going, oh, make it stop now. Could you? Now he's definitely in the, could you just blow the car up? Can we all go to bed now? You know, they're down in 33rd. They're 20th in LMP2.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really hard now. You know, you've got to keep grinding away and doing the laps and just hoping that you can somehow get a result. But there are so many competitive cars within LMP2.
Here is your race-leading team, Panis Racing. And if you notice, it still bears the name of Olivier Panis, but the I is a 1, because the technical running of the team on behalf of Olivier Panis is by Tech 1.
Okay.
So former single-seater team set up by ex-F3 driver Simon Abadi with his sister Sarah, and Sarah is the engineering brains behind the whole thing. She runs the entire program, and Tech 1 very successful in things like World Series by Renault, in GP2, multiple championship winners in single-seaters in Formula Renault.
Oh, wow, it's the 22 car going off again through the gravel at Mulsanne corner. Just getting in really hot, just needs to take a breath.
Franco Colapinto has been summoned to the race director. They have watched data, telemetry and video, and they now want his final word on it.
Okay.
That would be because they were all trying to slow down for the 80, weren't they? The 80 was already in place.
Yeah. I don't remember. I didn't see it live, so I don't remember.
There was a lot going on there.
Yes, wasn't there, though? Yeah. There was stuff going off everywhere in a big way. 30 has been in and out of the pits, standard pit stop. I didn't know that Mimo Rojas was Guillermo Rojas. That's obviously the shorter version of Guillermo. Never really thought that. He's always just been Mimo Rojas.
Yes.
And then there you go. So it's a diminutive. He is out in the Duquesne number 30 car.
So, we've now got pit stops for the GTE pros.
Now you need to develop this skill, you know, become like David or Ian Titchmarsh, who just wax lyrical anytime there's some tatty old Italian, Alfa Romeo in shot. You know, you need to start, oh, look at the gorgeous lines. What a beautiful car it is. Actually, while we were looking at that, what is the big difference between thundering great front-engine Corvette and Ferrari-like mid-engine Corvette. How is it even remotely the same kind of a car to drive?
It is a pretty big step change for the team and for everybody that's been driving the C8R. I had the pleasure of driving it all last year. But, you know, with the engine now in the middle, you know, that engine, that placement of it, and where you're now sat in the car, when you turn the car into the corner, it's rotating completely around where you sit.
Yeah.
Before, in the C7, in other previous generations of car, it was rotating right around your knees.
Yeah.
So that was something that was, it was just slightly detached in some ways. But, you know, the weight distribution of the car, the aero on the car is a big step forward. And, you know, and so, yes, and you are also sitting further forward in the car, so you've got slightly better vision. You feel a little bit more connected with the road. I mean, there's all of these things have just helped to enhance the, you know, your performance in the car and also your experience on the road with the road car.
The Corvette and the Aston Martin as well, Darren, you know, with that front engine, because they were based on road cars, you weren't quite sitting on the diff like David Brabham would have been in the Panos, but you were a long way away from kind of being in the middle of the car still.
Yeah, I mean, all the Astons that we've raced right from the beginning with the DBR9, they've all been front-engined.
Yep.
So we've not had that experience yet of going to a mid-engine Aston Martin, but I'm sure that will be something in the future to look forward to.
But we are heading down to pit lane to catch up with Louise Beckett, who's not once complained about the weather, which is jolly good news, but she has caught up with Anthony Davidson. So we're going to find out a little bit more, hopefully, about what befell him in the race-leading Jota number 38 car. And as soon as we get the opportunity to do that, we will bring that to you. Meanwhile, OK, let's get down to Louise Beckett.
Anthony, we saw you go off in the gravels. Not usual for you. The conditions are difficult out there for everyone. Tell us from your point of view what happened.
Yeah, OK, we'll come back to you, Lou. Thank you very much. We're not seeing you or hearing you, just so you're aware. Louis Delatraz and the race lead being really hustled by Julien Canal. And Racing Team Netherlands in. Joop van Uytert will stay in. This is the end of his first stint. So slicks going on. Scrubbed slicks by the look of it. Yeah. They don't have that sheen of a fresh set. So they will probably have done one stint or a part stint before they went on to Inters. Yellows at Marshall's Post 27. Darren, have you found that yet? Is that down at Mulsanne corner?
It's out of Arnage, I think, or is that?
Oh, it is,
Arnage?
Yeah. It is, yeah. Arnage out.
Ollie's eyesight's still better than what mine is. I need to go and get my glasses from the car.
Rain lights may be turned off, says the race director. What happens next, Ollie?
It starts raining.
Rains, yes, exactly.
Well, within about a 30 to 40 minute window, I think we figured out. Yeah,
exactly right. And I'm in the booth again. So so those same clouds are lining up behind.
Yeah.
Louis Delatraz.
You'd have a choice now, wouldn't you? If you had someone really behind you and you're in a battle, I'd leave mine on. It's a choice. I'm sure they've
the rain light
turned off. So I'd be like, oh, okay. I may turn them off at a later.
Can't quite reach that switch.
Yeah, it's too far away from that. I'm too busy. I'm in a battle.
Yeah.
I'll leave that on for a little bit longer.
That's right.
My bad.
Professional racing drivers, ladies and gentlemen, it's all good, clean fun till the day it isn't. Toyota Gazoo Racing 1-2 and up to third place a long while ago when the Alpine it was in second early on. Now the Glickenhaus has just stopped of 708, and that's dropped down from 4th to 8th place, and another spin for the 44 car. Is that Mate Konopka again? I believe it is. He's taken the rear wing off.
He's lights on inside the car.
Battered into the barriers. It's possibly because he's had the door open. OK, let's hear again from Anthony Davidson, if we can.
Anthony, we'll try again. It's not like you. We saw you in the gravel. We know conditions are difficult out there. What happened?
I just lost it, plain and simple. It was wet around turn 1. The Porsche went off in front of me. Probably distracted me a little bit, if I'm honest, and took my eyes off the road momentarily looking at him. And the whole rest of the circuit had been dry up until that point. And even the memory of having left the pits, going through the pit lane and through turn 1 and turn 2, it was much drier than what it was when I came back around. And yeah, I plain and simple messed it up. Hands up, my fault. I'm sorry to the guys, you know, especially Antonio. He was flying out there doing such a great job this week, and it's not normal that I'm the one that ruins it for everyone, but I did this time, so I'm gutted.
The 38 Jota has been in the garage for quite a while since that. Was there damage from that?
It was part of the the off through the gravel. Unfortunately, I think stones got wedged between the floor and the engine and punctured the oil filter, which then the engine started losing oil, so they had to then change that. So yeah, just snowballed from that. That one small mistake, which had massive consequences. I was hopeful that I'd got away with it because it didn't end up in the barrier. But yeah, it's just gutting. The rain came down straight out there on slicks, cold slicks, and yeah, I mean, honestly, I think if you had given me that chance to go out there and do it all over again, I would have made exactly the same mistake all over again. It was really just, it was too difficult to manage. I know other people managed it, but you know, I was in the lead of the race in my class, and you don't want to give up the lead. So it's a balance between taking risk, not letting others catch you under those conditions. And I'm usually really good in those conditions. I never throw it off with slicks in the way. I'm always the one that survives. And so no, I'm disappointed with myself, gutted. Yeah, it's not the way that I wanted this Le Mans to go. It all looked so good. The car was so good. The guys had done a brilliant job. And yeah, the car was flying. It was a dream to drive all week. We'd all worked so well, myself included, getting the setup just perfect. But yeah, I hadn't scraped the car at all the way through. I was the one that didn't damage the bodywork. The other two had crashes, and I was the one that didn't. And I chose the worst possible time to do it.
Oh, Anthony, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think from your answer, you're done enough of that now. All right, thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Louise. And guys, you know, when you know you've just dropped the car, there's no amount of apologising that can make any difference in retrospect, but it's just heartbreaking, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And you know, Ant was very honest and open there, you know, about what happened. And you know, he isn't someone that drops the car and goes off or crashes regularly. He's usually an extremely safe pair of hands, very fast, and very experienced now. And you know, and it just can bite you like this. And this race, it can be just brutal in the way that it just can run up and bite you out of nowhere, and you think you've got everything covered, and you know, he covered all of that. He touched all of those points, just saying about how they really worked so hard on the setup of the car, really fettled everything, and they were super happy and comfortable and really got themselves in a great spot. And then just the timing of it, you know, with the rain and the GT car going off, going into that particular part of the racetrack, and then you know, into the gravel, one little bit of gravel, then gets into a filter, and then, oh, you know, oh, got someone off here. I think this has come down into the first chicane.
Two cars in there.
56.
And there's another car.
That's another Porsche, isn't it? That's a Porsche rear wing. There are two Porsches there. So 56, Egidio Perfetti, the former GTM world champion. Safety car is out.
33 is the other one.
Because
their lights
blue lights are flashing. So Egidio Perfetti, and there's big barrier damage.
Aston Martin.
That has been in hard and fast. It's going to turn sharp right as we see it, sharp left on the driver.
Oh no, left on the brakes.
Yep. Bang.
And then somebody has just gone off in sympathy a little.
That's another Porsche, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's
a TF Sport Aston.
TF, yeah.
So the 33, the leader, the car that was the leader in AM. No. Won't stop. Is it wet? Is there oil?
He can't get it down the gears.
No. But he can't get it around the corner either. It wouldn't slow down and it wouldn't go around the turn.
It was like he was cadence braking. He was trying to get everything sort of, it was locking and then was coming off, locking and coming off.
Right, so why did the Porsche swap ends? It was in the middle of the road, it's not wet. Has the Porsche just had a catastrophic loss of oil that has the engine or gearbox seized on him? Is that why he just kind of went looping off down into the tyres?
Yeah, that's
certainly the TF car, that looked very strange to be sort of just following into the accident.
Yeah,
and also it didn't look like he was even pushing at that point.
No.
It wasn't like he'd already backed off, so...
Yeah, because it's yellows.
Oh, what's that noise?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Right, you're an Aston Martin driver. You've broken enough of them. What's broken on this?
Well, I'm just trying to think what that noise was, but
Well,
it's disappeared again.
This is now post the accident, so this is live. I thought that was going to be a replay of him going in. Let's hear what Felipe Fraga has to say.
Copy. Currently safety car. How do the tires feel? It's strange. It looks bended in the back, but it doesn't look a puncture. It looks like I'm skating on the car, you know, in the rear.
Okay, it sounds like a puncture. Something's chattering. Is it the splitter?
The car was crabbing. It looked like it was crabbing, or it was doing walking. It was sort of walking in the brake zone. But that was maybe some sort of failure on the Porsche. But it may well be that both of these cars have had some sort of mechanical failure at the same point.
Yeah. Well, the team
Let's see when he comes back
ready.
into the pits and just see if they
Didn't
roll the
sound
car.
right, though,
it sounded like something in the diff or something, didn't it? So, but if they roll the car back into the garage, you know it's going to be a fairly sizable change of something.
There's the TF Sport garage.
Yeah. That does not sound good.
Doesn't, does it?
No.
It's got the hallmarks
And
of
also
broken
he's
drive shaft or something.
Under the safety car, he could be catching up with the group in front, and he's not going that quick at the stage, is he? So he's definitely nursing that car back to the pits.
Yep. He's got a while to go as well, hasn't he? The safety car in front of him actually is at Indianapolis, so he is in the back of the queue that has the leader with it. Meanwhile, work going on. That was PR1 Matheson, wasn't it? The dollies went under the car when Simon Trumbull was sitting there, so that is going into the garage for something. Edex Sport, they're in the garage, in the pit lane rather, with the 48 car. United pulled the rest of the 23 car is in. The has been out actually, so got out. Mathieu Vazivière got out as well. Now, Toyota didn't stop in the full course yellow to get shot of the inappropriate inters. Are they going to stop behind the safety car for the inappropriate inters? Where's the number 8 car in the queue? He'll be behind the safety car that is now at the first chicane, I think. So the race leader will be our queue. The number 7 Toyota is behind safety car A. This is safety car, is behind safety car C. This is safety car A you're just looking at through the chicane. Safety car B, rather. And there is Egidio Perfetti. Well, the good news is that the Norwegian is out of the car and A-OK. The bad news is that the car is not A-OK.
No, they'll be out, won't they?
Yes, because he can't get the car back, and he's not allowed to drive it, and nobody will go out and get it. So they are out as well, I'm afraid. So
here we see a bit of a debrief here. Sam Bird's just giving James a big sort of chat about what the track's like and you know what to expect. Or, you know, what bits to not use or use of the circuit, you know, which bits that he's found to be very particularly slippery and
difficult. Because when James started, it was very wet, and he's not driven in these nasty conditions.
Yeah, and there might be just a particular thing that's happened on the track that you now need to avoid, you know, like coming through here at, you know, the first chicane. You need to, it does look so slippery and slick as you come through.
No oil flags, so... But, I mean, the Egidio Perfetti accident, Egidio is absolutely one of the fastest AM drivers in this field. He and Ben Keating, I don't think there's a GT AM driver that is quicker than those two.
Just his body language there, he's frustrated, and he's going, you know, oh, I can't believe this happened.
Yeah, he's just standing there going, what happened?
Right.
That is what happened.
Exactly. There's something else that, you know, the car before those two ended up going down there, dropped some fluid or something, you know, maybe that's why it's a complete surprise to them. And the hardest thing is for the flag marshals at this time of when it's dark, just to be able to see what's on the track.
You can't see a slick on the road when it's half slick anyway because it's so greasy. Right rear puncture for the 33, Louise reports. I think Louise might need to go to PR1 Matheson, because that car is in the garage and the door came off it, and I don't know why. Again, watch those lights. Goes one way, goes the other, and then he's just a passenger.
The weird thing was that he was on the right-hand side, coming down into the corner. He was all the way over on driver's, as a driver would be sitting there. It's on driver's right. It seems like everybody was
so was
right.
So was Fraga as well at the same time, wasn't it?
Yeah, just not taking the normal line. And he's got a punch.
Fraga's like chuntering down gears, but he's desperate to get the thing to start. It's just not stopping.
No. And now we've got to see how much damage has been done with all of that tyre flapping and unravelling. And
that's a right rear puncture. What did he hit to get a right rear puncture? He drove over something to get a right rear puncture.
Yeah, must have.
The car wouldn't stop because the right rear wheel was going down, so the front wheels, which are doing the braking, are coming off the ground. That's why he wouldn't stop. Is it debris that put Egidio Perfetti off there as well? They changed the floor at the back, the splitter at the back, as well as changing the tyre.
I think they had it. Well, they had it off, didn't they? And they had a really good look at it. And I think maybe they've changed it. But yeah, that is the. That's the offending tyre.
I think that is cause and not effect. The Michelin will be able to... I don't know how they can take like shreds like that and go, yeah, that was a puncture caused by debris, but apparently they can.
It's actually unusual to see a wheel like that. Usually the Michelin guys are all over that with a bag, protecting their...
intellectual copyright,
the technology.
Well, that's the end of the road, I'm afraid, for another... David's not even wielded the marker yet. And that is a big loss for GTE Ambattle. That's the 56 Porsche, and that is done. And for exactly the same reason, not unrepairable damage, but the fact that the medical lights went on and the driver then was not able to get back to the pit lane, but to get out of the car and then goes to the medical centre in his 8. So 7's gone by. 7 has gone by and has not stopped behind the safety car. Now, he was nearest to the pit lane. He's the race leader. He surely would have had the option.
But you'd want to stay out, wouldn't you? If you didn't have to box under the safety car, you're going to try and push it as long as you can. And as soon as it goes green, then box, because that's still going to be more efficient than boxing under the safety car and losing.
Even staying out on inters.
Well, it's only going to be another lap or something like that. So it would be, at this point, try and drag that out as far as possible if you've got the fuel to do it.
If you can, you don't want to pit under the safety car.
Okay, why not?
Because you lose so much, you definitely fall out
because of the safety car.
The way that it works, cycling.
Or you could gain a lot. Well, let's get down to PR1 Motorsport Matheson and find out what's going on. Louise Beckett.
Gabby Aubrey, we can see this extensive work going on in the car. Tell me what's happened.
Well, I've just arrived a couple of seconds ago. I've been told that it's the oil cooling system that's leaking. So we've been losing a little bit of oil since the start. And that's what we are changing right now. And we're making also a couple of changes on the door, which we had a problem on.
So could that oil have gone out on the track?
Well, it must have been somewhere, right? It's not been a huge one, but as we started to lose performance, we started before we actually lost all of it on track.
Okay.
How long do you think this is going to take?
I have no idea. Hopefully about 15. We've seen the race is basically a carnage right now with cars everywhere, so we're not losing hope. And I'd rather have an issue early in the race than tomorrow at 4. So we keep pushing and we see where we are in the morning.
Thanks, Gabby.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel Aubrey. Thank you too to Louise Beckett. So it wasn't maybe a catastrophic oil loss, but something punctured the 33 car's tyre and something put Egidio Perfetti off there into the barriers at the first chicane. And I don't think that something is unrelated. I'm pretty sure there was something in the road.
The fact that both of them were running down in the middle or to the right on the approach to the first chicane. Maybe it was just they were looking for the dry line at that point, but
could well
certainly, a bit strange that they were both in that track position at that point.
And the drivers are both too good to just bin a car at the chicane for no good reason. It wasn't suddenly much wetter. You know, it was that sort of an incident where they suddenly go skating off because they've hit water that wasn't their last lap, and that wasn't. So we're in the third safety car of the race. And Com Ledegar has just bailed out of the GTE Pro leading Ferrari, handed over to James Collado, and that means that Nicky Katzberg goes through. PR1 Matheson with a bit of work to do. They had an issue with the door, and presumably that's because it wasn't closing properly in pit stops or easily in pit stops, and so they're changing that as well. In is the Graf Racing team. Bit of calisthenics for Toyota. So the number 8 car has stopped and gone on to slicks. Oh, and Kazuki Nakajima is at the wheel now, and I don't think he was before. So Jose Maria Lopez is in. It remains in.
That was the 7 crew getting warmed up, ready for their stop. So
indeed, I want to see a bit more like thigh slap and a bit more of the sumo wrestler workout, because that certainly gets your quads going. So Jose Maria Lopez went by the pits last time. How long should we go? I think he'll have another lap past the pits probably, because I think that tyre wall at the chicane is going to take a bit of replacing. So Egidio Perfetti is out of the race, the 56 Mentos Porsche, run by Project One, going off pretty heavily into the tyre wall that defends the runoff area, or the straight line, rather, the main road of the first chicane on the Mulsanne Straight. The medical lights came on, and that means that he couldn't get out of the car in the pit lane and go to see the medical crew, so he was taken out of the car on the scene. He is up and about, he is okay, but there's the view down into the chicane, and there you can see not only the medical rescue vehicles, but also the marshals working on getting tyres back into the position in which they were intended to be. Great view down there as well. Into the garage has gone number 4, 64 Corvette. Yes, that the splitter came detached, and the team have just alerted us the fact that they were going to have to change that. So that has gone into the garage.
Again, it's a good time to do it, isn't it? While it's on the safety car.
So this time round, out of safety car QC comes the number 7 car. So they're obviously persuaded by those aerial shots that the safety car is going to last a little bit longer. And this is a 12-lap stint. So it's actually become, they could probably have gone one more, but that is pretty much a full race stint. So slicks for Kazuki Nakajima in the number 8 car. And no driver change. Pachito only took over the car last time round. Brendan Hartley was in the number 8 and handed over to Kazuki Nakajima, having apologised to the team for suggesting Inters was the way to go when it became apparent fairly quickly it wasn't. Number 7 also went on to Inters, but he has got some crispy, slick tyres. So, one stint on the Inters, he's got new slicks. This isn't going to be a double, this is going to be a triple stint on these tyres. So this might be stint 2 of a quad, potentially, for Jose Maria Lopez, unless rain intervenes or weather intervenes. We're not expecting any more weather, but we weren't expecting the last lot either, so that might change.
Bit of a wait now at the end of the pit lane.
Yeah, and that's the drama, isn't it? The safety car that he's waiting for is coming into the Porsche curves now.
It's still a good minute away, I would have thought, at this pace. Which goes back to what Alan was saying earlier, that if you know you're going to get caught by that safety car and have to wait, you might as well wait for the tyres to come out a bit later. And
well, then that's exactly right. I mean, I was just thinking that, right? He's got lovely toasty hot tyres, and now he's sitting at the pit exit, where he could have been sitting up on the jacks with the tyre still in the oven
30, 40 seconds later, and then gone. And it probably would have tied in when the safety car was coming past the pit.
But you're allowed to do that, right? I mean, there's no reason why you couldn't.
No, I don't think so. I think it's just timing it correctly, isn't it? I mean, this is the safest thing in terms of making sure that you can go out when the
yes, if there's a drama with the car restarting or something, then you're not suddenly going, no, quick, and we've missed a safety car.
Drop in another safety car. But if you're trying to optimise it, then waiting until probably the safety car comes into the forward chicane.
Yes.
Then put the tyres on and try to.
I would think. I think their slight profit loss gamble here is whatever temperature is lost in the tyres. Actually, he's going to be in a safety car queue, so he's going to lose that temperature anyway. And he's not going to immediately be going out on cooling tyres into a hot track. So there's Brendan Hartley, just stepped out of the car.
The safety car he's about to join is actually quite short in terms of cars behind it. It's only got a small group, which is really a benefit because it won't take him, when it does go green, it won't take him that long to get.
And it's mostly P2 cars as well, actually, isn't it? Yeah. So that's not too bad. So as soon as the queue goes by, the lights at the end of the pit lane should go green, and then they'll go red again. There we go. They'll go red again to shut the pit lane. Right, yep.
He's fallen asleep. Or
Go, go, go.
He's off.
Was it not the right colour green?
I don't know how actually
too busy reprogramming Waze, and the traffic lights changed on him.
How long they are green? You know, when do they stop it again?
They're not green forever.
No.
They do have a period of time, and it's roughly when the next safety car comes to a particular point. I can't remember exactly when it is, Darren, to be honest with you, but it's, you know, you want to get back out onto the circuit, and you also want to make sure that when you do get back out in the circuit, you try and generate some temperature or keep it. But now he's sitting onto the back of safety car A, which is the one that will stop at the start and finish line.
Did you see how filthy the circuit was on the way through the S's towards Tête Rouge? Then on the outside, so much gravel out.
It was filthy.
It was filthy.
Need to clean that up. What a mess. Well, it's all stones and gravel and stuff coming from people going through the S's, the gravel at the S's, though.
Sure.
Could someone bring me up to speed here on LMP2? I know there was a bit of an incident with two United cars getting a little bit too close to each other, but how did the Jota that was leading become fifth, and how did WRT that were...
Right. No, we've only got 17 hours. I'm actually not sure we can fit it all in. So...
Could you give me a quick summary?
It rained.
I know.
Okay, it rained, it got greasy. Fritz van Aert went off and swore a lot. Then a Porsche, the Inception car, I think, spun in the rubber ducky one, spun in Dunlop ahead of Ant Davidson, who anchored up and went off into the gravel. And boy, did he go off into the gravel.
This one I'm up to speed with.
Okay, so that's that one. So that's the one you asked me about.
No, I'm asking about the two United cars crashing into each other, and I'm asking how did WRT go from where they went to the lead, and Jota, which was leading with Van Dorn, went from the front to the back.
Van Dorn had a penalty.
For what?
A line, crossing a line on the way into the pits.
It was.
Ah, okay.
I think.
Correct. So he had a 30-second hold?
90.
Something,
90 seconds?
I think it was 90.
God, he must have been naughty.
And the two United cars was at the Dunlop chicane. One was turning left, and the other one came flying over the top and hit him square in the front wheels. So that took the 32 car out. So 32 car is gone. Number 1 car is gone. Sophia Flörsch had was knocked into a spin and then hit by the Racing Team India car, which survived and was able to drive back to the pit lane. Even though the medical lights were on, they weren't incapacitated, so he could drive back to the pit lane. So he got out of the car, went to medical centre. James Winslow took that over. So bizarrely, that car is still in the race, and presumably the medical lights were switched back off again because it's for damage to the driver rather than damage to the car. This is the 64 Corvette. Alexander Sims remains in the car, and they are changing the splitter. Waiting at the pit exit is the Glickenhaus in neutral, doing no MPH. Auto kill. Does that activate the machine guns behind the front headlights? So that's just to make sure. That's normally used only when you come into the pit lane, isn't it? To make sure that the car stops and then shuts the engine off at the same time.
Yes.
So since the start of the race, well, we didn't start with car number 17. Edex Sport, that car was crashed heavily up at the Dunlop chicane on Thursday and did not start the race. We lost the #1 Richard Mille Racing team. Sophia Flörsch had a very big impact. The car was pretty much stranded anyway. She was trying to get it to move. It was stuck across the middle of the road. Then she got hit by the Team India car. Her medical lights were on, car was immobile, she was taken out by the medical crew, car out of the race. This is the PR Matheson car, which is in basically for a 100,000 mile service. You could see Sarah Abadi, that was her in the headset, who is the boss of Tech One that are running the team. And this is Egidio Perfetti going off.
Oh.
Yep, and
That's
hitting the barriers. And in behind him comes Felipe Fraga, the leader in GTE AM, who just rolls like this into the barriers.
Why?
Well, we've looked at it, and we're as clueless as you are seeing it for the first time. You tell us.
He did come in with a right rear puncher.
Yeah. I think that's the answer. Because he didn't hit anything with the back.
Was there any debris that caused the first incident?
I think there must have been.
Pettis was a strange one, because normally if you're going to go off there, it's front end, isn't it? You're just washing out under braking.
You don't usually have a speed wobble.
No.
Yeah. I think the Aston went off because it had a puncture. Now I don't think it picked it up there necessarily, but it had a puncture, and it was the back right rear was punctured when he came into pits, but he didn't hit anything. Safety car comes in this lap, and that will be.
A comes in at the start-finish line, and safety car A is entry to Porsche at the moment. Safety car B, which stops at Arnage.
So in about a minute, they will should all go green. And this is the safety car C, which is coming down. It's the safety car B we're watching, isn't it, on the way down to Arnage, to Indianapolis rather, and Arnage. So safety cars will come back in. Marshall's post removed, yellow flags removed at Marshall's post 11, which is the first chicane on the Mulsanne. Ryan Briscoe has exited the pit lane in the Glickenhaus. Jose Maria Lopez has exited in the #7 Toyota. And the race leader is about to be released across the line to start lap number 96 of our race. Well, let's get down to the pit lane and hear from Louise Beckett, who is with Sophia Flörsch. Okay, we'll come back to you. Sophia, as we have seen a number of times, had an incident not of her own making in the Richard Mille Racing Team LMP2 car. She was knocked off track by the spinning number 26 G-Drive car, Franco Colapinto. Colapinto was having an accident on his own, shot by and into the #1 car. That left that stranded sideways across the track in the Porsche curves of all places. And when she was trying to recover the car and get it to move again, she was hit very firmly indeed by the Racing Team India LMP2 car run by Eurasia. And that car did the real damage, because instantly the Richard Mille car was hit, the medical lights came on, and that meant that Sophia was not able to continue. Okay, so let us hear from Sophia Flörsch.
Sophia Flörsch, well, what can I say? First of all, from the #1 Richard Mille, are you okay? Because you really took a few big hits.
Yes, I'm fine. Just really frustrated, but yeah, anything else is fine.
We saw the second half of the 26 incident, which was the first one that sent you in the spin. So tell us what happened from your point of view.
Well, we had a slow zone before Indianapolis, which got green, and then it was a kind of chaos with 2 MotoGPs and 2 United cars in front. We exited Mulsanne, and then, well, I don't know, the car G-Drive just came out of nowhere, to be honest. I have no idea where he actually was. I didn't see him. He just, I don't know, came sideways over my front, and yeah, then we ended up in the wall. Yeah, and then I was on mid-track, and then another car came. I don't know how he could not see me, actually, because I was there, yeah, quite some time. But yeah, apparently he didn't see me and just crashed into my side again.
From the 26, was there an issue with the car for you getting back, or you were just trying to get yourself back sorted?
Was it the second one, you mean?
The first one.
Well, after the first one, when we hit the wall on the right side and we were stuck on, or I was stuck on the track and tried to get first gear in again, which didn't work in the beginning, or in the end it also didn't work. And then the car came and then everything was broken. So yeah, apparently we had to retire then.
Yeah.
And I had to go to medical center to get checked.
But you're fine.
Yes, I'm fine.
But unfortunately, the car now and the team cannot continue.
Well, that's the most frustrating part, to be honest, because we were running P11, which was, I think, really good and pretty unexpected so early in the race. Still many hours to go, and I mean, a lot is happening. It's just really annoying to end a race like this with something which was not in our control. Yeah, it's a hard one to swallow, to be honest.
All right, thanks very much.
Thank you, Louise Beckett, and thank you to Sophia Flörsch, giving us chapter and verse. And in the onboard replay from her car, suddenly she looks to her left and this car comes shooting by sort of sideways, having an accident all around her, and that was Franco Colapinto. Now, he has been asked to go to the stewards to explain himself, and I think there may be a little more from that. And it's not a good half hour for all female crews, because this is the 85 car, this is the Iron Dames car, and it is running very slowly along the Mulsanne straight. Rahel Frey, well, if anybody's going to get it back, the experienced Swiss driver might, but it's smoking a bit. Has she got a puncture? There is so much gravel now, and there's been so many incidents right from lap one. Hardly surprised that there are an increasing number of punctures. If you run off wide because somebody's coming by, or Alan, because you're trying to get by somebody, then you're suddenly in the debris field.
Yeah, it's not just necessarily the stones, because actually they changed the stones in the gravel traps quite a few years ago because they were quite sharp to more rounded stones, believe it or not. But it's also all of the debris that's flying around, as you say, and that those carbon shards can quite easily get lodged and create a puncture. But not sure what the situation is for Rahel Frey, but she's got a long way to make it back to the pits, because she's only on the Mulsanne straight at the moment.
Yeah, she's got another 9 or 10 kilometers to go. The high-class racing team strife continues. They brought the car in and had to stop to fix a GPS antenna which sends data to the FIA, which wasn't working properly. They also changed the nose because there was damage there. In a subsequent pit stop, they've had to fix the antenna again. The team say that there was an FIA mod this morning issued to say that if the antennas failed, they would not bring anyone in to force them to fix them. Hey, guess what? They did bring them in to force them to fix them. So much for the FIA announcement that was not going to be the case. Not Sophia Flörsch, Rahel Frey now approaching the second chicane, but going equally slowly. She is trying to stay as much out of the way as possible. Fabio Scherer in the pits for United Autosports. That car was battling for the lead and came in just before the safety car, actually battling with Louis Delatraz. Now Panis Racing Julien Canal in second place, and WRT's Ferdy Habsburg in third place. So WRT having a very strong early evening. We're a quarter of the way through the race, heading up towards hour 7 completion actually. And PR1 Matheson just leaving the pit lane. There's the number 22 car. PR1 Matheson having to do some work on their oil system because it was leaking, and they have now dropped down to 20th in LMP2.
Alexander Sims is now back out with Corvette, so they fixed whatever that issue was. And
it was the rear floor, the diffuser had come off, basically, come loose. So the splitter, well, the rear splitter, the diffuser had refused to diffuse any longer. Dennis Olsen, Team Project One, 46 car back out, but 56 joins our list of retirements. So Egidio Perfetti and his crew in the 56 Team Project One car, they are out. 32 United Autosports car is out. The 98 Aston Martin is out. The number 1 Richard Mille Racing Team LMP2 car is out. And 99, the Proton competition car, is in the garage Alan McNish, what do you know about that car?
It's been in the garage for a little while, actually, and it's dropping down the order pretty quickly.
It can't drop any further. There's nothing moving behind it.
Yeah, well, it can't drop any further, but it's dropped to the point of, I would say, no return. I'm questioning whether it'll actually be going back out again at the moment. Did it have any incident on track?
I didn't see one, but then because we're doing shift work, you don't necessarily see everything.
Yeah, but it was within the last hour.
Ooh, I don't think it was.
It's 9 laps behind, down.
9 laps behind the next stationary car, so it hasn't.
It's over 20 behind the rest of the class, basically, isn't it? It's done 66 laps.
Oh,
so it's
that's 99.
I think it's probably.
Alexander Sims.
23 laps behind, isn't it? So.
Yeah. Okay, so
I would suggest it's not going to win the clash, shall we put it that way?
Not unless there's an awful lot of carnage still to come. Mind you, there is an awful lot of carnage. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yes, hypercars are back up to the top 4 again. This happens sort of with pit stops, as the Glickenhaus bounces back up ahead of the LMP2 cars, at least the number 708 does. 709 is still in the hands of Ryan Briscoe, just outside the top 10. Yellow at Marshall's post 11. Where's
60.
that, boys and girls?
It's the first chicane.
It is indeed.
And car 60, the Iron Lynx.
Whoa!
Ferrari's gone off there. Seems to be back on again, though.
So Iron Lynx have got 2 cars in strife. Yo! How did he not hit those barriers? And how did they miss him from behind?
Don't know, he recovered well, though. He didn't hit anything.
It's like a parallel park. Straight through the gap.
Is that Ross Swift driving that, not Raffaele Giammaria? Look at the queue of cars behind here.
Oh, no.
Oh. 47 and 80, that's the other Iron Lynx car. Have they all had an issue?
Too much coffee, I think.
The Spin was the 60 car, wasn't it?
Spin was the 60 car,
Raffaele Giammaria.
Yeah,
85
correct.
has got a puncture.
And then the Settelar car was the other one that was
and 80
swinging.
Just got a biff. That's Callum Eilert in second place.
No, 47, the Settelar got the hit, didn't it?
No, that was the 80 car there, made contact with the 47 car. They were side by side. Or was it? No, it wasn't the Kessel Racing car guy's car. That's in third place. So Callum Eilert in the 80 Iron Lynx car is in second place in GT Am, and he is half a second behind Alessio Rivera. So maybe it was the AF Corsa 83 car that was at the front of that queue. Crikey O'Reilly. Well, if only Harry Tinknell's manager could have told us what was going on. However, one of his good friends is going to. Louise Beckett, what's going on at 99?
Well, you can hear that noise behind me, can't you?
Yeah, we can, actually.
Harry,
is that a subtle
update.
adjustment?
Yeah, you can probably hear the banging and boshing, but unfortunately we had a couple of suspension mounting failures on the car, and essentially the stud is stuck in the chassis, and we're trying to weld something to the end of the stud to basically wind it out with the thread to be able to put a new bolt in. So that's my untechnical explanation of it anyway, but essentially we've had a surprise suspension failure, not related to curbs or anything like that, or any known reliability issue with the car, but fortunately means we're well out of this one. But the Proton and Multimatic guys and girls are doing their best to get the car back out and get useful mileage for Vuti and for Florian and for myself, maybe for next year.
Let's talk about something else, shall we? You are a busy man. You're in the Porsche for the first time. You've been at Formula E with Berlin, with Mazda in the US. You've got everything going on. You're in every category.
Yeah, it's been super busy. I think I did like 60 days on the road recently. I had like 3 suitcases traveling all around the world with me. But no, it's been a really busy year. Look, at the end of the day, sports cars is very, very exciting with what we've got coming up with LNDH. I'm doing everything I can on and off the track, working as hard as I can to put my name in the frame to be in one of the top seats, and I'll do whatever it takes. And we've had great results in the Mazda this year in the States. We won the Watkins again 6 hours. We're second in the championship. Super tough over there. You've got great drivers like Philippe Albuquerque and Montoya, Casneves, all those lads. So to be fighting for the championship is fantastic, and yeah, I'll do my best.
All right,
Thanks
well,
very much, Harry.
Thanks, Louise. Well done, Harry. I didn't want to cut him off in his prime, but you just saw that. That was a battle for position. 3 cars, Roberto Lacourt, the Chetelaar racing car, ahead of the 72 Hub Auto Porsche of Maxime Martin, and then Alexander Sims in the Corvette was right behind them. And contact there, Maxime Martin on the inside, Roberto Lacourt on the outside. And it is the Chetelaar Ferrari in the barriers.
It's been in the wars, that car.
Yeah,
certainly
but
in the last
it's
hour.
also been right at the sharp end of the class as well. So this is bitterly disappointing for these guys.
It is.
That is the tunnel at Tertre Rouge where you come in underneath the track. So that's exactly where he is now.
But Maxime was well alongside at that point. I mean, just didn't understand or didn't see Maxime there underneath him as he turned in for the corner.
And also, I'm not so sure he was expecting the outside line to be so sort of damp and wet and greasy. And once he got onto it, there was very, very little return from it. I think he did the best to try and get himself out of the accident, but clearly the barrier was, you know, too close.
Yeah, it's a quick corner, and the exit there's not a whole load of runoff areas there. They're still waiting for 60 at Iron Links. And Rahel Frey has come and gone, so she has continued, I'm assuming with a full set of tyres. They're waiting for Raffaele Gianmaria to come in. The car just ahead of them, Absolute Racing's Alessio Picariello, who is in 12th place in GTE AM, is in the pits at the moment.
So Frey's lap then on the way in was a good sort of 5 and a bit minutes slower than you'd normally expect, which is about right when you're trying to nurse a car back from that far away. The worst thing you can do is drive in really quick. Quite a bit of damage there now, isn't it?
End of the road, isn't it? That left rear wheel is about half a metre further back from the wheel arch than it should be. There should be enough clearance just about to get your fingers between the tyre and the front edge of the wheel arch. We could put Alan McNish in that gap. So that car is going no further.
Well, if it is, then the steering is going to be 45 degrees right-hand down.
The real problem is if the wheel's that far back,
Left-hand down.
is the drive shaft even connected anymore? Yeah.
Yeah, if you've got a spool diff, you'll manage to make it back.
Yeah. Will they have a spool diff?
No.
And if you've got a helicopter, you know, you can fly it in, and he's full of helpful things, isn't he, that McNish bloke? Very, very helpful
Telling
indeed.
you a technical solution to the problem they have.
More thoughts from Alan McNish.
Maybe someone can
and then some
fire it
sense
over
from
the
David
barrier.
Addison.
Like that's illegal. Just, here's a diff. You need this to get back.
So it's WRT 1 and 2 in LMP 2 now. United Autosports third. Panis Racing, Julian Cannell's jumped in, and that's dropped them down from the podium positions to 4th at the moment. I'm sure that's going to run itself out to when the pit stops come. Inter-Europol with Alex Brundle there in 6th place overall in LMP2. As we're sitting behind the the slow zone again. Now they release it. We're on board 63 Corvette. And that Corvette is leading with Nicky Katzberg at the wheel.
Yeah.
Now that's a surprise to me as well, because, you know, when you step out the booth and go away for half an hour, it seems like the whole, you know, it's like a snow globe. Everybody shakes their different categories, and different people sort of fall from the top to the bottom and back round again.
Certainly that rain, what was that, about an hour and a half ago, really made a big difference. But the big battles now, you can see 1-2 in Pro, GT is less than 2 seconds, and then the same pretty much for the AM class as well. 5 seconds covering the top 2 there. So great battle going on there.
Yeah, it's a minute and a half between 2nd place in Pro and 3rd place between the 2 Ferraris, and the 2 Ferraris were basically leading the charts a little bit earlier on. Seemed to be having, I would say, naturally they had the speed. Whether they've got the speed to sort of get back into the game, certainly in the 3rd place one with Molina at the wheel, I'm not sure.
As the temperatures have dropped, I wonder if it's now starting to play back into the advantage of Corvette with the pace. Again, earlier on, Porsches were looking really strong with Yanni behind the wheel. There was a period when he was really attacking and looked like he had the upper hand on the Ferrari, but they seem to have dropped away as well.
You're right with this snow globe theory as well about how shaken up it all is, because although they've now pitted WRT 1 and 2 in LMP2, United Autosports the third in the class, Fabio Scherer, but so much of that class has been either decimated or thrown around through that last set of dramas when the rain started to fall. So what had been a brilliant battle has certainly been shaken up, and there is 31 then, but Ferdinand Habsburg has brought into the pit lane. The car drops down, and away blasts the Bavarian driver back into the stint. We've got another yellow flag out on track with a slow zone at Marshall's post 6.
That's for Tetra Rouge.
Yeah.
The Cetelar car, I think, still stuck on the right-hand side as you exit the corner.
It was a big hit, that, wasn't it? It's going to take a little bit of retrieval.
Yeah, the barrier seems to stand up in the tyre barrier as well. So it's more a case of just trying to get that Ferrari out of the way.
And it's bad news for them championship-wise, because that, of course, was the leading Pro-Am car within the championship. So put that to one side, but no points out of this, unless they can somehow drag it back and get it back into the race, but it'll be so far down. Thoughts at Corvette? But for the moment, looking pretty good, as we've been saying. 63 now leads the class, and 64 trying to hustle itself along as well, but Nick Katzberg's car looking good.
Yeah, 64 had a long time in the pits with that rear diffuser change. I think, well, they're now a couple of laps down on the lead gang. They're on 91 laps and yeah, 3 laps down. So
I'll tell you what, Colado's just latched himself onto the back of Nicky Katzberg, and just the way that he ran into Dunlop, the car looked as if it was maybe a little bit more stable.
So me guessing that the track's coming towards the Corvettes, it's actually the complete opposite.
Well, no.
You were spot off.
Yeah, but it... Oh. Collado... They moved into the slow zone, went to the inside, but that would have been a no-go, as the Cetelar car's just about to be put onto the transporter to be taken away.
So that's now out.
But you say that, if we had gone back 2 hours, or 2.5 hours, there is no way, in my view, that the Corvette had the speed to be leading the Ferrari.
Yeah,
so it definitely has the speed to be leading the Ferrari at the moment, even though maybe the Ferrari's slightly quicker. It was a chunk quicker before. So definitely, whatever reason, it sort of swung a little bit more towards Corvette racing at the moment.
Or certainly one Corvette. 63 is in the hunt.
Yeah, 64 you said was in for Splitter.
Yeah, that's 39th overall, 8th in class, and a good lap or 2 down the order now. So it's become effectively a single-pronged attack, hasn't it, now, from Corvette?
Yeah.
Just 63 upholding honour. Ferrari second, James Collado in number 51. Third in the class is 52, which has got Miguel Molina back at the wheel. And then Porsche's 91 and 92, Fred Macco ahead of Neil Yarni. So that's a sorry sight. The Cetelar Ferrari goes behind the barrier and effectively out of the race. Roberto Lacorte, Giorgio Serginotti and Antonio Fuoco. And it was Roberto Lacorte who was behind the wheel when the accident happened. So that is out.
It shouldn't be too long now before that slow zone is removed and we can get back to a full green circuit. At least when it does go green, the track should be fairly consistent now. It's not like anyone's going to be surprised they're coming into some zones that have got some rain or anything. It should be pretty much the same all the way around.
What is the forecast for the next little while?
I've not looked.
I'll let you do that. Just to say the gap between Katzberg and Collado was 9/10 of a second through that last sector point. So the class lead battle is for the moment well and truly joined, isn't it? As you ride with the Corvette now whistling down the Mulsanne.
Yeah, this should be a real titanic battle for hopefully a whole stint or so. There's no reason why these guys can't sort of go hammer and tong.
Now that it's gone dark and you've got limited illumination, this section looks narrower than it did in the full daylight.
It always does, doesn't it? It's surprising because when you get like you go to a hire car centre and you take a car and you're like, oh, these lights are great, you're trying different cars all the time, and then you come to a racetrack and you're always amazed at how bad the lights seem on a race car in comparison to what you would have on a normal road car. But I think it's just the speed that you're going through everything that just means that they don't have that same penetration.
Battle on here, 22 to the outside, trying to gain ground, and that is Fabio Scherer in the traffic. Now, he's trying to get himself back onto terms with the WRT cars. Well, they're on an outlap, but they've had that notional lead in the class for the moment, but will drop down presumably at the end of this lap because of the most recent round of stops. So the LMP2 fight will update at the end of the lap. And there, do we have the change?
Yeah,
we have. So Collado has got himself ahead of Katzberg. Ferrari back to the head of the class. So that lead for Corvette Racing was a bit short-lived, wasn't it? So Nick Katzberg drops back, and now James Collado is going to try and build that lead, and he looks like he's got the pace to do it. Straight away out of Arnage, that gap opens up a little bit.
Yeah, the traction of the Ferrari looking really strong there. I don't know where they are on tyres in terms of who's on what set. If someone's, James has obviously got a new set because he's only just gone out. Maybe Katzberg's already a stint old at this point. So it could be, you know, one of those things that it's just going to go ebb and flow as the pit stops sort of shake out with these guys. But you're right, it did look like he had the advantage straight away once he got into that position.
Yeah, so the Corvette, briefly the cork in the bottle, but now that the Ferrari has been released, so he tries to get away. The next target for Katzberg is to fend off any challenge coming from the Porsches behind, with Fred Makovici currently running third in class. And the next retirement confirmed as 47, which we'd seen hit the barrier. So the marker of doom is getting through its ink. Another one crossed out. Only one car officially retired on the timing screen, which is number 1, but we know of more than that haven't been officially notified as yet. Slow zone 3 under investigation. And as we've just seen, 52 Miguel Molina go through into the lead, into third in class. Let's try and catch up from the pit lane with Daniel Serra, who is with Louise Beckett.
Daniel Serra, we've just seen the 51 get the better. We've just seen the 51 get the better of the Corvette. Can the 52 do it as well?
I hope so. We were a bit unlucky with the safety car. We were in different safety cars, so we have a gap of 1 minute 30 now. So we need to push a little bit to reduce this gap, and maybe in the next safety car we are all together again. But let's see. We still have 16 hours to go.
Yeah, a long way to go. But how is it for the GTs on the track?
I think the car is pretty good. It's okay. I think we have to pace to fight the Corvettes, and unfortunately we have this unlucky with the safety car, but I think we will have a good fight until the end.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Louise. So Daniel Serra, who's had 2 class wins in LMGTE here, so he's perhaps not the outright fastest GT racer, Darren, but he's dependable, isn't he? And he does a good job in the company that he's racing against, even if he's not the ultimate star in GT.
Daniel?
Yeah.
I think he's amazing.
Is he?
I shared a car with him in 2017, and he was a fantastic teammate to have, and super fast. When he needs to turn it on, he can put the laps together. And one of the easiest teammates to have worked with, you know, me and Johnny Adam and Daniel, we gelled really well in that season, and it was a real joy to share the car with him. But yeah, he's fantastic behind the wheel.
It's one of the sadnesses of this year's race is that there's no Johnny Adam in the entry as well.
No, I mean, you know, Johnny's run here has been really successful. You know, a class win in the Pro and a class win in AM, and you know, he's
it's another Corvette demon tweak. Yeah. Doesn't work as well on Ollie Gavin, that, but yeah.
I'll try it. It might need to be a bit bigger for Ollie, but yeah, I mean, Johnny's runs here at Le Mans have always been spectacular. You know, super finish to that race in 2017.
Absolutely.
And you know, taking away that win from Corvette with just over a lap to go. So
try to say that a bit louder.
Well, now that he's out of the room, Ollie's gone.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's listening. But you know, that win in 2017 against the Corvette. But yeah, I mean, it's a shame that Johnny hasn't been able to find a seat this year. Yeah, it would be a great addition if he was.
So you're riding on board number 63, second in class. The gap at the end of the previous lap was up to 3.2 seconds. So James Collado getting on with the job. Another car's in the gravel, though, and that is at the first of the chicanes on the Mulsanne. So a car has gone off. That's the trackside CCTV footage that you're looking at. So the CCTV cameras pick it up, and hopefully that won't take too long to get out.
36.
It's the Alpine that's off the road.
Third place car, Mathieu Vaxivier.
Yeah.
At the wheel.
So Vaxivier off the road, and that is very bad news indeed for a car that was going to have to work incredibly hard to stay on the pace of the Toyotas.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's definitely not in good shape there. He's 2 minutes and 11 seconds ahead of the Glickenhaus, which is in 4th place with Derani at the wheel. And by the sounds of it, they're going to have to lift him out, which is going to take approximately, I would say, a couple of minutes.
It's going to be a good 3 or 4 minutes, isn't it? By the time they lift it, pull it out of the gravel and then let him go again.
Well, they don't have to take him very far. That's one positive for him. But he'll probably have to come into the pits, I would have thought.
Depends if the rescue crew are Glickenhaus fans. They might go a little bit slower.
Take him to the second chicane before dropping him off.
So Mathieu Vazevière in the gravel, big disappointment. So that's going to bring the Glickenhaus up into third, isn't it, imminently? And now the team tries to work out what may have put it there, whether it was just a driver error or anything more sinister, and indeed how much time they're going to lose.
And there's a yellow now at Marshall Post 34 as well.
Let's try and eavesdrop on the Alpine conversation, because as the car is put back down onto the ground, Mathieu Vazevière has some explaining to do.
Engine off, engine off. Do you think you can move with engine or not? No, I'm sick. Copy. Engine off, engine off. Do you touch something? Do you touch the wall? No, I didn't touch the wall. Copy. And the car jump or not? Car jump a little bit, but all good.
Sounded like he said he was stuck, but then reporting no damage. He's not touched the wall.
Now here we see the replay.
Yeah.
Oh, really similar to Corvette.
Yeah, but he tried to change direction to get to the racing line, but very, very late. And I think it's when he crossed the crown of the road with the left-hand side tyres. That's when he sort of lost the stability of it.
But quite damp still on the
it's
right
very
side.
damp. You can see the spray coming off.
Yeah,
so the tyre temperature on the right side, well, all four, I would think, was probably dropped off. Here we are on board with it.
Oh, he's back going again, because this is at the second chicane, isn't it? So they've got him going again.
So the Alpine triggers the slow zone for a moment, and that falls away. That brings Durrani up into third. It brings Louis Delatraz up into fourth place, and up into fifth now is number 31, the second of the WRT Orekas of Ferdinand Zvonimir, Maria Baldhaus, Keith Michael, Otto, Antal Barnum, Leonard von Habsburg Lothringen, to give him his full name.
It's a long name, isn't it?
It is. It's not one you easily put on the side of a car, is it? But
not.
We'll do it once in the race. That was the once.
It's slightly greedy. I didn't even get a middle name.
Allow us to offer you.
They're really close, aren't they? Both the WRTs. Very close out on circuit right now.
Yeah, Louis Delatraz has been impressive again, whether it's been in sports cars or single seaters. And another replay here on board with the Alpine.
This is actually the incident going into the first chicane, I think.
Yeah. What's that, 3 GT cars in front?
Yeah. 2 wheels off the road, gets through the traffic, and around it goes.
Really unlucky. Oh, just the front. Did it just touch the barrier then?
If it didn't, it was mighty close, wasn't it? And it almost got through the gravel. It almost bounced out the other side, but new boots are readied. And so the Alpine, it's going to have to be in this time. New set of Michelin's getting ready for Mathieu Vazevière, who's now dropped back into 6th place. Gone back to green, slow zone removed, so Vazevière hustles on, but the time lost is significant. Comes into the pit lane, inevitably, and the gravel will be dropped out of the bottom. New tyres will go on, but the car undamaged, given the way that he's been attacking the second half of the lap.
Yeah, and it was close to the pit stop window for that car anyway, so...
Also into the pit lane has come Job van Outert in the Racing Team Netherlands car that Frits van Eerde had dropped into the gravel just as the rain came. And also Kevin Magnussen had just been in the pits. He's just gone out in 49 from High Class Racing, down in 28th overall. And the team goes to work, and there's going to be a driver change as well of all the Alpine now.
The car 30 TF Sport with their car 33, considering you know, that incident earlier on when it was in the barrier, flat tyre, had to nurse the car back. They're still on the lead lap, only 52 seconds behind the overall leader in GTE AM. So the recovery's going pretty well for that team right at this stage.
So 4 mechanics, 2 tyre guns to do the tyre side of the operation. Fueling's done, driver change is done. And so when this part of the pit stop is completed, the car can be dropped down, and then the car controller makes sure that it's safe to release it.
Yeah, at the same time, they should be checking in around about the brake drum area to make sure there's no stones lodged in there or damage the cooling ducts, bringing in secondary problems.
Yeah, that's where you see the good teams from the not so good, that methodical process. It's still done to a pattern rather than it being a panic. Oh, the car's been off, panic, still go through that process.
Yeah, you know which are the sensitive areas of the car, and also you know which are the fragile areas. Here we see again.
He went with some speed, didn't he? There it goes. Tried to correct it, but oh so close to that barrier, Darren.
Yeah, he's pretty lucky there not to take off the front splitter, and suddenly that's a job where the car has to come into the garage, and another couple of minutes lost.
That's a lot of spray there.
Yeah. He just got past Lawrence Van Thort and off he went.
No, he didn't. I don't think he touched the barrier. It certainly
looked closer from the inboard, didn't it?
Yeah. He did say on that pit to car radio he didn't touch the wall, but it certainly was close. Right, so that is to the pit lane and a bit more of a fight back. Now Nicolas Lapierre at the wheel, the car rejoins 8th, and this is Lapierre hard at work. So he's got to push now for the next, 11, 12 laps.
Yeah, he's a minute, basically 2.5 minutes behind the 3rd place car now in hypercar, which is Derani in the Glickenhaus. So yeah, they've got quite a bit of work to do. They've got the pace performance to be able to sort of catch that up over the next 16 hours. It's just a case of that they cannot afford to have any issues if the Glickenhaus has a clean run to the end.
So Jose Maria Lopez leads in 7, Kazuki Nakajima 2nd in number 8, and it's Pipo Derani in 3rd, but 2 laps back in the leading Glickenhaus right now, with Louis Delatraz still clear in LMP2, and James Collado building that gap over Nick Katzberg in GTE Pro, with in AM for AF Corsa now Alessio Rivera at the wheel of 83 leading the way.
Yeah, and we're just watching the battle for the lead of LMP2 with the 2 WRT cars, Delatraz and Habsburg, and just making their way through a little bit of traffic, but now they're line astern as they come up into Dunlop. And even though they're both in the same team, obviously both drivers want to lead the charge. They're both young and trying to sort of make their way as Charles Mallacy is looking on with the rest of the team. I'm sure a certain amount of them are looking on with a little bit of nervous tension about this situation, but they're 1-2, which, and they're actually 1-2 and a minute ahead of the opposition, 1 minute and 4 seconds, as there's another yellow flag out, and that's at Indianapolis this time.
Which is where we had the drama earlier on for Marcos Gomez Aston Martin.
Yeah, it's an Amcar 55. Looks to be having some issues down there at the moment.
Well, that's the Duncan Cameron, Matt Griffin, David Perel Ferrari. And is that it? It is. It's off the road.
It's in 6th place overall. Well, it was.
Second part of Indianapolis.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully they can just drag that back to the tarmac behind and then get them going again.
Duncan Cameron at the wheel. It was 6th in class, certainly. So dropping down the order now as it's got to be rescued. Let's have a look.
Oh, no.
Off it slides, bounces off the tyres, but beached in the gravel now.
Yeah, it was not really much of an incident.
No, not really, just sort of maybe a small lock-up and then missed the apex and
ran out of road.
Yeah.
You almost sound disappointed with that, like you're expecting more spectacular outcomes.
From that viewpoint, that camera, that it looked like the CCTV type camera shot, it looked like we're going to get a dramatic entrance from the right, and it wasn't quite like that.
They're going to lift it with a grab. So it's going to knock them down a little bit.
Someone else has just been off.
Out of LMP2. come past our window in a moment, Darren, that, won't it? So we'll try and pick it up in a second. Slow zone is being prepared.
I think that was 74 that had a slight off on the way through the Porsche curves.
Okay, that car was involved with Sophia Flörsch a little earlier, wasn't it? And it's been repaired and sent back out. And it is James Winslow at the wheel. Quick, underrated British driver, James Winslow, and he's pressing on, but he's got a lot of work to do now to try and make up the lost ground. Replay here, and that's him going off.
Just slightly offline as he came through the corner, out on the marbles. And lucky that there's so much sort of runoff there with the gravel now, from what it used to be like through that part of the circuit.
You mean when there was no runoff and there was a wall?
Yeah, it was. That would have been a game over moment, wouldn't it, at that point? Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think it would have been a game over moment for quite a lot of people actually today if the circuit hadn't had the expansive runoff areas. And the conditions have been very, very difficult, very tricky. I've got to say that when the rain came the last time, and it was just that enough to make it wet, but it wasn't obviously clear when they were coming into the braking areas in the dark, then that's not much fun.
Drivers getting themselves ready for their next stint. Arnold Robin there, and Duncan Cameron's Ferrari being hoiked out of the gravel.
It looked like Matt Griffin was getting ready to jump in once that car comes back to the pit lane.
He's the gun in that car, isn't he? Matt Griffin is the quicker of the three drivers, and we've talked about plug-and-play drivers. Matt's another one in a Ferrari. You just plug him in and instantly he's quick.
Yeah, like solid all year long, every racetrack. Doesn't really, well, I can't remember the last time he had a mistake, you know.
It happens very rarely, doesn't it?
So,
absolutely.
And you need those sort of drivers, you know, they're ideal. If you want to have a race and, you know, being part of the race for Duncan, it's to see the checker flag and to maximise his driving time, then you need to have people that are going to get in the car, look after the car, make sure he comes around ready for your go, basically. So Matt does a great job, super fast and consistent.
David Parrell, the third driver, one of the rookies, one of the 40 rookies on the grid for this year's race. But that car, as we've been saying, while it's being pulled out of the gravel, drops down the GTE AM order as the race leaders work lap 106. And you can see the traffic here through the Porsche curves. Into the pits has just come Pipo Derani in number 708 from third place. The Glickenhaus is in.
And that was a 14-lap stint for Derani. He's done 2 stints in the car, so he'll be in for one more. Okay. I would say Olivier Plat did 3 to start in that car, then Frank Maillot did another 3, and Derani's just finished his second.
So we had a slow zone out on track while the Ferrari's being retrieved, but now that the road is much drier, pace is coming back. And the margin between the two WRT cars hovering about 1 second. So that's one of the closest fights right now, and it's a significant one given that it's for class honours.
And it's between 2 teammates.
Yeah, the list goes on. And WRT, a relatively new team to prototype racing, but delivering the goods here, keeping out of trouble.
When did those swap round? I missed that.
Last lap.
Oh, was it? Okay. Next time, just give me a little nudge to... Thanks.
Yeah,
need another shot of coffee.
4:52 last lap for Louis Delatraz and a 4:50 for Ferdi Habsburg.
Which puts him into the lead of the class for the moment, and then third, Fabio Scherer for United Autosports. Still trying to play catch-up. Fourth is Junior Canal in fourth in the class. And as we're talking about WRT, let's hear from Charles Milesi, who has recently got out of the car. He's with Louise in the pits.
Charles Milesi, you're looking on, watching the action. It's close between the two WRT cars. What's the team orders, if there are any?
No, there is no team order for the moment. Actually, we got a bit lucky with the slow zones and safety car. The beginning of the race was a bit tricky for us with the conditions. But now, yeah, it's starting to looking good for us. But I mean, it's still like 16 hours left, so everything can happen. We've seen like 2 hours ago, we gained like 1 minute or something, so it can change at any time.
It's the first Le Mans for the team, so how are you feeling?
We're feeling pretty confident, like our pace is pretty good since the test day. But yeah, I mean, it's our first time, and we try to do no mistakes for the moment, and we'll see how it's going.
Have you been in the car yet?
Yeah, I've been once at 7, I think, 7 p.m.
Okay, so you're going to have a late night stint, I take it.
Yeah, 2:30, something like this.
Well, all the best for that then.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, you can tell he's looking forward to that, can't you, Louise? Thanks very much. So, Charles Milesi out of the car for the moment, looking forward to his next stint, and you can see the battle still raging on. Habsburg having jumped ahead of Delatraz, but he's not getting away, especially now they've got some traffic to contend with.
Yeah, now just down into Indy, then Habsburg's got to be a little bit careful on the braking here, whereas for Delatraz he'll get a clean run and be able to overtake. In fact, they'll get past both of the GT cars by the time they get down to Porsche without a problem. And then for Delatraz, he's got the issue that he's got the aero wash off the back of Habsburg's car through the high-speed section.
Now, these two are now 3rd and 4th overall on the last pit stop for the Glickenhaus of Durrani. So 3rd and 4th overall, as well as being the top 2 in class, which is very impressive for WRT. But, as we keep saying, long way still to go.
And at 7.5 hours into the race, or nearly 7.5 hours into the race, and only being 2 laps down, that is super impressive, especially with, you know, with what a changing race this one has been, with so many slow zone safety cars and everything else. And for WRT, it's a great effort.
Well, it has played a little bit into the favour, as Milesi said there, and especially with the slow zones. Safety cars kind of, it's difficult to make anything up at all. With the slow zones, because of the length of the circuit, if you get a slow zone that you've just passed, and then by the time you get back round, sort of 3-4 minutes later, it's cleared again, then you've actually got a clear lap, and sometimes you can gain a reasonable chunk of time there, Dannon.
Yeah, especially if the competition have ended up having to do that zone twice or 3 times, and you've only had to do it 2. It makes a big difference. I can remember when it first came out, the slow zones, it seemed to me to be the fairest way of stabilising a zone and the race. But in actual fact, it's like the safety car. There's still winners and losers, and unfortunately, the only way you can get rid of it is everything go to full course yellow. That seems to be the only technique of completely neutralising the race and keeping it fair for everyone.
Yeah. Just getting a bit concerned about the last pit stop for 709 Glickenhaus that was heading towards being 4 minutes long, so it was a longer stop than some. As you look at 80, which has come in, Callum Eilert racing here for the first time and enjoying the experience as well.
Oh, and a bit of nose damage there.
Yeah.
Or alternatively, got huge sort of little flick up there on the right-hand side for front downforce. But I think it is nose damage.
He had a bit of contact, didn't he, in the chicane?
Yeah, forward.
So.
That's right. So it might be a slightly longer stop for that car as Arnold Robin gets ready to take over in the pit lane. And the race leaders currently work lap number 108, and it's 1 minute and 20 seconds effectively between the top 2. Right, on board here with the Racing Team Netherlands entry. This is the ever spectacular Guido van der Garde at the wheel of it as he heads towards the Mulsanne, and speed building all the time. Van der Garde is currently running overall 15th, and 1.3 seconds up the road is the opposition, which is Juan Pablo Montoya for Dragon Speed. 85, which was the Iron Lynx or Iron Dames car, had a puncture. Michel Gatting at the wheel of it, so that's why that car had lost a bit of time. We understand from Louise, just to clarify that. But Van der Garde here, Darren, is pushing.
Yeah, the gap's closing, and yeah, it must be lovely at this time of night. The track's starting to get cleaned up, and you know, a bit more confidence in the circuit and being able to push that a little bit faster, and obviously chasing down Montoya. So it must be a fun time to be out on the circuit for these guys right now.
You say as though you're missing it.
A little bit. Right now I am, really? Yeah. I wasn't earlier on. Maybe there's been a few occasions in the race, so I'm quite glad I'm sat in here with you guys. And then there's periods like this when you're on board with someone and you're just like, it just looks fantastic out there, and to be out there right now would be a lot of fun.
Well, Van der Garde is close, but he's not closing necessarily, so Montoya is just about out of range for the time being. So this is for 14th and 15th overall, but 9th and 10th in class, and there is debris on track at Marshall's post 31, right-hand side of the line, the race director is telling the teams.